Book 1, Part 1, Memories. Harry stared blinkingly at the ceiling of the cupboard where he slept. Another bad dream had just woken him up, and like so many of the other ones he had, he now felt sick, scared, and angry. For the longest time, he had been having to deal with these nightmares in secret, and for right now, he knew it would have to stay that way, unless he wanted to be put into an asylum. These dreams would come and go, but what was more frightening to him than the dreams themselves was how he would refer back to them in his mind. The first one he remembered ever having was when he was 4. From then on, he knew never to ask his aunt and uncle about dreams. "Uncle Vernon, is there any green lights that can hurt people?" he had asked, his voice laced with fear. He still had vague outlines of hooded figures running about, shooting green things from short sticks in his mind. Vernon had glared at him and told him there was no such thing as something that could do that, and that he would be banned from television for the next week, believing he had seen something like that on a TV show. Harry then had overheard Vernon muttering to Petunia later that Harry had a dark soul, thinking about things like that. Harry never mentioned anything like that again, even though his dreams did trouble him a great deal. Once, he had dreamt he had destroyed an entire village, but he knew it wasn't him who had really done this, but someone else, for it was as if he was seeing through someone else's eyes. He had woken up the moment he had focused on a pane of glass, showing a reflection of a terrifying white face with red eyes. He found himself shaking, but quickly realized that he was not the only thing that was. The small amount of old, hand-me-down toys were rattling on the shelf at his feet. His toy soldiers were vibrating towards a wall. He stifled a scream just before they stilled. At that moment, he began to question everything. Seeing something not possible does that to people. Sure, for a long while it had been easier to call these just horrible, horrible nightmares. But the more he thought about it, he knew with every fiber of his being that they were more than that. They were memories. He then concluded all of this could be due to one of two things. 1, he was insane and had some kind of mental disorder, which the whisperings and sideway glances his aunt and uncle gave him after the first dream told him they already thought this. And when he thought about it himself, he could be, considering he supposedly had memories not his own, and was beginning to believe that shooting things from the ends of sticks could be real. Or 2, it was real. When he whispered those words in the total darkness that night, everything he had ever experienced through these dreams came to the surface. Seeing through the eyes of a boy he had never seen before, going to a school that was unreal, peering through red eyes whose murderous intent was fully evident in the devastation he brought to countless people in colored robes. Though he was still unsure of which possibility was the correct one, he decided to think of the dreams as memories. It just felt right, no matter how hard he tried talking himself out of it. So he hesitantly began classifying them as such. He had come to think of his dreams like that around a year ago, but now, after everything that had happened, his previous thoughts of insanity seemed to be gaining in likelihood. Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm himself after the dream he had just experienced. It was one he had had countless times before, though it seemed to switch points of views occasionally between two people. Himself and him. The first time had been from Harry's point of view, but at the time he did not know that until he saw it from his. He looked up at the cold white face and the glowing red eyes, just before a short, wooden stick was waved at him, green light booming forth from the tip. Harry had woken up extremely violently after that one, but more than that, his scar hurt a lot. It was as if his scar was on fire. He bit down a scream, not wanting either one of his guardians to wake up angrier than normal with him. After he had calmed down, he looked down toward his feet to find all of his army men in small, rather worn, figurines all over the place. Some were broken, one appeared to have crumbled, and 2 were sticking into the bottom of the stair as if they had been hammered into the wood. The others were at his feet on the tangled blanket. The second time he dreamt the dream, he had seen it from his point of view, staring down at a baby with green eyes as he said harsh gibberish-like words, before watching green light hit the boy and rebound, exploding in his face. He had woken up from that nightmare, once again, last year to Uncle Vernon pounding on the cupboard door, yelling at him to stop kicking the stairs. "You're shaking the whole house." For some reason, Harry knew that was the last memory of this being. He couldn't call him a man, let alone a human, so he called him a being. A few times, people from these memories called him Lord something, but that was few and far between. Harry tried to digest what he saw, understand it, and perhaps explain it away. Though, any explanations that came to mind were absurd and were more fantastic than the last. Once, he had tried to reason with himself that there was spontaneous toy combustion, since there was supposedly spontaneous human combustion. It only took him a few seconds to throw that one out. Harry sighed, closing his eyes. He thought back to what had happened to him earlier that week, and tried to comprehend how he had been able to talk to that snake at the zoo, not to mention how that sheet of glass had disappeared. Talking to a snake was not normal. That was obvious, though. What things did he do that were considered normal anyways? And while on the subject of snakes, he had a snake, and a very large one at that, with the name of Nagini. Harry felt everything that he felt in the memories, and Harry knew he had this odd attachment to that snake. It was understandably disturbing, and a few times, Harry could have sworn he had even heard his thoughts once or twice during the dreams, but that was rare. Though now that he thought about it, he was hearing that being's thoughts more often now. They were always sharp, mean, and evil thoughts. Harry shuddered whenever he accidentally thought about them. Harry shook his head, trying to think about more pleasant things. Finally, after some thought, a memory surfaced, and one, Harry could only hope, was actually his own. He was fairly certain it was, especially after having that dream that had caused his scar to burn. It was one where he found himself being carefully and gently lifted up by two very large hands. Within moments, these hands had him wrapped in a blanket, and this large man, whoever he was lovingly cradling him. It was one of his few good memories, and one he was often grateful he had. This large man with a huge black beard looked down at him with tears in his eyes. He quietly made a few hushing noises as he sat himself onto something before lifting off into the air, clearly riding something. A motorcycle? Harry knew he must have fallen asleep in the man's arms, because he would close his eyes and the dream would end. Harry would then wake up, calm and rested. Harry sat up after hearing Vernon go down the stairs, signaling the time to go fix breakfast. Harry absently rubbed his scar as Vernon unlocked the cupboard door, allowing him to silently get out and get to work. Harry knew something very odd was going on as he trailed his finger along the dirt floor. Letters, and delivered by owls no less, had rained into house number 4 on Privet Drive. His guardians and his cousin were in an uproar and hysterical, so hysterical. In fact, they were now in this shack in the middle of nowhere. The letters also had the funny ability to locate him wherever he was, the address on the envelope startlingly accurate. That was part of the reason why Vernon had brought them to this place. Finishing his dirt-drawn birthday cake, Harry blew, silently making a wish. I wish I would know if these memories were actually so, one way or the other. Boom! The door shook. Harry gasped, very worried that he was now shaking things while awake. Boom! Harry stood up, taking a step back. Smash! The door fell forward, crashing onto the dusty floor, clouds of dust rising up as the visitor entered. The moment Harry's eyes met this giant man's face, he knew he had gotten his wish. Book 1, Part 2, The Wizarding World. Harry's eyes never wavered from Hagrid's face as they traveled to London. Everything made so much more sense now, even though they were now so complicated. He was a wizard, and magic was real, and he was going to learn how to use it. His parents had been magic as well, and had not died the way Vernon and Petunia had said. He was also told a little bit about the school he was going to attend, and that a great wizard called Albus Dumbledore was the headmaster. That was pretty much all he had been told, since right after Hagrid had given that fitting piggy tale to Dudley, they left. The insanity option was looking null and void at this point, unless he was hallucinating. But could one hallucinate the sights, sounds, and smells of the real world? Harry smiled, getting the feeling Hagrid wanted to be around the Dursleys just as much as he did. "You all right, Harry?" Hagrid asked as they stepped off the city bus. "Yeah, I'm good," he said, jogging to keep up with Hagrid's steps. Hagrid turned and went into a little coffee shop. Harry looked at him curiously. Figure you have some more questions you want answered," Hagrid said, going to the table in the quiet corner. The shop was quiet and nearly empty, save for the waitress. After ordering and getting some chocolate milk and donuts for the two of them, and when the waitress was out of earshot, Hagrid began talking. Hagrid told him about Voldemort and his evil followers, cringing when he quickly said the Dark Lord's name, and Harry couldn't help but do so as well, but he cringed for a different reason. He suddenly felt sick, as if he was about to throw up, while Hagrid continued talking, dizzying images twirling around in his head. The table began to shake slightly. Harry bolted, quickly finding the sign for the bathrooms. He could vaguely hear Hagrid hurriedly get up and go after him as the door to the restrooms flew open on their own before him, allowing him to run into the closest stall. Taking several deep breaths, he was thankful that he managed to keep down his chocolate milk, gripping a handlebar on the wall to keep himself steady. "Harry, are you all right?" Hagrid asked, putting his large hand on Harry's back. Harry nodded, swallowing. He closed his eyes, trying to decide if he should tell him a little bit about his dreams. "Was it the milk?" Hagrid asked, something in his voice telling Harry that if it was, one cook was in for a bit of trouble. "No, I just have a name to go with the face now," he whispered, shrinking towards the floor a little. "You remember?" Hagrid breathed. Harry simply nodded again, words failing him. Hagrid just stood there, trying to decide what he should do. "Thanks, Hagrid," Harry mumbled after taking a few more breaths. "Fair what?" "For saving me twice. First that night, and then from the Dursleys." Harry straightened his back, turning slightly. Hagrid was standing outside the stall, unable to fit through the doorway, his broad shoulders pressing against the wobbly metal walls. Harry looked up into his face. "How much do you remember?" Hagrid asked. "I remember that you rode on something that flew us away after you picked me up. A motorcycle, maybe." Hagrid had tears in his eyes now, and Harry knew he was barely holding himself together. "Hagrid, I thought I was crazy for dreaming all these things. You are real, right?" That was all Hagrid needed. With his large arms, he pulled Harry from the stall, enveloping him with his arms, and choked back a sob. "I'm real." After nearly squeezing Harry's stuffing out, Hagrid released him. "You're not crazy, and if you ever think you are, come to me," he said, his eyes steady despite having tears about to leak from them. They went back to the table before leaving a very nice tip. Hagrid didn't understand the value of the 50 and went out onto the street, both now having collected themselves. Harry, before we get your school things, I need to warn you. Everyone knows what happened that night, for the most part, and because of that, you're really famous here. You got rid of you-know-who, so everyone knows your name." Harry looked up at him surprised, but Hagrid didn't notice as they entered an old ragged pub, the Leaky Cauldron. "The usual, Hagrid," a voice called behind the bar. "Can't, Tom. I'm on Hogwarts business," Hagrid said, giving a heavy pat on little Harry's shoulder. "Good Lord," the bartender said. Can this be?" Harry had never heard such shocked silence before. "Bless my soul," he whispered. "Harry Potter, what an honor." Before Harry knew it, he was suddenly shaking hands with Tom, who had tears in his eyes. Soon after, everyone had gotten up and had surrounded him. He felt a little uneasy being surrounded like that, and he got the strange feeling of being obsessively watched. He turned towards the feeling to find a man with a turban after shaking someone's hand with the name of Daedalus Diggle. "Professor Quirrell," Hagrid said before looking at Harry. "Harry, Professor Quirrell will be one of your teachers at Hogwarts." Harry didn't know why, but he suddenly felt edgy, and meeting Quirrell's eyes, he felt exposed for a moment before he calmed himself within, just like so many other times he had after waking up from a nightmare, or during one of Vernon or Petunia's fits. Quirrell's eyes narrowed slightly before one of them twitched oddly. Harry extended his hand, remembering he should be polite no matter what his initial feelings from someone were. Quirrell stuttered as he greeted him, shaking Harry's hand limply. Harry was glad when Hagrid took him out of there and led him past the staring people and into the back. Hagrid, is Professor Quirrell?" Harry began. "He's always nervous like that. Got into some trouble in the Black Forest. Poor bloke." Harry shook his head, trying to digest everything as Hagrid tapped on a brink wall, which magically opened. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Harry had never seen so many shops before in his life, and he couldn't believe the amount of money he had in Gringotts all this time. They also stopped by another vault, which Hagrid said, "Hogwarts business, very secret." Harry looked curiously at the little package that Hagrid promptly stuffed into his coat. Hagrid looked down at him, giving him a serious nod, which Harry returned. Harry was very polite to the goblins, and for some reason he got this image of a tall, old-robed, bearded man bowing slightly in his mind to some goblins. He figured that it couldn't hurt, especially after so many goblins having bowed to them. So when the short goblin had escorted them back out of the vault area and said farewell, Harry turned to him, gave a slight bow, and said, "May prosperity shroud you like a cloak." The goblin was pleasantly surprised, bowing lower than all the bows Harry had seen thus far. "And may your cloak pockets always be full of gold," he said, standing straight again. Hagrid looked down at Harry, blinking in wonder before they left. Now going to the shops, Hagrid paused. "Harry, where had you heard that before? How did you know to say that?" "Barely any wizards know that," he said, curious. Harry was suddenly very nervous. How had he known to say that? I suppose I must have heard it when we came in," Harry said, not knowing what else to say. "Blimey, Harry, you certainly notice the little things," he said, giving him an approving smile before they began buying school supplies. It was uneventful for the most part, except for when he was fitted for his robes. He met a blonde boy, who he could almost swear he had seen before in his dreams, or at least someone like him. He tried to quell the disturbing feeling that was growing as he talked to the unpleasant boy. He privately decided to try and stay away from him, and even without the strange feelings, the boy was rude, arrogant, and conceited. Harry was thankful for Hagrid, who seemed to sense his feelings, and cheered him up. He then continued to help him by talking about the weird but fascinating sport called Quidditch before dropping him off at Ollivander's. Well, at least Harry now knew what those sticks were that he had seen in his dreams. Mr. Ollivander began talking, listing off Harry's parents' wands as he went to him. He then got really quiet, actually lightly touching Harry's scar. Harry was relieved when Ollivander backed away after muttering that he was sorry he had sold the wand that had done that. Harry blinked, not having expected that. He somehow kept down the image of his face from overtaking his mind. He was really nervous when Mr. Ollivander held out a wand for him to try out. He had to consciously tell himself that spells had to be cast, and that they didn't just spew out of their own accord. "Well, aren't you going to take it?" Mr. Ollivander asked, seeing Harry hesitating. Harry took it, only to have it snatched back before being handed another. He listened to Mr. Ollivander talk as he was given wand after wand, Harry pushing back the images of his dreams as Ollivander paused, holding another wand in his hand, looking at it. "Why not?" he said, handing Harry the wand. Harry took it, and the moment he did, he felt unimaginable power. It was both terrifying and gratifying. Red and gold sparks came shooting out like a firework from the tip of his wand, the air shifting around him as things began to rattle on the shelves. And if it hadn't been for Ollivander's excited and thrilled expression, Harry would have panicked. Ollivander explained his wand to him, and that it was a brother wand with who must not be named's wand. Harry took this all in the best he could before he realized Hagrid was beaming behind him, with a caged snow owl, Book 1, Part 3, Revealing Meetings. Hagrid took Harry back to the Dursleys, telling Harry that if they tried anything, to send Hedwig. The week wasn't bad, The Dursleys just avoided him and actually gave him his own room, Dudley's spare bedroom. Harry took this time to read and learn as much as he could about the wizarding world, skimming through modern magical history, Hogwarts, a history, and a few others. Harry's dreams had calmed down a bit, and though he still had them, they were different. They were more of that boy going to the school, which Harry could only assume was Hogwarts through Hagrid's description of it and from the books he was reading. He went through lessons in these dreams, learning things in some kind of cooking class, maybe. No, it was called potions. Harry didn't know how he knew this, but he hoped what he was seeing and hearing in these memories were accurate, since he was learning the information without even trying. There were other classes as well, defense against the dark arts. He could feel the thrill that went through the boy as his own excitement of learning the subject grew as well. Harry caught himself whispering spells under his breath, thinking back to certain lessons in his dreams, including a weird class where they changed the forms of things. Finally, the day to go to Hogwarts came, and so, with ticket in hand, the Dursleys dropped him off and left. He found 9 easy enough, but the 3/4 part was becoming troublesome until he saw a family of redheads go past him, mentioning 9 3/4. Harry shook himself as a memory surfaced, triggered by the red-headed woman leading the red entourage. One of his memories. We finally got Fabian and Gideon, a man in a hood stated. It took 5 of us to take them down. About time, he hissed. Harry felt the elation and glee from Voldemort upon hearing the deaths of these 2 men. This made Harry a little woozy, sad, and angry. However, understanding that this woman was somehow linked with the enemies of the Dark Lord pleased him, urging him onward and past the dark memory. The closer he got, the more determined he was to befriend these people, no matter how shy and uneasy he was about meeting strangers. Though, after that memory, should he consider them strangers? The woman was very nice to him, and even introduced him to one of her sons who was also going to Hogwarts for the first time. She told him how to get onto the platform, a young red-headed girl nodding encouragingly for him to do so. Harry did as the woman said, emerging onto the other side to find the platform Hagrid had told him about, people already boarding the famous train. He was surprised at how heavy his suitcase was when trying to put on the train, and was relieved when a boy came and helped him. He was a little startled to find that it was another red-headed boy, but smiled as yet another, apparently this boy's twin, came and helped. After lifting the suitcase and putting in place, they turned to him, focusing on his face, just barely glancing at his forehead. Their eyes grew wide. "Blimey, are you?" "He is," said the other twin. "Aren't you?" "What?" Harry asked, a little confused. "Harry Potter," they both said. "Oh, yeah, I am," Harry said, extending his right hand for a shake, before lifting his left as well since there were 2 of them. The twins gawked at him for a moment before collecting themselves and happily taking a hand. "I'm Fred." "I'm George," they introduced simultaneously. A moment later, the twins' mom called, and they were off. Harry sat down in the compartment where they had put his luggage and looked out the window to watch the entertaining exchange between the twins and their mom, though the little thing about who had churned his stomach a tad. If only they knew, he thought as everyone who needed to be on the train got on. A moment later, they were moving. Harry was pleasantly surprised when the young red-haired boy entered. "Hi," Harry said, motioning for Ron to sit even before Ron could even ask. "Thanks. Everywhere else is full," he said, taking a seat. "I'm Ron, Ronald Weasley. I'm Harry Potter." His expression pretty much matched the twins' surprised faces from earlier. "Wow, and have you really got, He pointed uncertainly at Harry's forehead. Harry was surprised that he wasn't uncomfortable with showing Ron his scar, but proudly pulled back his bangs. Perhaps it was because he was looking at his scar in a different light, looking at it as a mark of survival, instead of as a curse or something evil and unlucky. This way of thought was all thanks to Hagrid. "So, is that where you know who?" "Yeah. Do you, remember?" Ron asked awkwardly. Yeah, Harry said quietly. Oh, sorry, I really shouldn't have asked. You're the first one who's really bothered to care. Well, besides Hagrid, Harry said, not wanting Ron to think he was upset with him for being curious. Ron opened his mouth to try to say something, but the door opened. A lady with a cart full of candy caught their attention. Anything off the cart, dears? Harry splurged, thrilled to be able to buy things and to share those things with a new friend. Ron had been hesitant at first to take the things Harry offered him, but after a few seconds of prodding, he dug in alongside Harry. Harry was happy to hear all about Ron's family and was eager to hear more about magic. While talking with Ron, a boy dropped by, asking if they had seen his toad. They told him they hadn't, but something in Harry's gut told him that they should help this distraught boy out. Here, we'll help you look for him, Harry said, standing up. You will? He asked, his voice surprised, going a little higher than what was his normal. We will, Ron asked, just as surprised. Sure, your toad seems to be pretty important to you. If I lost Hedwig, I'd want help. And if you lost Scabbers, you want help too, right? He asked, looking to Ron. Yeah, Ron agreed, getting up and putting Scabbers away as Harry led the way out of the compartment. Where did you last see him? Harry asked. Before I got on the train, Neville said miserably. But Gran said he probably got on without me knowing, he added, attempting to sound hopeful, but failing miserably. Ron and Harry looked at each other. Well, what is he like? Does he have any favorite foods? Does he like cool places or warm? Harry asked, walking down the hall of the long train. He likes flies and warm, damp places, he said, keeping up. The commode, Harry whispered. Where are the bathrooms? He asked. Ron shrugged, just as a brown-haired girl approached them. Still can't find your toad, Neville? She asked. No, Hermione, but they're helping me. Oh, that's good. I'm Hermione Granger, she said, looking to Ron and Harry. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Neville's eyes widened, his mouth falling open. Hermione held her surprise more in check. Are you really? Well, I've read all about you, of course. In modern magical history, or the rise and fall of the dark arts? Harry asked. Both, she said, surprised, and in great events of the 20th century. I just skimmed over that one. I honestly don't think that one's that accurate. Really, why? Ah, they turned to find someone running towards them. A toad. Try to jump on my head, a girl screamed. They watched her continue down the hall before going to the restrooms. You three stay out here. I'll go in, Hermione said, before entering the small girl's room. A moment later, she came back with the toad. Here you go, Neville, she said, handing the toad to him. Thank you, he said, before looking to Harry and Ron. I would have never thought about him being in the bathroom. Thanks. No problem, Neville, Harry said, ignoring Neville's apparent nervousness. All four of them then went back, Harry leading them to his and Ron's compartment. Opening the compartment, they were surprised to find it occupied. Harry and Ron stopped, side by side, just beyond the doorway, Hermione and Neville behind them. The blonde-haired boy and two larger boys were in there. We heard that Harry Potter was in this compartment. So it's you, is it? The blonde boy asked, looking at Harry. Harry's eyes narrowed, trying not to think about the previous feelings he had gotten from this boy. I suppose you are. All you had to say was yes, you know, he said, taking a step towards Harry, his two buddies sitting by Harry and Ron's candy. Harry glanced at the pile of candy, finding it a little smaller than they had left it. Harry caught the boy to the left quickly swallow a mouthful. Mistaking Harry's glance at the candy for a curious look towards his two friends, the boy spoke again. This is Crabbe and Goyle, and my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Harry felt the rush of memories pound through his mind. Darkly robed people left a burning village, turning to face him. Good work, Lucius. You make the Malfoy family proud. Harry forced back the memory and distant thoughts of hatred, murder, and power. He didn't really hear what Draco had been saying, but noticing that Ron had his fists clenched, he figured it had involved family insults. Friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there, Malfoy said, holding out his hand for Harry to take. Harry just looked at it for a long moment, causing odd looks to pass from Crabbe and Goyle and an annoyed one to surface on Malfoy's. After another second of thought, Harry took hold Malfoy's hand. I'm certain I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, but thanks for showing me without a doubt who the worst sort are. His eyes trailed from Crabbe to Goyle until they came back to rest on Malfoy. Well, I'm glad I could assist you in that. Care to join us? Malfoy asked, clearly not getting what Harry had hinted at. No, but take some sweets. I can see you and your buddies have welcomed yourself to them already, he said, stepping out of Malfoy's line to the hall. Ron and the others followed Harry's lead, clearing a path for Draco and his friends to leave. Malfoy gave him an odd look before giving a surprisingly respectful nod, grabbed some more candy, along with Crabbe and Goyle, and headed out. And Draco? Harry asked when Draco had passed him. Yeah, he asked, turning in the hall, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione facing him. Don't ever say things like that about people around me again. I didn't defeat Voldemort to come back to the wizarding world to hear pitiful banter and arrogant insults. Harry returned the respectful nod Draco had given him earlier, ignoring the looks from Ron, Neville, and Hermione, as well as the wide-eyed stares from Draco and his two guards. Harry went into his compartment without another word and sat down by the window, quickly being followed by Ron, Neville, and Hermione, who closed the door before they all sat down, the small pile of treats between Harry and Neville. Wow, Harry, I don't know what to say, Ron said. Harry shrugged. You said you know whose name? Neville squeaked. Oh, I guess I did. But why shouldn't we? Being afraid of saying his name is just giving him more power, Harry said. Wow, I've never heard it put that way before, Ron said before giving a wide grin. And the look on Malfoy's face was hilarious. I've heard about the Malfoys. They are partial to purebloods, don't like muggleborns, and as we just saw, unbelievably rude, Hermione spat. Muggleborns? Harry asked. They looked at him for a moment. I'm a muggleborn. They're people who have a non-magic parent or parents, Hermione explained. Oh, so purebloods are? Harry asked. I am, for the most part, and Neville's family is, Ron said, making Neville go pink. Harry looked to Neville curiously, making Neville go pinker still. What's your last name? Harry asked. Longbottom answered. The name sounded familiar to Harry, and like the previous times that day, a memory surfaced. The Longbottoms have been taken care of, Master. Those two Aurors will no longer cause problems. Harry inwardly cringed at the hideous laughter that followed before the woman continued. They certainly lasted a long time, though, but in the end, the Cruciatus curse did its thing. Their minds are gone. Good job, Lestrange. Harry shuddered slightly. You all right, Harry? Ron asked. Yes, sorry. Was thinking. About what? Looked like you were going to be sick, Hermione noted. I suppose I ate too much candy, he muttered. The others glanced at each other slightly, before giving a shrug. Harry made a note to himself to get to know Neville. After what his parents had sacrificed, their son deserved friendship. So, Harry, for a moment there, I thought you were going to befriend Malfoy and his buddies, Ron said, giving an uneasy chuckle. I was almost scared that you'd fall for his garbage. Like I'd become friends with a guy whose father is a murderous, rampaging Death Eater, Harry nearly snarled. The three of them reared back slightly, Harry himself blinking in surprise. What the heck is a Death Eater? He asked himself, but knowing whatever it was evil, and Draco's father was one. Sorry, I don't know why I said that, Harry whispered, noticing their stunned silence. Don't be. That's pretty much what my dad thinks of him, Ron chipped in. But, if you don't mind me asking, why'd you let them take some candy? Harry gave a slight smile, realizing Ron was trying to lighten the mood. Though I don't fully agree with the saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, I still think you should keep a close eye on your enemies. They nodded in agreement, before Harry picked up a little cake. Here, there's no way me and Ron can finish all of these. Take some, Harry said, pushing the pile closer towards Hermione and Neville. The rest of the trip to Hogwarts was uneventful, although Neville's toad tried to escape once again, but was caught by Harry. Soon after that, they went and got on their robes, and before Harry and the others knew it, they were on their way to the Great Hall. Gryffindor, 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 Ron quietly chanted. What are you doing? Harry asked, staring at Ron. I'm hoping I'll be sorted into Gryffindor. Oh, like Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin? Harry asked, recalling them from his earlier reading last week. Yeah, Hermione said. I, myself, am also hoping for Gryffindor, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be horrible. I'll probably be put in Hufflepuff. I'm not brave enough for Gryffindor. Neville sighed. Better that than being put into Slytherin, Ron muttered darkly. There's not a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. Voldemort was one, he whispered to them, fighting back a shudder. Voldemort went here, Harry asked quietly, getting a horrid feeling in his gut. Ron nodded. My dad said so. Harry quickly collected himself while they continued with the other students and entered the Great Hall. An old professor, who quickly introduced herself as Professor McGonagall, told them to line up and to wait for their names to be called. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she said. Abbot Hannah. Harry looked up at the people on the table, and as his eyes trailed over them, a quick succession of short memories and thoughts flew through his mind. After taking a slow breath, he was able to make some sense of it all. His eyes fell upon a rather intimidating black-haired man, and from the thoughts he had gathered from him, he gathered that Voldemort had conflicting feelings about this individual. While he trusted him a great deal, there was this odd, uncertain doubt concerning him as well. Harry decided to be safe and made yet another note to himself. Don't cross this man, because if he is a follower of Voldemort, he doesn't have far to go to get to you. Harry looked away, just before the man's eyes caught his own and fell upon the man next to him, Professor Quirrell, as Hermione Granger was called to be sorted. Harry didn't trust this man. Something about him just felt off, and it wasn't about the whole stuttering thing. As names continued to be called, he looked at the center of the table to find Albus Dumbledore. He smiled, gathering that Voldemort was actually fearful of this man. Harry almost started when Dumbledore's eyes fell upon him, but he kept his gaze for a moment until he heard, Potter, Harry. Had he been that focused in his own thoughts that he hadn't even bothered to wonder where he would be placed? He heard the great hall go quiet, and then a rush of whispers. He knew he had turned a shade of red as the people in front of him parted like the sea and openly stared. Potter, did she say? No way. The Harry Potter? He shuffled forward up to the stool, put the hat on his head, and sat. A small voice began. Now let me see. Harry's only thought at this point was, not Slytherin, not Slytherin, anything but Slytherin. Anything but Slytherin? Oh my, the hat said, his voice trailing off as a memory emerged. A pale, handsome boy was sitting on the stool, and a less battered-looking hat was upon his head. Ah, you could be great. It's all here in your head, and Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness. No doubt about that. Slytherin. It's a rare thing when I see things I have not before, the hat said, speaking again. Harry felt everyone's eyes on him as he repeated his previous thought. Even though I've seen otherwise, you're sure, so better be Gryffindor. Harry thankfully hopped off the stool and went towards the ecstatic Gryffindor table and sat beside Hermione, the twins yelling, We got Potter! We got Potter! Neville was sitting across from him. He looked back up to the high table, finding Hagrid beaming with his thumbs up. Harry grinned. When everyone had settled down, more names were called, and more were sorted. He noticed that Malfoy and his buddies were already sitting at the Slytherin table. Wow, I must have been in really deep thought to have missed them being sorted, Harry thought as Ron Weasley was called. Harry's eyes snapped to his new friend, silently hoping he would be sorted into Gryffindor. He was Harry happily joined in the cheering as an embarrassed Ron came to the table and sat beside him. Soon after that, the sorting hat was put away and Dumbledore stood up. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwits, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you. Food appeared on the table, and conversation spread across all of the tables. Harry was enjoying his food and listening to those around him talk about things from getting their letters to how their families were. That was when he felt the same uneasy feeling of being watched he had experienced in the Leaky Cauldron. He focused himself as he looked to the source to find Professor Quirrell just beginning to turn his eyes away from him. That was when it hit, and hit hard. He gasped, slamming his palm onto his forehead as he bowed his head, trying to banish the pain. From someone watching, by the position of his hand, it looked as if he had gotten a stab of pain somewhere and was trying to collect himself instead of displaying exactly what was hurting. "Blimey, Harry, what's wrong?" Ron asked. The pain vanished, leaving only a strain of queasiness. "I bit my tongue. I'm good now." "You need to be more careful. You're going to need to talk right when you start saying spells," Hermione warned gently. He went back to eating, his mind made up about Quirrell. Harry was going to be cautious around him, even more so than that black-haired fellow. Percy?" he asked, having heard his name when the twins were teasing him earlier about something. "Yes, Harry," Percy asked a little too enthusiastically. "Who's that teacher sitting beside Professor Quirrell?" "Ah, that's Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but he doesn't want to. Everyone knows he's after Quirrell's job. Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape." "Why am I not surprised?" Harry sarcastically thought. The dinner ended, and after some disturbing words from the headmaster about not going to the third-floor corridor, they were led to their house dormitories. Ron, Dean, Neville, and Seamus shared the dorm room with him. Stepping into the room, Harry got an odd sense of déjà vu as, in his mind's eye, the room shifted slightly, and instead of red curtains around the beds, they were velvet green. He felt a feeling of belonging and strong purpose overtake him for a moment, before shaking himself slightly, and once again seeing red Gryffindor curtains. Harry lay awake for a time before going to sleep. His mind was buzzing with everything he had seen that day, and having learned that Voldemort was once a student and had been in Slytherin was troubling. And then that memory he had had that the hat apparently had also seen was cause for serious alarm. Was he seeing Voldemort's earlier days in Hogwarts? And before he had turned dark? It was definitely a scary thought. He might one day see what caused Voldemort to turn if the Slytherin boy wasn't already at this time in his memories. And why was he seeing these memories? Was it from that night? It would have to be. Though, could it be possible that he had more than one set of memories? Could he have some from two different people, not counting himself? Upon some thought about that, he decided no, not after everything he had just learned. The memory of the boy going into Slytherin was too much of a coincidence. He sighed, deciding to just take things as they came, and turned over, going to sleep. Harry slept well that night, to his utter relief, and woke up just in time to head to his first class. All along the way, Ron and Neville on either side of him, Harry was conscious of the stares and excited whispers. Ron and Neville helped ease the stares by glaring back at the rudely curious, and reminded Harry to ignore them, though Ron did more of the glaring portion. In herbology, Harry and the others quickly discovered it was Neville's favorite class, despite never answering any questions. In history of magic, Harry found himself phasing out, and what was worse was that he sometimes had to endure two lessons in one day, one from memories and the other in reality. Parts of it were sometimes interesting, considering that it seemed that Professor Binns had a better memory in those yesteryears, but more often than not, it was dead boring, no pun intended. Charms was nice, and the spells came to him fairly easily, usually only needing to be repeated a few times before working right, but that was partly due to the fact he had memory of how to do them correctly. He helped Ron and Neville a few times, Hermione watching on curiously. Harry, in turn, listen to Neville in herbology, since he had this amazing knack for plants. In Transfiguration, they went right into it, and Harry was thankful for the reading he had done that week before school. When they had been told to turn a match into a needle, Hermione was the only one who made any progress. Well, toward a needle anyways. Harry must have done something seriously wrong, because his match wiggled. Harry could have sworn he saw the start of Silver Snake being made, and that scared him. He blinked, and at that the match exploded. "You're putting too much power into it, Potter. Ease back a bit, but remember later that amount of power will be needed in harder transfigurations. Here's another match. Try again. Look at Ms. Granger's match. She made a nice start." Finally, probably the only class he was consciously dreading, Defense Against the Dark Arts, came. It wasn't the subject, it was the professor. Harry was relieved when he got the bits of memories that came to him concerning this class. Seeing it from the boys' point of view, a group of Slytherins really learning about spells and curses instead of being bored out of his mind while drowning in the smell of garlic. From the memories, he had quickly learned that the boy's name was Tom Riddle. He stored that knowledge away, mildly surprised that such a common, simple kind of name was Voldemort's real one, though that was assuming his assumption was correct. He was shaken out of his daze by Ron. "You look just as bored as I feel. Come on, common room," he said. "Book 1, Part 4, Options." They were in the Great Hall eating breakfast when the mail came. Harry surprised that he actually had received a letter. "Dear Harry, I know you get Friday afternoons off, so would you like to come have a cup of tea with me after your classes? I want to hear all about your first week. Send us an answer back with Hedwig. Hagrid." Harry replied, "Yes, please, see you later," on the back of the note, and handed it to Hedwig. Harry could hardly wait. Harry and the other Gryffindors entered the dungeons, joining the first-year Slytherins. Neville, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together, in that order. Harry looked across some of the tables to find Draco and his buds staring at him. Harry gave an acknowledging nod, quite enjoying the confused expression on Draco's face. He clearly didn't know what to make of Harry, and that was how Harry liked it. Everyone suddenly went silent upon Snape's entrance, the door being slammed open. Harry and the others listened intently to Snape's little introduction to potion speech after he had completed the roll call, his feelings towards celebrities coming in loud and clear the whole time. "Potter," Snape said suddenly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry blinked, having trouble just understanding the words Snape had just said, let alone what they made, though those ingredients did sound familiar. "I don't know, sir," Harry said, trying not to let himself phase out into a memory as he vaguely noticed Hermione's hand shoot high into the air. "Tut, tut, fame clearly isn't everything." Hermione looked apologetically at him, lowering her hand, deciding now was not the time to really answer questions. "Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a Bezoar?" Harry closed his eyes, hoping this memory would be done quickly, since he wasn't able to beat it back. Tom began reading the chapter on cures and their ingredients, his finger trailing down the list and passing Bezoars. Harry looked back up to Snape, thankful to realize only a few seconds had passed. "It's a stone, sir, from a stomach of a goat, and if I remember correctly from magical drafts and potions, it will save you from most poisons, right?" That caused Snape's eyes to narrow and everyone in the room to go very still. "Correct, though. I'd like to know why you knew that, but did not know the first question I asked you," Snape said suspiciously. "I was a little more interested about reading cures and positive things potions can do, if you want to know the real reason, sir. I find potions to be one of the more useful subjects here, though I don't think it could ever be my favorite. There's too many things that could go wrong by not mixing a potion correctly or using too much of a certain ingredient." He trailed off, looking past Snape to find Draco staring at him with an eyebrow raised. "Well, I'm glad you are conscious of that fact, Potter. I'm going to expect you not to make those kinds of mistakes, especially now that you seem to understand the risks so very well," he said, exuding sarcasm and rudeness, before beginning the lesson. Harry looked over at Ron, who shrugged. Snape clearly didn't like Harry at all. Mixing the potion for that lesson, Harry looked over at Neville, who was about to put porcupine quills in his cauldron. Neville, wait. You need to take it off the fire first, he said as Ron stirred their cauldron. Oh, thanks, Harry, Neville said, Seamus looking just as grateful. What's this? Snape asked, walking up, hearing what had been exchanged. Keep focused on your own work, Potter, and let others do their own. Harry looked up, meeting his cold, dark eyes. He was about to explain himself when he thought better of it. This is a man who adores respect. Show him some, Harry told himself. Yes, sir. Snape barely narrowed his eyes, more as if in confusion than in hatred, though plenty of hatred was still there, all of it directed at Harry. Later, after they left the dungeons, they were on their way to Hagrid's. Ron and Neville had asked if they could join him, while Hermione seemed content to stay to herself and study. Hagrid welcomed them in, happy to see that Harry was already making some friends, and ones with good families as far as he was concerned. They talked about what had happened that week and the potions lesson that day. Hagrid seemed to change the subject soon after Harry muttered that it seemed that Snape didn't like him. Looking down, Harry found a newspaper, something quickly catching his eye. A break-in at Gringotts, the very day they had been there. Hagrid, look, Harry said, pointing, receiving only a half-grunt from Hagrid. Harry decided Hagrid didn't want to talk about it, remembering his words earlier in Gringotts. Neville and Ron looked up at Harry, giving a silent shrug. Ron then brought up the incident on the train. Hagrid turned to Harry, his eyes wide. "Yeah, actually said his name?" "Well, the way I see it, being afraid to say his name gives him more power, in a way." Hagrid thought for a moment on that. "Yeah, I suppose you're right, Harry." Hagrid looked at them all before talking again. "You all should just stay away from Malfoy. It's better not to interact with that family," Hagrid began. "Hagrid, we don't really have a choice. We encounter them all the time, and I've heard we're not only going to have potions with the Slytherins, but also the flying lessons," Ron said. Hagrid sighed. "Well, I suppose I shan't really judge the boy so harshly at the moment. He still has time to make different decisions. Though from what you guys have told me, he's already becoming a bully like his father. My dad told me about Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. My dad cannot stand him," Ron said, not noticing the fact Harry was exhaling a slow, calming breath, quelling a rather nasty memory of a brutal attack on Muggleborns. After leaving Hagrid's, Harry had a lot to think about. What had almost been stolen at Gringotts? How should they deal with Malfoy and his thugs? Should he give Malfoy a chance, hoping he'd change his ways and not follow in his father's dark footsteps? He decided he had nothing to lose to just allow Malfoy a chance. Perhaps he could help show him the better choice? And if Draco still chose his father's path, at least Harry would enjoy the odd looks from him, like the one he had received on the train. Harry almost felt sorry for Draco. He had an odd advantage over him after all. Though, Harry paid the price of it through nightmarish memories. Later the following week, they got more mail, and this time, Neville got a gift from his gran, a remembrall. Harry looked beyond Neville to find Draco and his buds passing the table. Draco stopped, seeing the remembrall as Neville explained why he had it, just as it turned red. "What's the problem, Draco? Do you need one too because you're also forgetful?" "It's a common problem, I hear," Harry said civilly. "No, of course not." "You sure?" "I'm sure Neville would let you hold it for a second to make sure," Harry suggested, Neville raising his eyebrows for a split second, but trusting Harry, he lifted it up, offering it to Draco. "No, I'm fine," Draco said, eyeing it before looking past it at Harry. Harry shrugged, unconcernedly as Draco and his friends left. Hermione leaned forward next to Neville, speaking directly to Harry, who was across the table. "You handle them in a way I've never seen anyone handle bullies before, Harry." Harry shrugged, hoping the reasons for his actions were not as obvious to Draco. "They don't have to be bullies forever. I'm just giving them an opportunity to see that if they want to ever change, they can." Ron raised an eyebrow in disbelief, while Hermione looked at him as if she approved. The flying lesson came, and the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were out on the lawn, a broom on the ground beside each of them. Harry was a little nervous, especially seeing how sure Draco was, but focused when the teacher started giving directions. Following Hooch's directions, Harry said, "Up," and was surprised when his broom promptly shot up into his hand. When everyone had finally gotten that to work, they mounted their brooms, but right before Madame Hooch blew the whistle, Neville flew up, going high into the sky, only to fall off the broom a moment later and land with a wham. Hooch quickly went to him, and then told the class to stay on the ground while she took Neville to the hospital wing. Once she was gone, Harry turned to find Draco snickering, cracking jokes with his buddies about Neville's unfortunate short flight. Draco met Harry's gaze, giving him a challenging look before smirking. "He's testing to see how you will react," Harry told himself, just like his father, prod, test, analyze, act. Harry gave him an unyielding stare. Draco broke eye contact and walked onto the lawn where Neville had fallen. He bent down and picked something up. "Look, it's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him," he said, holding it up. "I can't believe his family is supposedly purebloods. I mean, look at him." Harry's eyes narrowed. The Remembrall turned red in Malfoy's hand. Harry approached Draco, and the other students stepped aside, curious to see what was going to happen now. Harry continued forward calmly, actually making Draco back up slightly, even while alongside his pals. "Well, it looks like you forgot something, Malfoy, and I'm pretty sure what it is. Do I need to repeat what I told you on the train? Or do you remember now?" Harry said quietly to Draco, so only he would hear, the other students behind him far enough to allow some privacy, somehow knowing not to intrude in this exchange. Draco's memory of what Harry said went through his head. "Don't ever say things like that about people around me again. I didn't defeat Voldemort to come back to the wizarding world to hear pitiful banter and arrogant insults." At that, the smoke in the Remembrall instantly turned white. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly, as if there was a battle brewing inside him, and Harry was sure there was. Draco raised the Remembrall, as if he was going to hand it to Harry, but then upon impulse, he mounted his broom and flew up, surprisingly well in fact. "If you want this back for your friend, Potter, come and get it." "You don't want me to do that, but all right," Harry said, more confidently than he felt, mounting his broom as well. Flying into the air, he got a brief snapshot memory of Tom flying shakily before falling off his broom, but that memory was slammed aside by the thrill and rush of reality, wind running past his face as joy and freedom took over. Malfoy was clearly surprised as Harry stopped beside him. "Give it here," Harry said, actually reaching out an unshaking hand towards Draco for him to give the Remembrall. Draco was stunned. "It's just you and me up here, Draco, and like right now, your buddies will not always be alongside you, just like my friends are currently down there and not beside me. Remember, you always have options, and only you can truly decide which to take," Harry said, another brief memory rising, concerning past evils his father committed with Tom, as Harry hoped that would not be a future form of Draco. Draco seemed to pause at that, glimpsing down at his friends who were looking up expectantly at him. Upon seeing them, he made his choice, despite the inner war that was currently raging. "Well, then, here's your options. Catch it, or watch it break." Draco threw the Remembrall down, leaving Harry with that choice. Harry dived, his vision zeroing in on the glass ball with gray smoke. The wind whistled harshly in his ears as he stretched out his hand, and ground growing closer. His fingers closed around it just in time as he pulled his broom up, his feet grazing the grass below. "Harry Potter!" Harry couldn't believe it. In a matter of hours after believing he was in big trouble, he was now a player on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, a seeker. Professor McGonagall even went to Dumbledore to bend the first-year rule, and had even told him his father was an excellent Quidditch player as well. Gryffindor was thrilled, as was nearly Headless Nick. He gloated about the new seeker to everyone who would and wouldn't listen. The Slytherins, however, were anything but thrilled. They were livid. They'll get over it, Ron said, after they passed a few Slytherins. Yeah, like after we beat them in the next game, and they're fretting over that, the twins said, coming up from behind them. "We just told us," George said. "We're beaters," Fred added. They smiled, giving Harry a pat on the back as they continued on down, needing to hurry to their class. Book 1, Part 5, Nightmare. Perhaps it was from all the excitement that day, or maybe it was the fact he had faced off with Malfoy, but for whatever reason, that night was not a restful one. Harry had been happy with how well, while being a relative term, his nightmares had been going thus far. He had only woken up twice to the sound of his glass of water on the nightstand beside his bed, just beginning to vibrate, and the other times he had woken up from rather disturbing dreams had only caused him to wake up slightly alarmed, but he hadn't disturbed his dorm mates. Harry tucked himself into bed, everything that had happened that day, causing him to fall asleep quickly. Voldemort and his followers cut across the field, go to a Muggle farmhouse in the country. It was night, and the crested moon gave little light. They came to the house, their ruthlessness quickly being shown as Voldemort gave the nod for his Death Eaters to charge in, while he looked up at the sky. More Smordra. With a stab of his wand towards the sky, a huge green skull came into being, a snake slithering out of the mouth. He then turned, blasting the front door away, and joined the Death Eaters who had entered through the back and sides of the house. The father of the house charged at him with a bat, trying to defend his family, but to no avail. With a flick of the wand, Voldemort caused him to slam into the wall. "Pathetic," he hissed. "Avada Kedavra!" Green exploded about the house, leaving behind a silent body. Soon after, he and the Death Eaters came out of the house, forcing the rest of the terrified family out with them. With a hideous smile, looking at his followers, one of them clearly being Lucius, he flung his wand forward, his followers doing so as well. "Avada Kedavra!" Green boomed forth. Harry shot up, waking up to someone screaming. Himself. Ron woke up to the sound of pained moaning and the rattling of glass. He sat up quickly to find the water glass on the side table about to fall off the edge. He took it as he looked past it to find Harry turning his sweaty head from side to side, just as his bed started to tremble. With a gasp, he got up, knowing accidental magic when he saw it, remembering the twins happening once or twice. He grabbed Harry's arm just as all of the beds started shaking violently, Neville, Dean, and Seamus quickly waking up. "What's happening?" Dean asked, dazed and confused. "I don't know," Ron said, shaking Harry, trying to wake him up. "Harry, wake up." He didn't. It just got worse as everything on the floor began sliding across the floor away from his bed. A moment later, all of the curtains on the bedpost tore and were ripped from their links, falling to the floor that now had items randomly shattering, opening, or tearing. "I'll get help," Neville shouted, bolting out the door, the sound of the heater in the center of their room shifting angrily behind him. Harry yelled as if his life depended on it as he instantly sat up, shaking nearly uncontrollably, his hair sticking to his forehead. "Harry!" Ron breathed, wide-eyed, Dean and Seamus just staring at him from their slowly stilling beds, the things on the floor going immobile once again. Harry felt drained, beyond emotional, and horrible, and even more so as the realization of what he had just seen settled into his mind. He put his face in his hands, choking back sobs, somehow managing to keep most of his tears in his eyes. He collected himself as quickly and as best he could, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. "I need some air," he croaked, forcing his wobbly legs to function as he wiped the tears away that had escaped his eyes and had begun to run down his cheeks. He heard Ron behind him, but at this moment, he didn't want his friends to see him like this, not until he got the green flashes out of his thoughts. "Alone, please," he whispered, hoping he wouldn't hurt his friends' feelings too much. He was just trying to help after all. "Sure, Harry," Ron said as Harry went to the door. Neville ran as fast as he could to Professor McGonagall's door and held nothing back as he began pounding on her door, suddenly hearing someone's deafening scream boom forth from the room he had just left. "Help! Professor! It's Harry! Help! Come quick!" The door swung open, a suddenly wide-awake McGonagall standing beyond it in her night robes. "What is it, Longbottom?" she asked, her voice high as she ran with him to the boy's dorm, seeing the fear in his eyes. "It's Harry. I think he's having a nightmare," he said, just as they came to the hall leading directly to the dormitory door. They found Harry hurriedly exiting, wiping his red, tearful eyes. "Potter? What's happened? Are you all right?" she asked as he approached, but it was as if he didn't even hear her. "Nightmare? Need air," he stated, his voice hoarse and shaky. He went past them as McGonagall turned to Neville. "Longbottom, tell your dorm mates that I'm going with Potter. He'll return to bed later. So try to go to sleep if you can, and stay in your dorm," she said, leaving no chance to ask questions as she followed Harry. "Yes, Professor," he said, following her directions. She fell in a step beside Harry, allowing him to lead them out of Gryffindor Tower. Harry glanced over at her, once again trying to rub away in signs of past tears. "I'm escorting you outside. Someone of your age should not go alone at this time of night," she said softly as they continued down the halls. She didn't say anything else as they exited the castle, and it only took her a moment to figure out where he was headed, Hagrid's place. Neville entered the room, Ron and the other boys having turned on the lights. He could hardly believe his eyes. The room was nearly in shambles. The fallen curtains were ripped, and broken bottles, books, and little boxes were all over the floor, having been hit by the powerful force from Harry's accidental magic. "Everyone all right?" Neville asked, looking up at Ron. He nodded, still a little in shock. "Where's Harry?" Ron asked. "You saw him leave, right?" "Yeah, Professor McGonagall is with him. She told me we're to stay here and maybe try to sleep, but she said he'll come back later," he said, Dean picking up part of his torn curtain. "I've never seen anything like that. I wonder what his dream was about to cause all this to happen," Seamus said. "I'd rather not know," Dean stated. "You think it was about you-know-who?" Seamus asked. Ron glared at him, which caused Seamus to drop the subject immediately. Ron pulled out his wand and looked down. "Reparo," Ron said, fixing a broken bottle of candy before he looked back up, his eyes settling on all of their things that had formed a kind of arc beyond Harry's bed, as if a spherical field had been extending outward. Ron clenched his jaw, coming to a decision. "All right, guys, let's agree right here and now that anything that has or will happen in this room stays in this room," he said, his eyes moving to each of them. "We keep it to ourselves." Neville nodded, Dean and Seamus nodding soon after. "What we have seen here will stay here. I'm proud to keep Potter's secret. He stopped you-know-who, after all," Dean said. "Good," Ron said before looking around the room. "Now, do any of you happen to know a sewing charm?" he asked, looking at the curtains. Harry and McGonagall came to Hagrid's door. The time was around 3 a.m. McGonagall reached over and above Harry and knocked on the heavy door. They heard movement inside, as if someone was stretching. "Come," in a voice said tiredly. He got to the door and opened it, standing about 3 feet from the outside. He looked out, his eyes instantly going down and meeting a clearly troubled Harry. "Harry? What?" He looked up to find McGonagall just behind Harry, her eyes slightly worried. "I think he'd like to talk to you alone." After waking up, he headed straight here. "I'm going to talk with Professor Dumbledore. He needs to be told what happened, and I need to check in on the other boys. I'll be back later," she said simply, before giving a nod and heading off. Hagrid beckoned Harry in, resting a heavy but gentle hand on his shoulder. Hagrid was understandably concerned, but became even more so when he felt Harry trembling. Hagrid shut the door and then turned to Harry, lowering himself to his height by kneeling down on one knee. Harry sniffled. "Bad dream?" Hagrid asked. Harry nodded, about to break down as the memory shaded slightly back into focus. Hagrid must have noticed because he pulled him into his embrace, just as he had earlier before term. "It's all right now, it's over. You're with me now," Hagrid said. Harry nodded against him. After Hagrid was sure Harry had calmed, he all but picked him up and gently placed him on the couch. Hagrid sat down on his large chair, taking hold of his umbrella and shooting a few more sparks into the fireplace to get its flames really going again, the night a little chilly. Hagrid looked at Harry, watching him sigh. "Want to talk about it?" Hagrid asked. Harry closed his eyes, knowing what he was about to tell Hagrid was going to be hard to tell and possibly harder to hear and accept, but at this point, there was no one else he'd rather share it with. He did say to go to him if I ever thought I was going crazy, Harry thought. And if I don't tell someone about this, I will. He finally opened his eyes and nodded. Having collected his thoughts, he started, his calm not entirely forced. "I'm certain I'm not going crazy, but I know that if I told most people this, they would think I was. I don't really want anyone else to know, not even my friends. It's not because I don't trust them, I just don't want to put this on them." His voice trailed off, Hagrid patiently waiting for him to continue. "I've been having these kinds of dreams off and on as long as I can remember, but what I have found is that they aren't dreams, they're memories." Harry didn't look up, afraid of what he might find in Hagrid's eyes. "Before you got me, a part of me thought I was mental. I thought, what is wrong with me? Why am I seeing these things? Did I somehow do these things? Or am I that warped to imagine them and make myself think they're memories? But coming here, I've discovered that is not the case. Instead, I've realized whose memories they are." At that, Harry slowly met Hagrid's eyes. Seeing Hagrid seemed to be following, he looked away, knowing there was no turning back now. "They're Voldemort's." Harry waited for Hagrid to shout, freak, run out, or to even call him crazy, but he did none of those things. He heard Hagrid lean back a little, but didn't dare look at him to see the expression on his face. Was it of horror? Fear? Pity? "I believe ya," Hagrid said finally. "If you think these are memories, I believe ya. And if you ever want to talk about what you have seen, I'll try to help you." Harry met his gaze and found understanding, determination, purpose, and unyielding compassion. "Thanks, Hagrid." There was really nothing else he could say. "So, was his dream worse than the others?" Hagrid asked, knowing Harry probably needed to talk about it. "Yeah, the last time I had one this bad was about a year ago." "With the Dursleys?" Hagrid asked. Harry nodded. "What did you see tonight?" Hagrid asked. "Voldemort and his Death Eaters. He put this big green skull thing in the sky before." He took a breath, willing himself to continue. "They killed that whole family. I saw Malfoy's father. Lucius." "Yeah." Hagrid's face was a mixture of being livid, serious, and grim. "The Death Eaters are still here, aren't they?" Harry asked quietly. "I'm afraid some are, Harry." "They're waiting for him to return, aren't they?" Hagrid didn't answer, but by the look on his face, Harry knew the answer. "Is there anything else you need to tell me?" Hagrid asked. Well, actually, there's something else?" Hagrid asked. "I've sort of been having these, I suppose you could call them phase-outs." "Phase-outs. Sometimes I get these quick flashes of memories when I see something that I guess triggers them." Harry looked down. "I know what happened to Neville's parents. That was part of the reason I definitely decided to get to know him after helping him find his toad. When he got his toad back, and after that whole thing with Malfoy on the train we told you about, he introduced himself. When I heard his last name, I got this flash of this woman telling Voldemort that they had taken care of the Longbottoms, and that there were now 2 less Aurors. Yes, they were great Aurors, dark wizard catchers," Hagrid said sadly, exhaling shakily, the realization that Harry was really seeing Voldemort's memories, shaking him more than hearing his name ever could. "I've seen other things too," Harry said, progressing slowly and carefully, despite how much he just wanted to pour it all out. He had never been able to share this with anyone before. "Like what?" "Things from when he was a boy. He wasn't very good on a broom," Harry said, smiling a little. "Have you seen anything else?" "Just little things like some memories about his classes. Professor Binns has always been Boring. Hagrid chuckled at that, before clearing his throat. There was a long pause. Well, do you want anything? I'm gonna get a drink fair myself. No, I'm good, Harry said. Hagrid got up and went to some cabinets. When he came back, he found Harry sleeping soundly. Not having the heart to wake him, he instead retrieved a blanket and covered him. Your parents would be AWFLY proud of ya, he whispered, before quietly sitting back down, his eyes falling upon the lightning-shaped scar that seemed to gleam in the firelight. Where's he right now? Dumbledore asked. He's at Hagrid's at the moment. Right after he woke up, he seemed pretty determined to go to him. I figured there wasn't any harm in that, McGonagall said. Dumbledore stood up, his blue-starred robe and matching hat upon him. Did you look at the dormitory? He asked as they left his office. No, I knew you would want to be told as soon as possible. Dumbledore nodded. Right assumption. They headed to the Gryffindor Tower. I think we should see the damage done. I don't want to make Harry any more uncomfortable than he already is. I agree. They came to the dorms and gave a knock on the door before entering. Professor Dumbledore, Ron said, trying to keep his voice from shaking. He hadn't expected Harry to be back already, but upon quick observation, Ron and the others saw that Harry wasn't with them. The room was a little better. What little that could be properly repaired had been, but the curtains were beyond the repairabilities of first year, so they had folded them the best they could and put them aside. The beds were still in the positions they had been shaken to, which could only be noticed by the careful eye of someone like Dumbledore or McGonagall. Dumbledore took in the room, taking into account that Harry's friends had cleaned it up some. What kind of dream he must have had to cause this, Dumbledore thought, and what power he must possess. I thought it best that I come and talk to you all before allowing Harry to come back. What happened? He asked, instinctively looking to Ron. I woke up to a glass shaking and saw that Harry was having a nightmare. I tried to wake him up, but he just wouldn't. Right after most of this happened, he said, motioning to the gathered broken things and folded torn curtains. Neville then left to go get help. Harry was really upset when he woke up, sir. Ron finished, not wanting to tell exactly how upset. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said, stepping more into the room. He looked around, as if seeing more than what the others could, before pulling out his wand. With a few quick swishes, jabs, and some whispers, the room was transformed back to how it was. Ron and the other boys were dumbfounded. I suggest you four go ahead and sleep. Mr. Potter may or may not come back to sleep here tonight, Dumbledore said, dimming the lights, but catching the hesitancy from Ron and Neville. He has good friends, and he's going to need them, Dumbledore thought, before leaving with McGonagall as the boys reluctantly tucked themselves in. Hagrid heard them coming, so quietly got up and went outside. Professors, Hagrid greeted. How is he, Hagrid? McGonagall asked. Sleeping now, he said gruffly. Did he talk to you? McGonagall asked. Yeah, but he said he'd rather no one else know about what. Hagrid trailed off, looking at Dumbledore. Dumbledore put his hand up, not needing any other explanations. Harry trusts you, Hagrid. I'm not going to undermine what you have built with him, Dumbledore said. However, anything that you feel you can tell us would be appreciated. Of course, sir. Hagrid thought for a moment, trying to decide what he could tell them. I can't tell you the details, obviously, but these dreams are of a Serus nature, and I think I can safely tell you, without betraying Harry's wishes, that he's been having him for as long as he can remember. And the last one as bad as this happened over a year ago. Dumbledore gave a small nod. I think it would be best for Harry to stay here for the night. Doesn't really make much sense to wake him when morning will be here soon, Dumbledore said. That way also, you can keep an eye on him in case he has another nightmare, Hagrid. Minerva will tell his friends to bring a set of clothes tomorrow morning. Luckily, tomorrow is the weekend, so no classes to fall asleep in. Hagrid nodded as Dumbledore and McGonagall went back to the castle. Book 1, Part 6, Contemplation. Harry woke up to the smell of dog breath brushing against his face. He quickly sat up to find Fong resting his head on the couch cushion, looking at him. At first, he was at a loss for where he was, but then remembered everything. The nightmare, McGonagall, and the talk with Hagrid. "Hi, Fong," he said, standing up to stretch. Hagrid opened the door and entered. "Ah, good morning, Harry. Your friends are outside. Here, they brought ye this." Hagrid handed him a bag with clothes, his shoes, and wand at the bottom. Professor Dumbledore took the liberty of suggesting it. Ron did the packing. "Well, we'll be outside then. They're helping me with my little garden." Neville certainly knows his stuff. "Oh, and I told Hermione when she had come after Ron and Neville that ye had come earlier upon my request to help clean the Girderate. Just carry it out when you're ready." Hagrid pointed to the already done bucket next to the table. Harry smiled before Hagrid smiled back and left, shutting the door behind him. A moment later, Harry stepped out, pajama-free. He found Ron, Neville, and Hermione waiting for him with Hagrid. He could tell that Ron and Neville hadn't told Hermione. She didn't have the slight concern in her eyes like they did. "Hey," Harry said, trying not to look nervous as he carried the bucket over to them. "Where are we planting again?" Neville asked, rubbing his hands together. "Girderate," Harry answered, going along with Neville's show to convince Hermione. "It sort of looks like a green onion." "Huh?" For the rest of the day, Ron and Neville tried their best to act like their normal selves. Hermione had once thought she had seen concern on Neville's face when he had been looking at Harry, but she quickly reasoned it had been her imagination. Harry didn't know how it had happened, but the four of them had become friends. Hermione seemed to appreciate Harry's ability to handle Malfoy and his thugs and liked to discuss fascinating plans with Neville. And as for Ron, he wasn't that bad, and he was actually funny at times. Not that she'd ever tell him that. Hermione pushed Neville, as well as the others, forward in all of their classes, making them put forth more effort than what they would have initially without her constant prodding. Neville liked being wanted, to be frank, and helping others with the one thing, it seemed, that he was good at, herbology, filled him with purpose and belonging. He helped Ron the most, since Ron had a harder time with herbology than the others, but sometimes Ron would ask a question that would make him go look something up, making them all learn even more. Neville looked up to Harry in a way one looks up to an older brother. At first, he was beyond intimidated by Harry. Harry had a take-on-anything kind of personality, whereas Neville was the opposite, or at least was before he became one of Harry's friends. Now he felt he could at least face some things instead of none at all. Ron was the closest to Harry, and Harry was glad to know he had his back, especially now after the whole nightmare incident. Ever since he first met him on the train, he knew he was a vital ally to have. The way he stood his ground with Malfoy, even though he was taking a verbal beating, had not been overlooked by Harry. And having seen the memory concerning Fabian and Gideon, the brothers of Ron's mom, he felt a connection with Ron and his family, just like he felt with Neville after discovering what his parents had faced. Harry looked at his friends as they went to the Great Hall for dinner later and smiled. No other time in his life did everything feel more right than here, alongside his friends. Their dinner was nice, but afterwards, due to the minimal amount of sleep Harry, Neville, and Ron had the previous night, they were about to conk out in their seats. Hermione urged them forward towards Gryffindor Tower when they were done. However, perhaps due to their sluggish and slow progress, the stairs moved. Whoa! They clung to the rails as it continued around and finally came to a stop. Ron and Harry looked at Neville, finding him very green. "I don't feel good," he groaned. "Come on, let's get off. I don't think he can take another move like that," Harry said, grabbing Neville's right arm, Ron taking the other. They heaved him up, taking the half-dozen steps up to the only door, which Hermione opened, hoping they could take another route. Hermione leading the way, Ron looked around them. "Where are we?" They continued a little further, the floor and walls covered in dust and cobwebs. "Oh no, this is the third-floor corridor," Hermione breathed. "Let's go," Harry said, already turning Neville around, whose face was flush. They began to turn, but saw Mrs. Norris, the cat, blocking their path, footsteps approaching from somewhere beyond her. "Filch! This is it," Ron moaned, Harry now pulling them away from Norris to go down the corridor, seeing that Hermione had run ahead to find an escape route. She came upon a door and rattled the handle, trying to open the door as they caught up to her. "We're done for. This is the end," Ron nearly howled. "No, it's not," Hermione said, pulling out her wand. "Alohomora!" The door opened, and they thankfully charged in. Pressing their ears against the door, they heard Filch talk to Mrs. Norris before giving a sigh and leaving. "That was close," Ron said, turning around. "Oh, doggy." The others turned as well, finding a doggy with 3 heads. None of them had ever gotten out of a room so fast. They slammed that door and bolted to the Gryffindor Tower, previous tiredness and queasiness forgotten thanks to adrenaline. What do they think they're doing, keeping a thing like that locked up in a school? "Ron, didn't you notice what was standing on?" "No, I wasn't looking at its feet. I was too busy looking at its heads. Or maybe you didn't notice, there were 3. Hermione cracked a smile. "What?" he asked, still trying to catch his breath, especially after his outburst. "You're pretty entertaining when you're stressed." "Oh, glad you're enjoying my discomfort," he replied sarcastically. Hermione hid her next smile and looked to Harry and Neville, who were both smiling behind Ron's back. "Okay, so what was it standing on?" "Oh, observant one," Ron asked. "And you better not say the floor or I'll hex you." "A trapdoor." "You're sure?" Harry asked, stepping up beside Ron. "Yeah," she said. "That dog's guarding something." "I wonder what it is," Neville said. "It's either really valuable or really dangerous," Ron said. "Or both," Harry added. "Well, whatever's down there, the next time we have the choice to run or face Filch, let's pick the latter," Hermione said, turning towards her dorm. "I don't know. Hermione, I've heard some things about Filch from my brothers." "I think we made the right choice," Ron said. The others raised their eyebrows, but decided to just let it go. They were now too tired to discuss the topic further. Bidding Hermione good night, the boys went to their dorm. Harry was dreading having to face Dean and Seamus as they went up the stairs. He was fine with Neville and Ron knowing he occasionally had nightmares, but Dean and Seamus? Dean and Seamus were on their beds, looking over charms. They looked up at Harry and gave uneasy but slightly reassuring half-smiles as Neville shut the door behind him. "Are you doing better, Harry?" Seamus asked. Yeah. I'm sorry you had to see that." Harry was stumped as to what to really say. "It's cool. We've all used accidental magic before, Harry. It's why we're all here," Dean said, trying to reassure him. "I made my half-brother spew orange juice out his ears before," he continued, rather proudly Ron thought. "And don't worry, Harry. Whatever happens in this room, stays in this room," Seamus said. Harry smiled, relieved and grateful. "Thanks. I really appreciate that," he said, welcoming the possibility of 2 more friends. They all then jumped into their beds, a blissful and undisturbed sleep welcoming them. The weekend went quickly, and before they knew it, they were at breakfast, getting ready to go to their next class. Looking up, Harry and the others saw an owl swoop down and drop a rather large package in front of Harry. Picking it up, Harry found a little note on it. "Do not open the parcel at the table. It contains your new Nimbus 2000, but I don't want everybody knowing you've got one or they'll all want one. Oliver Wood will meet you tonight on the Quidditch field at 7 o'clock for your first training session. Professor M. McGonagall." Harry showed the note to his friends who gaped. After breakfast, the 4 of them could hardly wait to get to the tower to open it. Even Hermione was excited for Harry. Going down one of the many halls, they found Malfoy and his buds blocking their path. Ron and Neville were on either side of Harry, and Hermione was a little behind him. "What have you got there?" Draco asked. Harry could tell he was trying to make a show for Crabbe and Goyle, especially since Harry had unintentionally made a fool of him a few days ago by catching that Remembrall and then becoming the youngest Seeker in a century. Harry hoped the little progress he had made with Draco hadn't been ruined because of that, though Harry was beginning to doubt whether his influence really mattered. "A Nimbus 2000, since you asked," Harry replied calmly. "Oh, really? I thought first years weren't allowed brooms," he retorted, moving forward. I suppose there are exceptions to everything, but maybe now, since I have this, they'll change the rules soon, Harry said, keeping his cool, just as Malfoy snatched it. You could go ahead and open it for me if you want. Save me the trouble, Harry said, not trying to grab it back as Malfoy started to tear it open. Malfoy stopped and narrowed his eyes. Not arguing, I hope, boys. Professor Flitwick squeaked by Ron's elbow, probably having seen Malfoy's glare. I was just showing Malfoy my new broomstick. Professor, we have been wondering if the first-year rule would be changed now since I'll be playing Seeker, Harry said. Ah, Professor McGonagall told me all about the special circumstances, Potter. What model is it? He asked, ignoring Potter's comment on rule changes. A Nimbus 2000, sir, Harry said, seeing the jealousy all over Draco's face. Very nice, well, best be off if things degrade, he said, heading off. What model do you have at home, Malfoy? Ron asked, trying to match Harry's carefree attitude, while at the same time honestly being curious. A Comet 260, he replied. What do you have, a shooting star? Ron narrowed his eyes, knowing Draco had said that as an insult. Shooting stars were specifically made to be affordable for less well-to-do families, while still being good enough to ride for sport, meaning that if you had one, it was because you couldn't afford anything else. Not exactly a bad thing, but to the Malfoys it was. Harry didn't know this, but saw the effect it had on his friend and went into action. He stepped forward, his face just a foot from Malfoy's, and snatched his broomstick back. Why can't we come to an understanding, Draco? I show you respect, you return it. Putting down my friends with sneaky little comments is anything but. You don't see me mocking your two buddies who seem to only be with you because of your surname and wealth, Harry said, for the first time revealing a tad of his anger. Yeah, like your friends aren't with you because of your name, he spat. For your information, Draco, they befriended me before they even knew my name, Harry stated. Harry took a step back with his half-open broom package, resting on his left shoulder and holding it with his left hand. You could be so much more than you are, Malfoy, but instead you're going to waste your time with hatred, greed, and power. And if you say, I don't know what I'm talking about, just remember that I met the individual who founded his life on those things, and look where that got him. Like I told you Friday, you always have options, and only you can truly decide which to take. Harry then gave a parting nod to Draco and his pals, his green eyes laced with sincerity and his expression solemn. Draco's eyes blazed with a mixture of defiance and defeat. Harry now knew, without a doubt, there was a struggle within Draco, and one he had initialized. With that, Harry led his friends around Draco and his Neanderthals, the whole time keeping his right hand secretly poised to retrieve his wand. Dumbledore reclined back in his chair, thinking about a great deal of many things, someone in particular being in the center. It was now Halloween, and like his students, he could hardly believe they were already 2 months into the school year. From the first day of term, Dumbledore had noticed how quickly Harry's 3 friends had come to him, and he found it slightly odd how even Neville had become one of them, though he was glad of it. Hearing things from the gossip chain, he knew Neville's grandmother had often admitted how Neville was not like his father, and that he lacked confidence, ability, and courage. I wonder what she's going to think when she hears the boy who lived has taken him under his wing. Dumbledore asked himself in amusement. It was obvious that Harry had a soft spot for Neville, very similar to what an older brother has for a tentative younger brother. He couldn't count how many times Harry said something to Neville in the Great Hall, and see Neville nod in agreement and improve confidence. Harry gave Neville exactly what he needed most, belonging and encouragement. The staff kept him informed of how Harry was doing. How could they not when Harry and his friends were excelling in all their classes, and for the most part, even potions? Dumbledore, of course, knew how Snape felt about Harry's father, and though those feelings had passed down to Harry, he was surprised that those feelings hadn't hindered Potter or his friends learning of potions, for the most part. Through the mighty grapevine of Hogwarts, which included the students, ghosts, portraits, and professors, Dumbledore had learned what had happened in that first potions lesson. Harry had utterly surprised Snape, knowing when and when not to speak. And though Dumbledore knew Snape would always resent anyone with Potter for a last name, he was certain the hostility had dimmed, if ever so slightly, thanks to Harry's odd approach. With all that Dumbledore had gathered, Harry's approach was simple and subtle. Show respect and submission in most situations, but then reveal confidence and boldness when necessary. Dumbledore paused as he realized Harry's strategy. Why does he do this? Is it from growing up in his aunt and uncle's house? Or is it from something more? Dumbledore shook himself, continuing on in his thoughts. It seemed to Dumbledore and his staff that Harry and his friends had a system when concerning their classes. When one of them was gifted in a subject, they would help the others, and when one was struggling, the others would focus their attention to assist. Dumbledore knew they didn't actually do this on purpose, but that it just happened that way, a perfect balance they had conceived in the first few weeks of term, and each had a part. Harry was the head, and perhaps the inspiration for the others to do their best. He also was the one who acted as their protector. Dumbledore knew things went on between the Slytherins and the Gryffindors. They always had, but he got a strange feeling that something else was going on, Potter the source. Dumbledore had recently caught a few subtle glances Draco had given Harry when he thought Harry wasn't looking, the hatred not as evident as what he had expected to see from a Malfoy. Instead, there was confusion, uncertainty, and maybe contemplation. He had also been told by Professor Flitwick that the day Harry had gotten his broom, he and his friends had run into Malfoy and his two constant companions. Apparently, nothing was the matter, and Harry was just having a conversation with the rich Slytherin. However, Dumbledore was sure there had been more going on than just that. Hermione seemed to be the enforcer, reminding the others when they needed to get back on track, and the one who figured things out when none of the others had a clue. Dumbledore chuckled to himself, remembering just earlier that day, Professor Flitwick had told him how Hermione had gotten them to focus on their making objects fly lesson by making her feather attack one of theirs. Neville was the quiet, hesitant one, but it was clear that he trusted Harry enough to do what Harry told him, even if he was unsure. Dumbledore had seen that little scene with the Remembrall in the Great Hall and quietly marveled at how Harry had handled it, and how Neville followed Harry's lead. And then it had been Neville who had banged on McGonagall's door to get help when Harry had that nightmare. McGonagall later told Dumbledore how fearful Neville had been, but it wasn't fear for himself, but for Harry. Neville had changed from that awkward, clumsy boy who had tripped on his way to the Sorting Hat to a boy who was loyal and supportive. Not like his father. He's nothing, but just needed some help getting there, Dumbledore muttered. Ron was definitely the comic relief and the rare source of educational inspiration, coming up with oddball questions that would make one of the others find something useful. Dumbledore also gathered that Ron was Harry's direct support. When Dumbledore and McGonagall had entered that room after Harry's nightmare, it was clear who had been leading the cleanup and who had taken control. And when Dumbledore had asked what happened, Ron had laid it out for him plain and simple, while at the same time keeping certain things about Harry to himself, such as exactly how upset Harry had been. Ron had also been the one to pack the set of clothes for Harry the next day. Hagrid had told him that. Yes, Harry certainly has made good friends, Dumbledore thought. Dumbledore sighed, other things coming to mind. Hagrid, surprisingly, hadn't let anything important slip, but what he had gotten from him was still troubling. He could only imagine what kind of nightmare would result someone with magic to cause that much accidental disturbance. When he had initially been told of what had happened, he had assumed some things had been rattled, maybe a few things broken, but not what he found. It had affected the whole room, and later, some people had come to Professor McGonagall asking what had been going on the night before because they could have sworn their room had been shaking for a moment. After hearing that from at least 4 people, each in separate rooms, Dumbledore realized Harry's accidental magic had reached over half of Gryffindor Tower in some way. They blamed the disturbance on a few ghosts, which, after being told of the situation, gladly agreed to take the blame. McGonagall had told him of Harry's condition when he left the room, There was no doubt he had been brought to tears because of his dream, and his set determination to get to Hagrid's had also been surprising. What happened before term between the boy who lived and the grounds keeper to cause such trust? Dumbledore continued to dwell on the subject, running the things Hagrid had told him that night and afterwards around in his head. He knew it had to be extremely serious. Hagrid had never been that serious before in his life when he told him, and had never kept a secret so well guarded. He was certain a nightmare was at least linked with what had happened that night years ago. With such a powerful curse, there were bound to be long-lasting effects, most, if not all, unpleasant. He had had a long discussion with McGonagall about what should be done to try to prevent incidents like that night in the dormitory from happening again. Minerva had suggested the dreamless sleep potion, but the prospect of making Harry drink that every night was anything but convenient. Not only would it mean for Snape constantly having to brew the potion, but it would probably make Harry feel even more out of place. And how would Harry respond to the suggestion of him drinking a potion every night before bed? Dumbledore doubted he would immediately consent, though if he'd been having those dreams for as long as he could remember, would he be grateful for the freedom of nightmares? But what about dreams? Good dreams? And what about when Harry returned to the Durleys? Dumbledore doubted they would allow jugs of the potion to enter their house. And though the research on the dependency on the potion had been looked into and was promising, should they take the risk? What if he forgot to take it one night? And because he had grown accustomed to not having to deal with such intense dreams, he had a terrible nightmare that rivaled all the others due to the previous oppression. Dumbledore sighed, shaking his head absently, pushing away all of those excuses and forcing himself to face the real reason for not wanting Harry to go on the dreamless sleep potion. What if Harry needed to wake up one night, but he couldn't wake up due to the potion? Was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore willing to take the chance? Was he willing to take the guilt and blame if something were to happen? Was he willing to risk the dire consequences of such an event? No, not with everything that had happened, not with everything that was at stake. If it cost Hogwarts a few nights of shaking floors and walls, if it cost him a few interrupted nights of needing to repair a dormitory, and if it even cost Harry and his dorm mates a few nights of little or no sleep, then so be it. He paused, looking at the time. Dinner time, he stated. Book 1, Part 7, Busy Halloween. Harry, could you pass the bowl of potatoes? Fred asked. He did so, pumpkins and Halloween decorations all over the Great Hall. They had fallen into a nice routine, and with Harry's Quidditch practices, his friends would take any homework and do it there. Harry had grown accustomed to the rising memories and feelings, and took them as they came. They were occasionally helpful, since they sometimes gave a review or a preview of lesson topics. They had also proven their usefulness in giving him a feel for whom most everyone was, or at least who their families were. And as for the more violent memories, he stomached those the best he could, often having to privately center himself before going into any classroom with the Slytherins. So, have you guys heard what happened? George asked, leaning in. What? Ron asked, obviously curious. Do you see Draco anywhere? Fred asked slyly. Harry glanced at the Slytherin table and found that Crabbe and Goyle were without their leader. Where is he? Harry asked. Well, apparently, Marcus Flint had suggested doing something to you, Harry. And Draco said something like he'd rather not waste his time with something that trivial. Flint then accused Draco of having no nerve, and he is shaming the Malfoy name. And Draco has now been avoiding most of the other Slytherins, George finished. I saw him in the bathroom. Before he knew I was there, he had been pacing, muttering under his breath, Fred said. Harry and his friends glanced at each other, their eyebrows rising slightly. Why do you think he would do that? Ron asked. Though, our run-ins with him recently have been short and less troublesome, now that I think about it. Ron was right. Things had seemed to have at least leveled out. There was this odd understanding between Harry and Draco now, ever since Harry's seriously direct statements to him weeks prior during the shooting star incident. Harry had also been making sure he always somehow acknowledged Draco and his buddies when they came around, usually by a short, respectful nod, which Draco and his companions surprisingly returned. For right now, their understanding involved something along the lines of, "Show me no reason to trouble you, and I will do the same." Harry zeroed in on his plate, thinking as he suddenly got the urge to look up at the high table. Quirrell, where's Quirrell? Harry asked himself. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell came bolting through the doors and ran up to Dumbledore. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," he puffed, before promptly fainting. Dumbledore immediately took control of the panicked students, issuing orders. In a matter of seconds, they were all on their way to their dormitories. "How could a troll get in?" Harry asked, following the rest of the Gryffindors. "Don't ask me. They're supposed to be really stupid," Ron said. "Maybe Peeves let it in for a Halloween joke," Hermione suggested. "I wouldn't put it past him," Neville said. Harry suddenly stopped and grabbed Ron in Neville's arms, Hermione nearly bumping into him from behind. "I've just thought, Draco." "What about him?" "He doesn't know about the troll. He's probably still in the bathroom." "You cannot be serious, Harry," Ron said, but knew he was. "Come on," he said, leading them back the way they came, blending in with the other scurrying students before hurrying off to a deserted side corridor and to the boys' restroom. Stopping, they peeked around the corner, having heard something hard and solid being dragged across the floor a ways down the corridor as they saw a troll exit the girls' bathroom, go down the hall, and enter the boys'. "Oh no," Harry breathed as they ran forward. "Wands out," Harry ordered, just as they heard a loud crash and a blood-curdling scream. "Malfoy!" They charged into the bathroom, Hermione ignoring the boys' sign on the door and joining them. Harry was first, closely followed by Ron and Neville, and then Hermione. The bathroom was very long, easily fitting over a dozen stalls on the right wall, sinks lining the other. The troll was in the middle, facing the ruined stalls he had just destroyed with his club, wood and porcelain everywhere, water quickly joining the rubble. Draco was squirming on the floor several yards in front of them, his leg in a not-so-cool position. Harry quickly assumed Draco had tried to hide in one of the now destroyed stalls and had gotten hit in the leg and had been flung up and to the floor. "Rictus Sempra," Harry shouted as the troll turned towards them, raising its club. The troll giggled a little and took a step back. Harry gave a quick look to the others. "Rictus Sempra," the four of them shouted together, hitting the troll and causing it to go into fits of laughter, making it take several strides back towards the back wall, adding a much more comfortable distance between them. Ron eyed the club before yelling, "Wingardium Leviosa!" The club flew up, but having come from the shaking hand of its owner, the club went careening off to the side to hit and smash a toilet. "Come on, let's get Draco out of here," Harry shouted, running forward, the troll's giggling fit slowly subsiding as he leaned against the back wall and stall. Ron took Draco's left arm, and as Harry was about to take his right, the troll suddenly roared. "Rictus Sempra!" Neville and Hermione shouted together, but from either anger or troll adrenaline, it had no effect at all. The troll faced them, its eyes setting on them dangerously. "Get Draco out!" Harry boomed as he took 2 strides forward, stepping between Draco and the now advancing troll. The troll moved forward at an alarming speed, and its face was terrifying as Neville took Draco's right arm and pulled with Ron. All the while, the troll's footsteps shook the floor, and Draco's pain-filled cries barely registered as they began dragging him back. The troll was just a few feet away, its fists clenched, when Harry thrust his wand forward and shouted the first spell that came into his head, putting as much power as he could behind it. "Ardesco!" A flash of blinding red light filled the whole room as something huge shot out of Harry's wand. The solid mass of flames and magic hit the troll directly on its chest. Bang! The moment it hit, it exploded, whamming the troll back hard. The troll flew back and slammed into the back wall with such a force, The small windows near the ceiling cracked, mirrors shattered, and the floor trembled. Ron and Neville stopped pulling Draco. Seeing what Harry had just done, the whole front of the troll now charred, blackened, and burned, a circle nearly engraved into it where the spell had struck. Hermione went forward, Draco in shock and pain. Kneeling beside his broken leg, she aimed her wand. "This will help with the pain," she said, waving the wand over his leg as she whispered, "Indolentia." Draco exhaled slowly as the pain subsided a great deal, Ron and Neville now easing him completely back to the floor as they all looked to Harry. Harry turned slightly, his right side facing them, the tip of his wand smoking slightly. "Let's get him to the hospital wing," Harry said, breaking the silence. Hermione stood up, giving a nod, and waved her wand again, mobila corpus. At that, Draco floated up like he was on an invisible stretcher, just as the bathroom door burst open, several professors charging in. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Quirrell ran down the hall, hearing the roars and then a bang from the boys' bathroom that shook the whole hall. Barging into the room, ready for a fight, they found what they least expected. The smell of burned flesh and hair assaulted their noses as their eyes settled upon the ruined bathroom. The Trolls Club was in a partly shattered toilet, and wood and water was everywhere. Several of the mirrors over the sinks were broken, especially the mirrors closer to the far wall, where a motionless mountain troll now was. They paused, taking in 3 Gryffindors around a levitated, injured Slytherin, another Gryffindor standing between that group of students and a troll beyond help. The professors were utterly dumbfounded as most of the students turned to face them, Draco trying to. Harry turned around completely, looking to each professor. Flitwick was staring at Harry, glancing at his still, smoking wand tip, the troll's body beyond it. McGonagall pursed her lips into a fine white line. Ron gulped, thinking they were in big trouble. Snape looked murderous, probably wondering how one from his house had gotten into this, and why he was the only one hurt. Dumbledore looked calm and collected, but his eyes were calculating and had a flicker of astonishment and surprise. Harry then looked beyond Dumbledore and to Quirrell. He met Quirrell's eyes and suddenly got the feeling that Quirrell was trying to somehow look into him. Harry must have panicked as he focused his mind, because a quick stab of pain jabbed his scar for a split second as a solid image came into his mind, different than the memories, but unnervingly similar. A red stone. The picture was there and gone the next, causing him to nearly sway on his feet. "Severus, take Mr. Malfoy to the hospital wing," Dumbledore said suddenly, stepping forward and going to Harry. "Yes, headmaster," Snape said, swiftly going to Draco, Neville, Hermione, and Ron stepping back. "Professor, I performed the pain relief charm, Indolentia, on him," Hermione said, wincing a little as she looked back at Draco's leg. "Thank you for informing us of that," Professor Flitwick squeaked, surprised the first year had performed such a spell, but then went back to wondering what spell Potter had used against the troll to cause that. Definitely a spell beyond a first year. "I'll be sure to tell Madame Pomfrey, Ms. Granger," Snape stated flatly, leaving the room with Draco. Harry suddenly did not feel good, and felt even worse as he looked back up to Quirrell, part of him hoping that Garlicky Man would just disappear. He was getting a headache, as if someone was chiseling away up there, and he couldn't help but lifting his left hand up to his head. He then realized Dumbledore was beside him, feeling his hand on his shoulder. "I think it best you 4 come with me to talk in a less distracting atmosphere," he said. "Minerva, make the rounds of the dormitories, tell everyone the threat has been handled. Professor Flitwick, Professor Quirrell, you may go. I'm sure there are things you need to have done for your classes. And don't worry, Professor Quirrell, that troll is not going to be getting up again," he said. Quirrell nodded uncertainly before turning and leaving, as if thankful he had been dismissed. Flitwick gave one last glance at the Gryffindors, his eyes resting back on Harry for a moment before giving Dumbledore a nod and leaving behind Quirrell. McGonagall exhaled, her lips still thin as she too left. The moment the door closed behind them, Harry felt the pounding in his head fade and his suspicions of Quirrell rise. He released a breath he didn't even know he had been holding as he was guided out by Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and Neville joining them. The journey to the headmaster's office went by fast, and the trip up the spiral staircase whirled by. They entered his office, seeing the odd gizmos and strange objects all over the place. Ron looked over at Harry as they sat down, Dumbledore calling forth extra chairs for Neville and Hermione. Well, I must say, finding the four of you victorious over a fully grown mountain troll was a nice surprise. I'm curious, how did all of this happen? He asked, his eyes twinkling as he looked at them all. Well, sir, we had heard rumors that Malfoy was having trouble within his house, and that he was in the boys' bathroom, avoiding certain Slytherins, Ron began. Yeah, and then when we were all heading to the dormitories after Professor Quirrell warned about the troll, Harry said, Neville continued, being cut off by Hermione. That Draco must still be in the restroom, and that we needed to warn him because he didn't know about the troll. And then we saw the troll leaving the girls' bathroom and go into the boys', Ron continued. And then Harry said to get our wands out, and we ran in. They continued to tell what happened, but when it came to the part where Harry blasted the troll, they all fell silent, suddenly realizing Harry had yet to say anything. Harry, Ron asked, finding Harry resting his elbow on the armrest and pressing 2 fingers on a scar, looking very focused. Harry's scar was tingling with the same pins and needles one feels after a limb falls asleep, his mind showing glimpses of something odd. A forest, dark and lush, was before him, shadows and figures moving before him. Finally, after searching for what felt far too long, his eyes rested upon something beyond the brush. A unicorn. Harry was suddenly knocked out of it by a firm hand on his shoulder, Ron's hand. Hey, Harry, you still with us? He asked playfully. Yeah, I'm here, he said, trying to sound convincing, more for himself than for the others. Dumbledore's eyes rested on him for a moment. Harry couldn't place the emotion that passed through them. Harry, what spell did you use? Dumbledore asked. Ardesco, he answered shyly, catching Hermione's eyes widen in astonishment, bewilderment, and surprise, all at the same time. Dumbledore's eyebrows, however, only went up ever so slightly. That's a very advanced spell. Harry, where did you learn it? I don't know, in a book somewhere, I guess. All I did was yell out the first offensive spell that came into my head and put everything I could behind it. I was defending my friends, so at the time it was an easy thing to do. It was that or get clobbered by a smelly monster, Harry said simply, his head clearing. I see, and I'm glad you did, as I'm sure your friends and Mr. Malfoy are as well, Dumbledore said. Can we visit Draco? Harry asked suddenly. That, for some reason, seemed to surprise Dumbledore more than the use of that spell, but he nodded. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey would allow people to visit him tomorrow, he said, before looking to the others. Because of the 4 of your actions, I award 50 points to Gryffindor for coming to the aid of another student. This resulted all 4 Gryffindors to break out into full grins. Thanks, sir, Ron said. Dumbledore gave a half smile before speaking again. The 3 of you may go to your dorms. I have some things I must discuss with Harry. Hermione, Neville, and Ron stood up. You can wait for Harry in the Gryffindor common room if you wish, he added, seeing Harry's friends hesitate. All right, good night, Professor, they said, leaving, the door shutting behind them. Dumbledore reclined back in his chair, his eyes resting on the door for a moment before looking to Harry. Harry fidgeted, and then Harry suddenly felt it again, the same feeling he had gotten from Quirrell, only this time it was a little different. It wasn't exactly intrusive, but it wasn't invited either. Harry reacted the same way he had all the times before. He centered, inwardly calming himself. It stopped. Harry, do you know what a clemency is? Dumbledore asked after a moment. Occlumency, sir, Harry asked, slowly meeting his eyes behind those half-moon spectacles. "It's a defense of the mind," Dumbledore answered. "Sir, why are you telling me this?" Harry asked, not exactly following, but not being completely lost either. "Harry, you know a clemency, naturally it seems," he said, his voice revealing some of his curiosity and amazement. "You mean that's what I've been doing when I calm myself down?" Harry asked. "It would seem so." "Harry, when did you start doing this?" he asked. "Well, I suppose I started doing it after I realized it calmed me down after your dreams," Dumbledore provided. "Yeah." There was a short silence before Harry spoke again. "How do you know I can do a clemency?" Harry asked. "Because of my position, it is my responsibility to know the magic levels of my students. I don't go digging around or anything. That wouldn't be appropriate, obviously. I just graze over students occasionally." "Oh, and I apologize, Harry. Just before I started this conversation with you, I did a little more than just graze with you. I did so to confirm my suspicions, and they were confirmed when I didn't get past your defenses." "Oh, well, at least I'll know what's happening when I get that feeling again," Harry said, seeing the sincerity in Dumbledore's eyes. "Have you felt that feeling before?" he asked. "Yeah, a few times, but they were a little more aggressive, I suppose." "Why?" "Harry, I don't want to alarm you, but I think if I didn't warn you, it would be a serious risk. There's a threat a little too close for comfort at the moment, and I want you to come to me if you feel threatened, ever." "All right, sir. I will," Harry said, trying not to let the warning unnerve him. "Harry, pardon my curiosity, but like a cat, it seems I cannot help it," he said as he pushed a little bowl of candy towards him and grabbed one for himself. "Lemon drop?" "Thanks." Harry took one. "But it seems your dreams are at least mildly serious." "I'm sorry, sir. I thought I had them under control." Dumbledore cut him short by raising a hand. "I'm not angry with you, Harry. One does not have control over their dreams. If one did, I doubt you would be allowing yourself to have ones like those." Harry said nothing, but waited. "I'm glad you talked with Hagrid, and he has kept your secrets, so you have nothing to worry about there," he said with a smile. "Do you want me to tell you?" Harry asked simply, his voice neutral. Harry wasn't sure if he would tell him, but Hagrid seemed to trust him, and with Hagrid saying, "Great man, Dumbledore," all the time, there was no doubt he thought he was great too. "Only if you want to. I'm not here to force you to do anything." "Sir, don't take this the wrong way, but right now having Hagrid know is enough for me," Harry said after a moment of thought. Dumbledore gave an understanding nod. "Sir, does Hagrid know what happened?" he asked. I'm sure McGonagall told him, but I'm sure he'd like to hear the full story from you," he said, his eyes twinkling. Harry smiled, understanding that to be a dismissal of sorts, and departed. Hagrid heard the knock at his door. It was dusk, and Hagrid had been told that Harry and his friends had been taken to the headmaster's office to talk about what had happened. McGonagall had told him everything she could, Hagrid nearly begging to be told every detail, and asking if Harry and the others were all right. Potter used a powerful spell against that troll, Hagrid. I've never known a first year doing anything like that, but he did it. There was still smoke coming from the tip of his wand when we arrived, she had said, before he went to dispose of the troll corpse. Hagrid and Filch had gone into the destroyed bathroom. Some of the other professors had helped with the cleanup already, but the troll was still there. Harry did that, Hagrid had thought, finding the large shard circle and all over burned troll. Even Filch looked surprised. Hagrid got up from his chair and opened the door. "Harry, come on in," he bellowed. Harry went in, suddenly remembering that his friends were waiting for him in the common room. He decided to make this quick. "Are you all right?" Hagrid asked, sitting down across from him. Harry nodded. "Professor McGonagall told me what happened." "Blimey, Harry yet took down a fully grown mountain troll," he said, unable to hold his excitement. "How'd you do it?" "Well, that's part of the reason I came here tonight. I don't really know how I did it. I just shouted the first spell I could think of." "Harry, McGonagall told me it was a high-level spell, Most adults would have trouble with a kind of spell like that. I know, he muttered. But Hagrid, it was one of the spells I saw used against one of the Death Eaters in my dreams. I had that dream a long time ago, and just today remembered that I had dreamed it after I shouted that spell. So you're unknowingly learning them? Hagrid asked. After seeing some of Riddle's earlier memories, I found myself pretty much instantly knowing how to do those spells he was trying. So, I guess. Did you tell Professor Dumbledore? He asked. No. Well, I think if anything else happens, yes should, Hagrid said. Okay, I will. I don't know. Just having you know is enough right now. Besides, I don't know how he would treat me after he knew. I don't want to be treated differently. I hate attention and get more than enough already. Hagrid chuckled. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Professor Dumbledore also told me that I know a clemency, Harry said after a moment. You're a natural occlumens? Crikey, you're full of surprises, Harry, Hagrid said. Harry gave a half-felt smile. That's a good thing, Harry. You know, Harry raised an eyebrow. Fine, Voldemort was an expert legilimens, one who can see into people's minds. Are there other legilimens? Harry asked suddenly. Yeah, sure. Dumbledore is one, and I'm sure Snape is as well. Why? I've just, a few times this year, I guess you could say, I've felt someone trying to look at my mind. I thought I was just being paranoid when it happened, or that a weird feeling from a memory was coming on. Do you get those often? Hagrid asked, referring to the feeling of a memory coming on. Not a lot, but they've sort of told me who to watch out for, if you know what I mean. I do, Hagrid said. Harry paused, going through his head if there was anything else, before remembering that there was. There's something else, Hagrid, and it's probably nothing, but I think I should tell you, since I suppose it was a memory of sorts. All right, Harry. When the professors came in and I looked at Quirrell, my scar hurt for a second, and I got a picture of this redstone, but it only lasted for about a second. And then in the headmaster's office, I sort of zoned out for a moment, and I saw this dark forest and a unicorn behind some brush. Harry paused, realizing how quiet it had suddenly gotten, before realizing Hagrid was very still and probably not breathing. Am I being ridiculous? Harry asked, not sure how to take Hagrid's silence. No, you're not ridiculous. It's just, is it important? Harry asked, slightly in disbelief. Very important, Harry. Don't tell anyone about that stone. It's dangerous. Why? Harry asked. That stone is powerful. A lot of people would want to get their hands on it. If certain people knew you saw it, even in your head. All right, Hagrid, but what is it? The stone, I mean. Hagrid sighed, and for a moment Harry thought he wasn't going to answer, but then he did. It's called the Sorcerer's Stone. It makes the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. I only told ya, so ya would understand why it must be kept secret. Also, I know how ya and your friends are. Ya lot would figure it out anyway. I'm just Savon. Yeah, the trouble and Savon, yeah, for being found out. Hagrid paused as Harry thought back to the day they went to Gringotts and the small package Hagrid took. Harry gasped. You mean that's the thing? From Gringotts? Was someone try to steal it? You're very perceptive, Harry, Hagrid said, a mixture of pride and worry coming through his words. Yeah. Harry closed his eyes, shaking his head. Don't tell me that three-headed dog is the one guarding it, Harry muttered. How do you know about Fluffy? Hagrid's eyes growing wide. Harry would have laughed if it hadn't been so serious. We sort of stumbled onto it. Neville got sick from the stairs moving, and we needed to get off before he lost his dinner. We were going to try a different route. When we realized we were in the third-floor corridor, we tried to leave, but then Mrs. Norris was blocking our path, and Filch was coming. We sort of panicked. Oh, well, I never liked that cat. Book 1, Part 8. Erased. Harry returned to the common room sometime later, to the relief of his friends, and told them most of what had happened, excluding the part of Voldemort's memories being the reason why he knew the spell, but he did include some parts about the stone. At first, he wasn't going to tell them about the stone, but after some thought, he decided they deserved to know why Fluffy was there, and he knew they would keep this secret. Besides, Hagrid seemed to be implying that he and his friends would have figured it anyways. So didn't that mean Hagrid assumed Harry would tell his friends? Harry also felt that he needed his friends in the know, at least to some degree, if anything were to happen. He didn't know why he felt so strongly about this, but he knew he needed his friends on the same page with him on this. He just hoped Hagrid would understand this when he told him that he had included his friends in on this secret. Harry then hesitantly told them of being an Occlumens, but he knew they should know someone was picking at him. He didn't tell who he thought it was, because at this point it was just speculation, and he didn't want Mr. I Stutterin' Smell Like You Swam in Garlic Butt Ken Poke in Your Head Quirrell to somehow realize Harry was onto him. He then told them Dumbledore's warning. That had resulted in Neville's voice cracking and Ron's face losing pigment. Hermione just looked serious, and before they went to bed, they had a moment of serious discussion, mainly about how they would keep an eye out for anything odd. The next day, rumors and discussion were going among their peers as to what exactly happened with the troll, only knowing that Harry and his friends had stopped it. "When do you want to go visit Draco?" Neville asked after taking a few bites. "After breakfast, I think," Harry said. "All right, but let's go in cautiously. We have no clue how he's going to be, grateful or murderous," Ron said. Draco hated the taste of these potions. They tasted worse than spoiled milk. Crabbe and Goyle hadn't visited, not that he cared. After Flint had said those things, they went to the Power, just like Potter said. He sighed, confused, angry, and bewildered. What was he going to do now? Could he somehow regain the authority he once had in Slytherin? Probably not, he reasoned. I got saved by none other than Potter and 3 other Gryffindors. I'll be lucky if I don't get laughed out of Slytherin. What is my dad going to do? They've had to have told him. "Mr. Malfoy, you have visitors," Madame Pomfrey said. She stepped aside, and in came Harry and his 3 companions. Pomfrey then left to her office, giving the children a nod before going. Harry and the others approached the bed, Draco just staring. "Draco, you doing better?" Harry asked. Draco grunted. "Good. Well, we just came to see how you were doing," Harry said simply, taking a step back to leave. "Potter," Draco said quickly, but then looked away. "Yeah?" Harry asked aside to him. Draco seemed to be thinking either that or collecting himself enough to speak, probably both. After a moment, he held out his hand for a shake. Harry took it, inwardly surprised and pleased, as Draco gave a solid, respectful nod. Harry returned it before releasing Draco's hand and beginning to leave, but came to a sudden halt a few paces from the bed. Harry turned slightly. "Draco," Harry said, a little uncertainly. "Potter." Harry paused, making up his mind. "Is it true that you kept the troll at bay with a mirror and a fire spell?" Harry asked, giving a meaningful look. "No? Well, I'm sure the truth is far more interesting than that, if you catch my meaning." A mischievous half-smile crossed Malfoy's face as the 4 Gryffindors left the room. Draco's story of how he held off the troll, until the 4 Gryffindors came to finish it, had grown into an epic by dinner time. Harry gave a nod and a sly smile as he walked past the now-healed Draco in the Great Hall. Crabbe and Goyle were once again beside him, listening intently to how he had levitated a broken toilet seat over the troll's head and crowned it before the troll lost its temper and swung its club. Draco continued his story, saying that he had to jump over the club, but that because of the size of the club, it had clipped his leg, hence why he had been in the hospital wing. "Harry, did Draco really do those things?" Fred asked as he finished his roast beef. "I don't know. I wasn't there till later, but I did see part of a broken toilet seat on the troll's head before it moved and fell off," he said. The twins still looked skeptical before getting up to do homework. Ron rolled his eyes, knowing they were doing anything but. Rumors continued to run rampant about what had really happened to the troll. After a few days of talk and whispered theories, a true account came into being, boiling down to this. Draco had fended off the troll, even crowning it with a toilet seat, but was unluckily whacked with the club. Harry and his friends came in, and they shot some spells, causing the troll to move back so they could get to Draco. Troll then got angry. Harry stepped into the troll's path, blocking it from his friends and Draco. He then shouted out a powerful, mysterious spell, perhaps accidental magic, and killed the troll. This was no doubt a birth of a legend to be placed in a book like Hogwarts, a history. Harry and his friends received amazed looks from many of the other students for days after everything had all passed, and even weeks afterwards, there was a hushed awe people emitted when Potter and the others came near. Harry and the others were counting the days when this would all just blow over and be forgotten, or at least dimmed, but of course, it took weeks. At first, after what happened had been sorted out, many wondered why Potter and his friends had come to a Slytherin's aid, and not only that, to a Slytherin who was a thorn in most everyone's backsides. Potter and his friends had been questioned about this, as well as what spell Potter had actually used. Draco had instinctively kept his mouth shut about that, blaming his lack of memory to the shock and pain he had been in during the time. "Why did you guys help Draco?" Seamus asked in Transfiguration a few days after the tale was out. Harry tilted his head to the side slightly, as if perplexed by why someone was even asking this. Finally, after seeing that everyone within earshot was waiting for him to answer, he did. "For the same reason why I would come to your or anyone else's aid, it's the right thing to do." There was of course a little more to it than that, but even if there weren't other things involved, he would have gone to help, so the answer he had given sufficed. Why were his and his friends' actions so hard for others to understand? A few hours after he had given Seamus's answer, he heard another question aimed at him, this time being in the Great Hall during dinner. "Potter." Harry turned to find a large Ravenclaw prefect standing behind him. This older boy was slightly intimidating, to be honest, but Harry hid his uneasiness. "Yes," he asked. "What spell did you cast? Me and my buddies have been arguing about what you used." Harry blinked. Is this really such a big deal that even upperclassmen are talking about this, even arguing about it? Harry asked himself, slightly annoyed. His mouth was suddenly dry. "Come on now. We already know it wasn't a simple spell or curse," the prefect prodded. "Should I lie?" Harry wondered. "Don't tell me it was accidental magic," the prefect said in disbelief. "Well, if you want the honest truth, it did happen by accident," Harry admitted. "That wasn't a lie." Apparently, this was so impressive that both tables, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, had grown quiet, and two more prefects suddenly came over, one from Hufflepuff and the other from Slytherin. "Your accidental magic killed a troll? A fully grown mountain troll?" the female Slytherin prefect asked, the Hufflepuff prefect coming to a stop beside the one from Ravenclaw to just stare. Harry could feel his cheeks growing hot. "It just sort of happened," Harry mumbled, hoping this interrogation would end soon. "Unbelievable. So what other things have you done?" she continued, clearly taking over for where the Ravenclaw prefect had left off, just as Percy stood up, went over, and entered the conversation. "We are all impressed with the action surrounding the troll incident, but I think that is enough questions," Percy stated, talking his fellow prefects. "I think Mr. Potter would like to eat while his food is still warm." Percy stood his ground, causing the other prefects to nod and retreat to their own tables. Percy turned his face to Harry, his eyes having paused upon Hermione, Neville, and Ron for a moment before focusing on Harry. "Looked like you had had enough and wanted a break from questions," he said. "Yeah, thanks, Mr. Weasley," Harry said, being formal since Percy had been earlier. "Please, Mr. Weasley is my father," he said, before happily turning and going back to where he had come from. Harry looked at Ron, who had just managed to close his gaping mouth, surprised at Percy's actions. Harry had no doubt earned the respect of most everyone in all of the houses. People who he didn't even know would just come up and talk to him, even a few seventh years. The Slytherins gave him a large berth of space, some doing it as a sign of respect, while others seemed to be intimidated by him. Whatever the reason, it was hard not to notice how certain tensions between Gryffindor and Slytherin had changed. For the most part, they had improved, at least where and when Harry was concerned, but there was a certain group within Slytherin that had seemed to grow more ominous, the head being Marcus Flint. Draco and his two pals had distanced themselves somewhat from Flint and that group, even though the troll story had reinstated Malfoy into the Winner's Circle. Lucius Malfoy had not paid a visit to his son, but, through rumor, had sent him a letter. No one knew the contents, but Harry was now really glad he had allowed Draco to stretch the truth. After seeing certain things in his memories, he was sure Lucius would not want the main focus to be that his pure blood son had been saved by the boy who had killed his master, a mudblood, the son of two tortured Aurors whose minds were lost, and a son of his sworn enemy at work, not to mention the fact that they were all from Gryffindor. It was much better to focus on how his son had been keeping his own for a time before reinforcements of sorts had arrived, no matter who they had happened to be. Through the memories Harry had seen that involved Lucius, he knew he was not forgiving, patient, merciful, or tolerant. Knowing this, he understood Draco a little better, understanding that to Draco, he had to prove himself to his father and had to keep an image that was worthy of a Malfoy. The professors looked at Harry and his friends a little differently now. For the most part, it was subtle, like a few quick, curious glances when they thought they weren't looking, but Flitwick was anything but subtle. Not even 2 days after Halloween, he commented in charms that Draco and Ron had both used Wingardium Leviosa in the fight against the troll, saying that even first-year spells are important to truly learn. Of course, Harry and the others knew that Draco hadn't used Wingardium Leviosa, and Malfoy knew they knew. But how else was the tale of Draco putting that toilet seat on the troll's head supposed to make sense without that little detail? And later, when passing them in the hall, Flitwick told Hermione how impressed he was that she had used the pain relief charm on Draco, and that she should perhaps look into becoming a healer. He had then turned to Harry, looking up at him with approval, before smiling at them all and heading off. Flitwick was an interesting professor. Harry and the other Gryffindor Quidditch players had been practicing hard, the cold November weather picking up as much as they improved. Homework was manageable, thanks to Harry and his friend support system. They were actually a little surprised at how well they were doing and how easy most of the material was to them. The first chance Harry got, he told Hagrid that he had told his friend a little about the stone. He was so afraid Hagrid would be mad, but was surprised with Hagrid's response. "Blimey, Harry, when I said don't tell anyone about the stone, I meant outsiders. Your friends aren't outsiders. If you trust them, I trust them. If I had meant not to tell them, I would have said so, just like you said you didn't want anyone to know your secret, not even your friends. At that, I knew not to tell Dumbledore certain things, because if you didn't want your friends to know, Dumbledore would be no different." "Thanks, Hagrid," Harry said, relief beyond description going through him. He was amazed at Hagrid's way of thought. It was so simple it was almost impossible to grasp, like how children can trust certain things and adults just can't. Hagrid, a child in a giant man's body. So simple, yet somehow wise. Harry was glad to count him as a mentor and a friend. Harry's dreams came and went, and he had only once woken up Ron, who, after seeing he was all right and that it was only a little dream, went back to sleep. After these dreams, Harry usually went back to sleep as well, but when he found that he couldn't, he went down into the common room and read a spell book or his potions book. He would rather have Tom's memories over Voldemort's any day. Quirrell didn't look his way that often anymore, to Harry's great relief, and the intrusive feelings he got were few and far between. But when they came, he rose his defenses which quickly exceeded those of Fort Knox. Finally, the day to his first Quidditch game came. Harry stared at his food. "You've got to eat some breakfast," Ron said. "I don't want to eat anything," Harry said. "Just a bit of toast," Hermione prodded. "Is there something wrong, Harry?" Neville asked. Harry sighed. Actually, there was something wrong, he just didn't know what. He was getting the feeling someone was gunning for him today, and that someone was going to try something. "You're going to think I'm being paranoid," he muttered. "No, we won't," Ron said. "Keep an eye on Quirrell. I don't trust him," he whispered finally, barely making it audible. "I think he's the one who has been." Harry tapped his head. Ron and Neville looked at him in surprise, whereas Hermione narrowed her eyes. "Harry, are you sure?" Ron asked. Harry nodded. "You know, he could have let the troll in that night." Hermione muttered. "We'll watch him, Harry," she stated, before waving some toast at him. "Fine," Harry muttered, taking the slice of bread. Everyone was around the Quidditch pitch for the game, Harry and the others ready. Finally, when they heard Madame Hooch, they walked out onto the field to begin the game. Harry took in the crowd and tried to banish the butterflies from his stomach just as the whistle blew, and the game started. Harry stayed out of the way, keeping his eyes open for the snitch. After a few plays in the game, he saw something gold. He went after it, but as he shot forward, a green and silver uniform came out of nowhere, whamming into him and forcing him off the path to the snitch. Marcus Flint. The whistle blew. Hooch angrily spoke to Flint. Gryffindor was given a free shot, and just as quickly as they had stopped, they were back in the game. After a few more plays, a dangerously close bludger whizzed past him, and that's when it happened. He nearly fell as a sharp pain ripped through his scar, the feeling of pure hatred tearing through him. But even without that mental assault, staying on the broom was a job and a half. The broom was like a bucking horse, only worse. It wasn't bound by gravity and was capable of sharper turns. Hagrid stood up, looking with his binoculars at Harry. "Dunno what Harry thinks he's doing," Hagrid mumbled. "But if I didn't know better, I'd say he'd lost control of his broom, but he can't have." It didn't take long for more people to notice Harry's troubles, just as the broom did a jerk and suddenly flipped, swinging Harry off the broom, making him dangle from it, one hand gripping on the handle. "Did something happen to it when Flint blocked him?" Seamus whispered. "Can't have," Hagrid said, his voice shaking. "Can't nothing interfere with a broomstick except powerful dark magic." At those words, Hermione snatched Hagrid's binoculars and scanned the crowd. "What are you doing?" Ron asked, Neville petrified beside him. "Look," Hermione gasped. "Quirrell, look." "He's jinxing the broom," Ron said, flabbergasted. "What should we do?" Neville asked, his voice going high. "Leave it to me," Hermione stated. Harry was nearly in tears as his scar continued to pulse in pain, something trying to dig into his mind. He felt his fingers slipping when he suddenly had enough. "If this punk wants a piece of me, then he'll have one." Harry focused himself as hard as he could before releasing one solid memory out, his own of that night. The pain in his head disappeared at once, as if whoever had been digging had been slammed back, but the broom was still thrashing. Hermione ran as fast as she could, pulling out her wand as she came under the stands. She would know that garlic smell anywhere, and knew who to make catch fire. With a hushed voice, fire came forth and caught Quirrell's robe. She dashed out of there as fast as she dared, hearing the sighs of relief from the crowd just seconds afterwards. "Neville, you can look," Ron said to Neville, who had been peeking through his fingers the whole time. They watched Harry clamber back onto his broom, before suddenly diving to the ground and leveling out. They gasped as he put his hand over his mouth, as if he was about to lose his lunch, just before he landed, stumbled off his broom, and coughed, a golden sphere landing in his hand. "I've got the snitch," he shouted, waving it over his head. Right after the utterly confusing end of the game, Harry and his friends went to Hagrid's house for some strong tea. "It was Quirrell," Ron explained. "We saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering he wouldn't take his eyes off you." "Rubbish," said Hagrid, who hadn't heard them during the game. He was too concerned about Harry. Why would Quirrell do something like that? The others looked at each other. "Quirrell's a Hogwarts teacher. He'd do nothing of the sort. So why did you try and kill Harry?" Hermione cried. "Hagrid." Hagrid turned to Harry, whose voice was dead serious. "He's the one who's been trying to mess with my head," Harry stated. That shut Hagrid right up. "Well, I told you earlier, I got those feelings when I looked at him. He's bad news. And half the reason why I nearly fell off was because he was ramming me pretty hard, mentally. While I stopped that, I pushed back." "Hermione," Ron and Neville were now staring, wondering what he meant by pushed back. Pushed back? Hagrid asked. I showed him what it looks like getting hit with the killing curse, Harry muttered. Wow, that's awesome, Harry, Ron said, receiving odd looks from the others. Well, it is, he muttered, shrinking a little. I think we should bring this to Professor Dumbledore, Hermione stated. Neville nodded. Harry's friends looked to Hagrid, who in turn looked at Harry, who nodded. All right, I'll go talk to him. I like to keep you all out of this as much as possible. I don't want Quirrell to see that you a lot are going with me to Dumbledore. He might expect something. All right, Hagrid. They had gone to Gryffindor Tower after leaving Hagrid's. The common room was empty because of the amount of studying most were doing at the library. I think I should start teaching you guys occlumency, Harry said suddenly, the four of them by the fireplace. You think you could? Hermione asked. Well, I've got a good handle on it, especially now that I understand what I'm doing, Harry said. I think that's a good idea, Ron said. Yeah, I don't want Quirrell near my head, Neville agreed. I suppose I could just start by explaining what it feels like, Harry began. Harry gave a good overview of how it feels once one has these borders up and how it feels when someone is poking at them. He also told them how to get rid of them if you feel like your mental wall is about to break. You think of your worst memory, remember as much detail about it. If you want, I think you could even add things to it. Make sure it is shown from your point of view and build it up before lowering your shields for an instant and pushing it out as hard as you can, Harry said. Your worst memory? Neville asked. Yeah, a powerful one. They were quiet for a moment, thinking about which memory they would choose if they were forced into that situation. So now what? You just focus, Hermione asked. I suppose. You center yourself, clearing your head before building a wall around you, Harry said. How do we know if we're doing it right? Ron asked. I don't know. You think there'd be anything in the library about it? Harry asked. Probably only in the restricted section. I've read most of the other books outside of that, and I haven't read anything like occlumency before, Hermione said. Harry sighed. The next day, they went to Hagrid's place after their classes. He was quiet. Hagrid, what did Professor Dumbledore say? Harry asked. He said he already had his suspicions, and he'll keep a closer eye on him. Hagrid muttered. Neville looked as if his eyes were about to pop out. Ron and Hermione gaped. Harry was mad. What? Why? That man nearly killed me. And he's going to keep him around? Harry shouted, the teacups and plates on the table beginning to rattle. Calm yourself, Harry, Ron said, startled like the others. Harry noticed the shaking things and relaxed. Why doesn't he just sack him? Harry asked a little more quietly. Harry, he has his reasons, Hagrid said. He told me that Snape had suspected something odd about him at the beginning of the year. My scar. Remember when I told you guys I had bitten myself? Harry said. I looked at Quirrell, and right before he looked away, my scar hurt. Snape probably noticed, Ron said. Well, he's on Dumbledore's radar now. Now more than ever, Hermione said. Maybe you want to keep a close eye on him. Keep your enemies close and all. Neville suggested, looking at Harry. Yeah, maybe he's not too keen on the idea of not knowing where that guy is, Hermione continued. Harry nodded, agreeing with them, but that still didn't make him feel any better. After leaving Hagrid's, they finished their homework that was due the following day before going into a lesson of occlumency, though at the moment, it was probably more like simple meditation, but it was a start. Before they knew it, Christmas was near. Hermione was getting ready to return home, as was Neville. Ron and his brothers were staying with Harry since their parents were visiting Charlie. I'll try and find some things on occlumency if I can, Hermione said before going. And I'll practice centering myself, she added. I will too, Neville said, though if I asked Gran about occlumency, she'd probably think I was mental. All right, well, have a Merry Christmas, Harry said. Ron and Harry enjoyed the empty dormitory and the nearly empty common room. Harry and Ron played wizard chess, Ron trying not to beat Harry too hard. Finally, Christmas morning came. Harry was sure he wasn't going to get any presents, but was in for a surprise. At the foot of his bed was a pile of presents. About presents, Harry said, turning to Ron, who was turning to his own pile. Yeah, Ron said, sort of surprised at how excited Harry was. Harry got a large box of chocolate frogs from Hermione and an enchanted Venus flytrap from Neville that changed colors, depending how full it was. Harry then came upon Hagrid's gift, a wooden flute. Nice, Ron said, before looking to the other gifts to Harry. Oh, my mom. I told her you didn't expect any presents. Oh, she's made you a Weasley sweater, he said, not sounding excited. Every year, she makes us all sweaters. That's cool, Harry said, looking at his green sweater next to the box of homemade fudge. Harry then came upon his last gift. Opening it, a silvery light cloth poured onto his hand and onto the bed. Whoa, I know what that is. Ron gasped. What is it? Harry asked, feeling it in his hands. It's an invisibility cloak. They're really rare. Put it on, Ron said, turning towards him more. Harry got off the bed and put it on. It is, Ron said. Harry looked down and found that his body was gone. Wow. Look, there's a note, Ron said, pointing to a piece of paper on the floor. Harry picked it up and read it. Your father left this in my possession before. He died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. Soon after, the twins came bounding in. Harry quickly put the cloak away, the words, use it well, echoing in his mind. That night, after the amazing Christmas dinner and a few games of wizard chess, Harry got up, unable to sleep, and pulled out the invisibility cloak. He had already decided how he would use this gift well. He looked to Ron, who was sleeping, and decided if he didn't wake him, Ron would be mad at him later. Ron, Harry whispered, shaking him awake. Wah, he asked before jumping, seeing Harry's head floating in midair. Want to go to the restricted section? Harry asked. Ron smiled, getting up, both of them setting off to the library. The cloak easily covered them both, and they made it to the restricted section without a problem. What kind of book do you think it would be in? Ron asked as they began scanning the titles. Maybe this, Ron asked, pulling a book off the shelf and opening it. Ah. He slammed it shut at just the start of the scream. That's a bad book, Ron whispered. They continued looking through the books, searching for anything on occlumency. Maybe this, Harry whispered, pulling down a book titled Occlumency and Legilimency, The Light and Dark of Mind Wars. They cautiously opened it and were relieved when it stayed silent. Look, there's an incantation to do legilimency, legilimens, Harry said, flipping through the book. They flipped through it for a good hour, storing directions and quick tips for later in doing occlumency and improving it. They stayed away from legilimency for the most part, only skimming through the basics of how to do it. They were more focused on learning occlumency. Their study time was cut short, however, by a meow and footsteps. Filch, Ron said in a rushed whisper. They both got under the cloak, put the book back, and went around the perimeter, all the while Filch saying, I know someone's in here. Come out. Finally, they got out of the library and were too concerned about just getting out that they didn't care where they went. Going down a narrow corridor, they went through a door and hoped they could wait there until the coast was clear. Looking around the room, they found themselves in a kind of deserted classroom. Old desks and chairs were piled up against the walls, but the wall facing them was clear, all except for a large mirror. Wow, that's a big mirror, Ron whispered as they went forward, Harry stuffing the cloak inside his pajama shirt. The mirror was big, going all the way up to the ceiling. It was fancy, too, having a golden frame and clawed feet, and at the top it read, Aristra eru oit ube kafir oidon wosi. They stepped before it, both of them leaning towards it. They both gasped, leaping back. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Ron breathed, walking forward again, now that he knew it wasn't going to bite. I don't know. Are you seeing people? Harry asked, stepping beside him, looking at the countless faces happily staring back at him. No, I see me. Only I'm head boy, and I'm holding the Quidditch cup. He paused, turning to look at Harry. What do you see? Harry walked closer, actually stretching his arm out and touching the glass with his hand. I think I see my family. Ron was quiet as they both looked back at the mirror. What is this? Ron quietly asked. It can't be showing the future, can it? No, unless there's a way to bring people back, Harry muttered. Ron looked down, sorry for his friend. Seeing himself as head boy and as Quidditch captain suddenly didn't seem that important anymore. He had his family. I think we should go, Ron said finally. Just a moment. I want to have a good look at everyone. Maybe I can find something about one of them in a book if I know what they look like, Harry said, his eyes looking all around on the mirror. Ron gave a nod, waiting for Harry to memorize his past family's faces. Harry looked from his parents, pushing aside the memory of Voldemort killing them as he looked beyond them. He found a strong man with green eyes behind his mother, an old man with messy black hair holding a cane, and countless others who looked so much like himself. He wished he could just stand there all night, and that time would just stop. It was when he let his eyes just glaze over, taking in a whole view of them, that something happened. It was as if the image in the mirror shuddered, and a shade of darkness passed over it. He unknowingly gasped and took a step back as a faded image came over his family. Himself, just standing there. Harry, what are you seeing? Ron asked suddenly, worried after Harry had gasped and had taken a step back. Harry didn't like this. Something wasn't right. Harry was about to say he wanted to leave as a flash of green suddenly overtook the reflection in the mirror, causing Harry to jump back in horrified surprise. What? Ron asked as Harry stared wide-eyed at the dim reflection before him. I'm dead. Harry turned and looked at Ron, whose eyes were just as wide as his own. At that, Harry pulled his cloak out and they bolted to the door, both of them quickly getting under the protection of invisibility as they ran out of the room. By the time they got to the common room, they were huffing and puffing. I don't like that mirror, Harry got out as they entered their dormitory. Me neither. You think it's possessed? Ron asked as Harry put his cloak away. I don't know, but I'm not going near that thing again, Harry stated. Good idea. Why do you think it was in there? Harry asked, getting his breathing under control. I don't know, I mean the three-headed dog is at least guarding something. I have no idea why they would have it in an empty classroom, let alone in Hogwarts. They both climbed into their beds. Why did you see that? Ron asked, his voice low. I don't know, but it wasn't cool. It was weird, and it wasn't as clear as the image of my family. There was a green flash, and then his voice trailed off. Ron guessed what he saw next. That mirror is cursed. No doubt about it. It's bewitched or something. Maybe it was a warning, Harry whispered. Kind of an abrupt way to warn someone, don't you think? It got the message across, Harry muttered. Book 1, Part 9, Norbert. The moment Hermione and Neville got back, and they found a secluded place to talk, Ron and Harry told them what they had found that night in the library and what had happened with the creepy mirror. Neville squeaked, and Hermione gasped when Harry told them what he saw. After that, Harry's friends were even more closer to him, afraid what he saw could have been some kind of bad omen or worse. In spite of this, the weeks that followed went by quickly, and they all worked diligently in improving their clemency. After Ron and Harry had skimmed through that book in the library, they were sure they were getting a handle on it. Their studying not only included a clemency in their classes, but dipped into more advanced magic, including some nice spells Hermione had found after borrowing a book from a third year. They figured that with Quirrell, they couldn't be too careful. It had taken a bit of work, but they had gotten down a fair bit of the spells down, including Lumos, Stupefy, Poor Lake Fish, and Accio. The game with Ravenclaw, which had been refereed by Snape, had gone by very quickly. When they looked back to it, it was hardly significant when compared to everything else going on. The only memorable things concerning that day included Dumbledore coming to watch, Snape flinching as Harry shot by with inches to spare, and Harry diving after and catching the snitch in record time. One day, while sitting in the library, quietly practicing their clemency and doing homework, Hagrid went by. Hey, Haggard, Ron said, glancing at a book in a large man's hands, the title coming into view. Dragon breeding for pleasure and profit. Oh, hey, Hagrid said, attempting to hide the book. What are you guys doing? He asked, trying to look innocent as he went to them. Harry leaned forward and whispered, practicing occlumency. How's it going? He asked, kneeling beside them. Pretty good. I've thought about trying legilimency, to make sure Ron and the others are getting it, but I don't think that's a good idea. Harry trailed off. Probably a good idea and not to touch that stuff if you can help it. Harry, Hagrid said darkly. Harry and the others nodded. Hagrid, do you think you should start practicing occlumency? I mean, with Quirrell around and stuff. Ron began, the thought suddenly coming to him. Nah, me being half giant and all, someone would have to really work at it to get to me mind, Hagrid said proudly. Hermione looked back to the book in his hand by his side. What are you reading, Hagrid? Hermione asked. Nothing, Hagrid said quickly. At that, they knew he was hiding something. All right, if you must know. Hagrid looked around, making sure no one was listening or nearby. I have a dragon, he whispered happily. Hagrid, how did you get one? Ron asked, his eyes wide. Come, we'll talk at my place. Want to show you him anyway, Hagrid said, as if he was a dad about to show off his firstborn. A dragon egg, Ron whispered, staring at it as Hagrid removed it from the fire. Yes, isn't it wonderful? Hagrid asked. It should. You put it on the table, just as... Crack. Hatch soon. Oh, wow, Ron whispered. I know what that is. It's a Norwegian ridgeback. The little dragon shook himself from his shell and turned to Hagrid. Isn't he beautiful? Hagrid murmured. Bless him. He knows his mommy. Hagrid took a small shell off of the little dragon's head. Hagrid, where did you get him? I won him off of a stranger in the pub, he said, nonchalantly. He was an odd fellow, but nice enough, he kept buying me drinks. So, he just had a dragon egg in his pocket? Hermione asked, skeptically. Red flags were going up for her all over the place. Well, he said he needed to get something off his hands, but wanted to make sure it would go to someone who could handle it. I asked him what it was, and he told me. Well, I've always wanted a dragon, so I told him I watched after Fluffy, so a dragon would be no problem. And I told him, the trick with any beast is to know how to calm him, Hagrid said proudly. Did he ask how to calm Fluffy? Harry asked, dreading the possible answer. That dog was guarding that stone for goodness sake. Well, yes, who wouldn't? But I told him, sorry, can't tell you. Hogwarts secret. Then I joked, if I told you, I'd have to kill you. He left soon after that and gave me the egg. You can never be too careful, especially after everything that's been happening. Harry? Harry and his friends gave a silent sigh of relief. Hermione focused back onto the dragon. Hagrid, how fast do these types of dragons grow? Hermione asked, already foreseeing possible problems. Small wooden house, fast-growing fire-breathing dragon, and well-meaning man who didn't understand the danger. Bad combination. Well, that's why I've got these books. They'll tell me everything I need to know, he said, sounding confident. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione looked uneasily at each other. What are you going to call him? Neville asked, deciding one of them should say something, even though his voice was shaky and betrayed their nervous feelings. Norbert, he declared. At that, Norbert raised his head, as if proud of his newly christened name. Well, I shouldn't be keeping you here late. Off your lot go. Wouldn't want you to get into trouble, he said, giving a pat on Norbert's head. They bid him an early good night, and were off, catching each other's eyes, knowing Norbert could not stay, no matter how much Hagrid wanted him to. The weeks that followed included more homework, all of the teachers getting them ready for the end-of-year exams. Quirrell was as odd as ever, and Harry could have sworn he caught a few glares from the smelly garlicky man. And a few times in class, he had felt someone tapping his mind, but he had his shields up, and they weren't going to give. He had been tempted to shoot out that cadaver memory again, but didn't want to risk lowering his shields, not even for a moment. Draco and his friends were civil with him, and even decreased their bullying activities, at least when he was around. Harry might go as far to say Draco was becoming a friendly acquaintance, but to call him friend at this point would be foolish, and to trust him would be dangerous. He was still the son of a Death Eater. Harry didn't know what it would take for Draco to become a friend, but it would have to go beyond just this current respect they had formed. It would have to include something called loyalty. The occlumency lessons continued, but they were all sure they had it down pretty well, or at least as well as they could get with the minimum instruction they were able to receive. Hermione had been unable to get anything on occlumency during the break. When she and her family went to Diagon Alley, she had received a few odd looks for looking at the books and decided then was not a good time to buy them. And she didn't want to have to explain to her parents why she wanted to purchase books well beyond the material covered at Hogwarts. Harry's dreams had calmed a bit, but still made themselves known on occasion. This had only happened a few times, Ron and the others being good about it, waking him up, making sure all was well, and going back to sleep. Everyone's main concerns now were the upcoming finals, and Harry and his friends' concerns also included Norbert. He was growing at least an inch a day, and Hagrid was either oblivious or in denial about the imminent outcome. "Hagrid, just let him go. Set him free," Harry said one day, seeing the dragon beside Fong chowing down on a slab of meat. "I can't, he's too little. He'd die," Hagrid said. "Hagrid, he can't stay here," Hermione said, stepping forward. I know, but I can't just dump him, I can't." "If only we knew someone who could take him," Neville said absently. Harry turned to Neville, thinking, before suddenly facing to Ron. "Charlie," he said. Ron was at first clueless, but then it dawned. "My brother is in Romania," Ron shouted. "Studying dragons," Harry said, a grin growing on his face. It didn't take long to break Hagrid down into agreeing to send Norbert to the caring hands of Charlie. Soon after, they wrote a letter to Charlie, hoping they wouldn't have to wait long for a reply. A week trudged by until they finally received a letter back, an ecstatic Charlie very happy to take the illegal dragon off of Hagrid's hands. The letter held all of what they would need to do, and when for friends of his would be dropping by the following week to pick Norbert up, all Harry and his friends had to do was deliver the valuable package. "All right, with the invisibility cloak, 2 of us can go to take Norbert," Harry said, the 4 of them secretly having gathered to plan this. "I think I'm out. I'm physically not that strong," Hermione muttered, disappointed. Yeah, I guess you're right," Harry apologetically agreed with her. "I don't think I should. Norbert seems to like me too much," Ron said, lifting up his slightly swollen hand. "Yeah, that would not be good. We deliver the dragon who ate Charlie's brother to Charlie's friends," Harry stated. "Well, then I suppose it's me and you, Neville." "Me?" he asked, clearly not sure or confident. "Yeah, look at you. You could probably carry the crate all by yourself. I'm pretty much only there for moral support," Harry said encouragingly. "We will, if you're sure, Harry," he said. "I am," he said, and that settled it. If they hadn't been in such a hurry, they might have felt obliged to allow Hagrid a longer goodbye, but time was of the essence, and they couldn't risk missing Charlie's friends. Neville definitely proved Harry's statement earlier about strength. Harry barely had to exert himself to help carry the crate up the stairs while holding the cloak over them. Finally, they got to the top, finding Charlie's friends waiting for them. "Harry, great to finally meet you," one of them said, the others behind him getting Norbert situated for flight. "Hello," Harry said, Neville standing shyly behind him. "Thanks for getting the dragon to us," the young man said. "Oh, Neville did most of the work. If it weren't for him, I doubt the crate would have made it up here so quickly," Harry said, beckoning Neville forward. "Neville Longbottom?" he asked, taking hold of his hand for a shake. "Yes, sir," Neville said. "Goodness, man, I'm only a few years out Hogwarts. No need to be formal," he said playfully. "Well, best be off. Nice meeting you both," he said, turning to his friends who were ready. Harry and Neville left, getting under the cloak again to head back to the dormitories. On their way back, they were thankful they had the cloak with them. Filch was on patrol, as was Mrs. Norris. If it hadn't been for Harry and Neville's heightened awareness and caution, they might have gotten caught. When they finally were in the safety of Gryffindor Tower, they breathed a sigh of relief, Hermione and Ron impatiently waiting for them. "So, how'd it go?" Ron asked. "Were there any problems?" Hermione asked. "It went well. Glad I have this cloak," Harry said. "We would gotten caught without it," Neville admitted. "Filch?" Ron asked, slightly ominously. "Yeah, and his cat," Harry said. "Does that man ever sleep?" Hermione asked. "Hermione, have you seen that man? I would bet he doesn't sleep or bathe," Ron stated. "That was a little harsh," Hermione replied, though no hostility present. "But true," he continued. Neville and Harry managed not to laugh before they all realized the time and headed to bed. The end-of-year exams came faster than what they had wanted, but they were here, and they could do nothing else about them but to study and hope it would be enough. Neville was stressing about the potions final, and even with the guidance of Hermione and Harry, he was sure he was doomed. "Well, just take comfort in the fact that everyone else feels this way as well," Ron told him. "Still doesn't make me feel any better," Neville muttered. "Hey, at least you know you're going to ace one exam, Neville," Harry said. "Herbology." "Thanks," Neville said. They were reviewing for the history exam, which Harry was dreading. He had seen enough of those lessons for a lifetime. "Well, at least I know my history," he told himself as he closed his history book and went on his studying charms. "Well, we either know it or we don't at this point," Ron said finally, hitting his head against the cover of the Transfigurations book. "Giving yourself a concussion will not get you excused from your finals, Ron," Hermione said. "What if I hit my head so hard it causes memory loss?" Ron asked. "They might think about giving you more time to study," she replied. Ron rolled his eyes before they got up to march pathetically to their first exam. The tests were going reasonably well. Hermione was, of course, fretting over having possibly missed one of the problems, while the others were just glad it was over. "Your scar hurting again?" Ron asked quietly. "Yeah, and it's really weird. I could almost swear Quirrell is the reason. I think it's warning me or something," he said, trying to rub the irritation away. Harry was dreading the test in defense against the dark arts. He still could not understand why Dumbledore allowed the man to continue to teach, even though he clearly wanted Harry dead. Hopefully nothing happened to make Dumbledore regret his decision. Harry and the others went into the smelly classroom to take the test. The moment Harry entered the room, he felt his scar prickle with something more than just pain or irritation. He could feel anxiousness, eagerness, and excitement coming from it. "This is beyond weird. Why can't I just be normal for 1 hour, especially during a test?" Harry asked himself as he took his seat, the others sitting as well. He looked up at Quirrell, who was looking as innocent and dorky as ever. Harry just wanted to be sick. The man's disguise was a good one, that was for sure. Harry met his gaze, and for an instant it was just like the time after he had taken out the troll mixed with the time on that broom. The red stone. It quickly shifted to something else entirely. Harry's hand grasping on the edge of the desk as he rose his mental shields well beyond the point necessary, but better safe than sorry. The dark forest was before him, the unicorn coming into view once again. Raw hair. Harry nearly fey 1L out of his seat as the being he was seeing through the eyes of rushed and attacked the unicorn. "Whoa, Harry, this test isn't going to be that bad," Ron said, trying to make it seem like Harry was just overreacting instead of having some kind of attack, which Ron was certain he was having. Harry looked at Ron and the others. They knew something had just happened. "You're right. Let's just get this test over with," Harry said, grabbing his quill and beginning his test that was already laid out on the desk before him. Harry and the others had never finished a test so quickly. Not that they just put in nonsense as their answers. They just hurried through and put down their responses in record time. It was also nice that they knew the material well, no thanks to Quirrell, but thanks to their own instruction and studying. When they got out of the class and entered breathable air once again, they gathered at the side of a corridor well beyond the defense against the dark arts class and Quirrell. What happened in there, Harry? Ron asked. Harry's back to the people walking past in the hall. Let's talk about this later, somewhere else, Hermione said wisely, since there were people about, and they needed to get ready for the potions test that was next. I'll tell you guys after potions, Harry said, wishing he could share it with them then, but knowing they couldn't risk Quirrell overhearing, even though he was still in that classroom. Potions is next, huh? Neville asked, changing the subject and losing pigment at the same time. I'm just glad defense against the dark arts is over, Harry said. So, am I. I think that was the most boring test I have ever taken, Hermione said. Yeah, and was it just me? Or was over half of the stuff that test covered completely pointless? Ron asked. Yeah, that's one thing I'm glad about potions, Harry said, not knowing a particular set of footsteps were approaching as he continued. I mean, Professor Snape might be hard, and I swear he purposely picks on me sometimes, but at least we learned something important in his class, though I wish he would cover certain things a little more in detail. But you know what? Sometimes I wonder what defense against the dark arts would be like if Professor Snape taught it. He looks like one who would know those types of things. I know, if I had a choice between Professor Severely Strict Snape or that pathetic disguise of a man who should go by Garlic Head instead of Professor, I'd pick Professor SS Snape every time. Harry stopped his rant suddenly, seeing the faces of his friends. Can't be Garlic Head, Harry thought. Good afternoon, SS Snape said smoothly. Harry turned slowly and looked up to the darkly cloaked man, meeting his even darker eyes. Hello, sir, Harry said, hoping his voice wasn't shaking too much. Professor SS Snape? Glad my efforts to endeavor in being such a professor has been reached, he stated, his face completely neutral, his voice emotionless. Well, at least he hasn't taken any points so far, Harry thought. Snape came closer, secretly making sure no one was being too curious nearby as his eyes narrowed. Neville gulped. Potter, I think you and your friends would be wise to tread a great deal more cautiously concerning Garlic Head. As you had said, that is just a disguise. His real nature has yet to be revealed. 5 points from Gryffindor for carelessness. 1 point gained for seeing beyond an outward appearance, he said, before turning and going on his way to prepare the dungeon for their potions exam. They watched him leave, not daring to say a word until he was out of sight. Harry, you are the luckiest and the most unluckiest guy I have ever known, Ron said. Has Snape ever given points? Hermione asked, still staring off where she had last seen Snape. No, I don't think so, Harry said, thinking. At least not to non-Slytherins. I think we should listen to his advice, Neville muttered, looking behind them to make sure Garlic Head wasn't near before continuing. After what he said, I think Quirrell is a lot more dangerous than what any of us had initially thought. Neville, after what I saw today, I think you're right, Harry said. The potion's final went by rather well, and even Neville was confident he didn't fail. Snape had been his normal, severely strict self as they took their test, but Harry could swear that the hostility that usually immersed the room when Snape entered had faded a noticeable amount, which helped them in taking their tests. Draco and Harry had exchanged their subtle nods, respectfully regarding each other as they started their tests. After leaving the dungeons and going to the Gryffindor Tower, Harry and the others found a secluded spot to talk, and due to the end-of-year exams, most people were elsewhere studying for their tests. Okay, what happened earlier, Harry? Ron asked. I don't know, I saw a redstone, and I think Quirrell attacking Unicorn, Harry fumbled out. He had been holding in these two things for over 3 hours. A stone, as in the stone? Hermione asked. Harry nodded. He wants it really bad, Harry said. And you saw him attacking a unicorn? Does that mean he wants to, or what? Hermione asked. I've seen the Dark Forest and unicorn from him before. I think he either has or really wants to, Harry said. He's a dangerous man. It's a good thing you didn't overhear that garlic thing earlier then. Huh? Ron said. Harry shrugged. I knew he wasn't anywhere near us. My scar would have been tingling like mad if he was close. It's that bad now? Hermione asked. You can feel if he's close? Harry nodded, unconsciously placing 2 fingers over his scar. "Is it hurting now?" Neville asked, quickly looking around them and sniffing the air for any hint of garlic. "Yeah, I think he's up to something," Harry said, trying to rub out the unnerving feeling in his scar. Book 1, Part 10, Confrontation. It was late, and the darkness that had gathered in his office was oddly calming. Snape watched the candlelight flicker across the walls, his dark robes blending into the shadows around him. "What is wrong with me? This is James' son." Snape took a relaxing breath, collecting his thoughts. "But he is also Lily's," he whispered in the empty room. Severus leaned back in his chair, letting himself mentally drift. He thought about his exchange with Potter before the potions exam, recalling how utterly surprised and privately pleased he was upon hearing the boy's words. No matter how much he had wanted to hate him, he couldn't. From day one, his hate had been forced. He tried so hard to despise the son of the man who had tormented him in his youth, but found himself unable to. Harry James Potter. Despite his appearance being so like his father's, he got his mother's eyes, and despite having his father's ability and love of Quidditch, he got his mother's heart. Harry confused Severus, and his attitude and actions helped to confuse him even more. He could not fathom why or how Potter was befriending Malfoy, but he was. There was mutual respect between them now that he would have never thought possible between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin. He knew Draco had gotten into trouble because of this during Halloween, but since that time, for whatever reason, the Slytherins accepted his peaceful interaction with Potter. It was probably due to that troll. Somehow Harry had earned a strange respect for destroying a troll and protecting a Slytherin. And for Draco's tale, it seemed to have convinced the Slytherins, and most others, that Draco, Harry, and his friends had worked together in taking out that troll. What was really getting to Snape was why Potter and his friends weren't letting the truth be known. Draco hadn't held the troll off. He was lucky they had gotten there in time to find him with just a broken leg. Potter and his friends had saved Draco's life, and if it hadn't been for Potter's freakish display of magic, Draco and the others would have been in serious trouble. And why did Potter and his friends visit Draco the next day in the hospital wing? What words had been exchanged? Was that when this true mutual respect began? Or was it then that it was understood and accepted by both of them? Snape did not have the answers to these questions, but he was beginning to get a vague idea of certain parts of them. He knew Harry and his friends had been looked at oddly for a time after that as well, but he also knew that the Gryffindors and the other 2 houses respected Potter, due to how he dealt with the trouble Malfoy and his friends brought about during the beginning of the year, and especially now after the troll. Harry Potter was an enigma, that much was certain. Most of the staff knew of his nightmares. After needing to cover for him, it was necessary. Dumbledore had not gone into detail about what condition he had found the room in, but by the look in his eyes and the expression on Minerva's face, he knew it had to have been serious. A part of him had been surprised when the headmaster had not requested him to make a large batch of dreamless sleep potion, but then he realized why. It wasn't safe, not with a nutter like Garlic Head running about. And how did these children know about Quirrell? What had Garlic Head done to tip them off? And why were none of the other students aware, especially the older students? Surely if a prefect had suspected something, they would have told. Dumbledore had told him of Potter and his friend's suspicions, and how Hagrid had come to him and said that Potter and the others suspected Quirrell of trying to kill him during that Quidditch game. Snape had no doubt now of Quirrell's loyalties and how dark the man truly was. It had taken everything he had to counter the curse placed on Potter's broom, and a part of him suspected that it hadn't only been him fighting for Potter's life that day, but that he had help from an unknown source, especially when he realized whose robes had mysteriously caught fire. There was a lot going on that he could not explain, but at least he knew one thing. Quirrell wanted that stone, hated Harry, and would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. The other thing he could not figure out was this new side of Hagrid. He had changed since meeting Potter. He no doubt cared for the boy, and Snape was certain he was keeping something from them, even the headmaster. What did he know? It clearly involved Potter in some way. What did he know that he wasn't telling any of them? What secret could be so important that even the bumbling, gentle giant could keep it from Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of their time? Did this secret involve Potter's nightmares? Potter was powerful. There was no doubt about that. No matter how much he wanted to deny that such a young boy and the son of his childhood enemy could possess such sheer strength. This fact having been proven when he had killed the mountain troll with one spell. How did Potter know that spell? It certainly isn't in any books he should be able to get to, and finding it in the restricted section in the library is highly unlikely. And not only having knowledge of such a spell, but to actually be able to use it, and to use it perfectly against an enemy that should have been the victor instead of the conquered. There's something more to Potter than just being the boy who lived. Knock, knock. Snape got up, being torn from his thoughts, wondering who would be knocking this late at night. Who he found was one of the last people he would have expected. Draco Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, what brings you to my office at such a late hour? He asked. Professor, I would like to have a few words with you, without anyone else knowing, he said hesitantly. Certainly, come in, Snape said, letting him in and shutting the door behind him. What is this about, Mr. Malfoy? He asked. Well, sir, about a few things actually, mainly what you think about them, he said. I respect you, and know I will get straight answers. I especially need them with these things. All right, what things? He asked, motioning Draco to sit down, while he leaned against the edge of his desk, crossing his arms calmly. Harry Potter. I know, it is sort of pointless now, since it's nearly the end of the year and all, but he'll be here next year. What is expected of me? How should I really be treating him? Should I even associate myself with him? He asked. Clearly these things have been laying heavily on him for some time, and he just wanted to lay it all out for his mentor. Snape took a long, hard look at Draco before forming his answer to his lips. Draco, who should dictate your life? Snape asked, causing Draco to look at him in wonder and surprise, not only with his question, but the fact he called him by his first name. Your father? Me? Tradition? No, you. You choose how you act, you select who your friends are, and you decide what kind of person you become. There is nothing wrong with having acquaintances or even friends with those of other houses. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, which is why it is good to associate with those who are different from ourselves. You see me and Professor McGonagall with our differences and with our disagreements, and yet we still work together and tolerate each other's company. I respect her, and she respects me. Do you understand? He asked. Draco nodded, appearing more at ease and happy he had come. Thank you, sir, he said, standing. Snape was now standing straight as well, no longer leaning on the desk. Draco turned to the door to leave. Mr. Malfoy. Yes, Professor. Don't ever repeat what I said or what I am about to say. All right, sir. Count yourself lucky that you have found a worthy Gryffindor to befriend. Hopefully more will follow. You have realized something that took me decades to see, he said, his face shaded in candlelight and shadow. And what's that, sir? What a mighty force a Slytherin and Gryffindor can become when friends. Good night, Mr. Malfoy. Good night, Professor. Harry had trouble but asleep that night. He was anxious, as if he was waiting for something to fall and fall hard. When he finally went to sleep, it was not restful at all. The darkness was as thick as the trees, and the air was heavy as his sight focused. There was a dead unicorn below and slightly beside him. He was levitating. You will tell me, a voice hissed. A hand was out in front of him, a large man before him. No, I'll tell you nothing, the man said. Fine, then I'll take it, he whispered dangerously, raising himself the next foot to get to the man's eye level. Hagrid! Hagrid! Harry shot up to find Ron, just getting out of bed to try to wake him. Harry, what did you see? Ron asked, seeing that Harry was rubbing his scar. We need to get a Hagrid. Quirrell has him right now. He's using legilimency, I think, he said, getting his shoes on, putting his robes on, and grabbing his invisibility cloak. Ron didn't need to hear anything more. He woke Neville up, thankful the others were still sleeping, being accustomed to random outbursts from Harry in the night by now. Neville and Ron quickly got ready and were right behind Harry when they left the dormitory. "Hermione, we need her," Ron said, stopping in the common room. Harry nodded, about to run up the stairs to get her, but then remembered that boys could not go up unless they wanted a very nasty curse to fall upon them. "Hedwig," Harry said suddenly, Neville quickly grabbing some torn parchment on the side table and finding a quill under a chair, knowing what should be done. Either by some miracle or very good hearing, Hedwig came flying down. Thankfully, Harry hadn't locked Hedwig's cage. She landed on Harry's arm, Neville handing him a note he had quickly jotted down. "Get down here now. Alone. Hagrid's in trouble. Quirrell. Nfau. Hape. Ron. All right, can you wake up Hermione, and only her?" Harry asked. Hedwig nodded, as if that instruction had been obvious and hadn't needed to be said, while she took the note from Harry's hand. "Okay." At that, Hedwig flew up to get Hermione. They didn't have to wait long. In less than 1 minute, she was down and dressed, her hair in a ponytail, a wand in her hand. "All right, what's happening?" she asked as they all got under the special cloak. Harry had a vision thingy. "Quirrell has Hagrid right now in the forest. He's using legilimency, we think," Ron said as they went out into the hall. Several thoughts were going through Harry's head while they left Gryffindor Tower. Should they get help? Would they believe them? Did they even have time? Harry and the others had thought they were going to have the corridors to themselves, but quickly found they weren't. "Draco Malfoy. What's he doing up?" Ron asked, slightly suspiciously. But before any of the others could speculate, Harry left the protection of the cloak and was dashing towards Draco. "What's he doing?" Hermione asked, the three of them still invisible. "Draco!" Harry shouted, scaring Draco half to death, who was on the other side of the corridor. "Potter, what are you doing up?" he asked, turning to Harry as he tried to calm his pounding heart. "I need your help. We need your help," he called, stopping a good distance from him, urgency bleeding through his every word, praying Draco would understand he couldn't explain at the moment and would help. "Get help. Get Professor Snape. Hagrid's in trouble. Tell Snape Quirrell has him in the Forbidden Forest, trying to get the secret to get the stone. He'll know what to do. Tell him," Harry said, beginning to run away from Draco and towards the closest exit of the castle, his three friends suddenly appearing and joining him. "All right, Potter," Draco yelled back, turning back towards the way he had just come, both Potter's words and Snape's ringing in his mind as he rushed to Snape's office. Harry and the others made it outside very quickly, Ron having handed Harry his cloak on the way since they no longer needed it. Harry stashed it in his robes as they approached the forest. "Come on this way," Harry said, all of them with their wands out. The forest was just as dark as it was in his dream, but using his scar and memory as a compass, they cut through the forest, staying close together and weaving around and under trees and branches. Harry slowed, the others doing so as well. Harry motioned them to stop, pointing to a spot a few yards ahead of them beyond some trees. "They're there," he whispered, taking a breath before laying out the plan. "All right, when I give a quick Lumos and Nox, Ron, Neville, you get Hagrid out. Neville stun, Ron levitate or whatever needed to get Hagrid away. Hermione, distract, cut around to the right, do something fancy. I'll get Quirrell." "Got it?" Harry asked. After Hagrid's out, Neville asked, "Get out of the forest, go to the castle, tell Dumbledore, guard Fluffy." "All of us?" Hermione asked. "You three. Guarding that stone is top priority. It's the elixir of life. I'll keep Quirrell busy as long as I can." "'Kay." The others nodded, knowing there was no point in arguing. Time was ticking. They moved forward, knowing their tasks. Ron and Neville went to the left, Hermione went to the right, Harry going up the center as they all zeroed onto their target. Hermione held in a gasp, as did the others, when she saw Hagrid body locked before a hovering Quirrell. Only there was something even more wrong. Quirrell's right side was facing Hagrid, and his face was turned to his left, blankly looking in the direction of Harry. And yet, There was another face on the other side, focused on Hagrid. A sickly gray face with ruby-red eyes. Ron, Neville, and Hermione looked back to Harry, knowing where to find him. They saw the quick blink of light from the tip of Harry's wand and acted, still taking refuge in the brush and overgrowth of the dark forest. Stupefied, Neville shouted as Hermione shouted some spells of her own, raining down pandemonium throughout the clearing with impressive firework spells that would no doubt make the Weasley twins want to recruit her. Neville's red stunning spell shot forward and hit Quirrell's arm. Ah! Hagrid fell, landing on the ground on his side as if he was a log. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron shouted before adding, Accio Hagrid. Ron and Neville, now side by side, grabbed the floating Hagrid by the thick clothing on his broad shoulders as he shot towards them, his frame brushing against a few protruding branches and limbs. Taking hold, they ran, hauling him away, vowing to complete the task Harry had given them, Hermione continuing to give them cover. Red, white, blue, gold, and silver spells raining down all over. To say Quirrell was mad would be a vast understatement, but it was beyond understanding of how angry the gray face was on the back of his head. The red-eyed face turned, Quirrell still standing as he had been when the stunner had hit his arm. Stupefied, Harry shouted, just moments after Ron and Neville had grabbed Hagrid. Harry charged forward out of the brush as Hermione's spells eased up. Harry knew Hermione had followed his order and was now running to the castle to help guard the stone, running to safety. The gray face narrowed his eyes as Quirrell waved his wand and blocked Harry's curse, despite his face looking the other way. Harry stopped, now close enough to make out the hideous face as he raised his wand, ready to cast another curse. Harry Potter, the gray face whispered. See what I've become? Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. We won't let you, Voldemort, Harry said, squeezing his wand firmly, ignoring the rising pain in his scar. Bravery, Voldemort asked, raising Quirrell's wand, and swished it hard to the right. Harry's wand flew out of his hand, despite how hard he had been holding it, and landed somewhere into the bushes to his right, just as Hermione's voice boomed through the trees, screaming, Expelliarmus! Quirrell/Voldemort's wand was flung away, the Dark Lord having been completely caught by surprise. Hermione, run! Run! Harry shouted, turning to run as well, hoping to lead Quirrell away from her and the castle. Kill him! Voldemort shouted. Harry braced himself as Quirrell charged, Voldemort's face turning away to let Quirrell see properly. Harry brought his hands up as Quirrell plowed into him, knocking him hard onto the ground. He felt Quirrell's hands go around his neck, but Quirrell quickly let go. Master, my hands, my hands! Kill him! Quirrell struggled to obey, bringing his hands down again, but this time he attacked differently. His right hand landed hard on Harry's chest, over his heart, as his left went at Harry's throat again. Harry responded by grabbing Quirrell's face with one hand, his other taking hold of the thing on the side of Quirrell's head that was supposed to be an ear. Erard! Everything was so confusing now. Harry's chest began to throb as he felt and heard a multitude of things around him. He felt Quirrell's breath close to his face, the smell of garlic rank as he heard harsh mumbled words coming from Quirrell between the man's cries. All the while Voldemort continued to scream, Kill him! Kill him! The sound of rolling thunder roared towards him as he heard more voices shouting over everything. Get off him! Get off him! He then felt himself being torn away from Quirrell by two pairs of hands. Harry! Someone called, just before all went silent and dark. A/N. This is an overlapping scene happening during the scene above. Should be self-explanatory. Draco ran to Snape's office as fast as he could and didn't bother to knock as he simply barged in. Mr. Malfoy, Snape said, slightly surprised. Sir, Potter just ran into him. He told me to get you. Something about Quirrell having Hagrid in the forest, trying to get the secret about a stone. Snape immediately went to him, quickly guiding him out. Tell Professor McGonagall this, and that I'm heading to the forest. I'll the headmaster. Tell him he's needed here, and briefly mention Stone. He's at the ministry. The Gryffindor password is Virtutus. Go, he said, both of them now jogging down the corridor. Yes, sir, Draco said, turning and heading to Gryffindor Tower. Snape didn't waste any time as he sprinted out to the Forbidden Forest. Cutting across the grass, he saw something exiting the forest at a decent pace. Ron and Neville, towing a floating Hagrid behind them. Professor, they're back there, deep in the forest, Ron shouted, pointing but not slowing as they continued towards the castle and Snape. Get to the castle and don't stop. More help is on the way, he stated, running past them, his wand out. Neville and Ron nodded quickly, never having seen Snape with his wand out, nor an expression of such intensity. Come on, Ron said, pulling Hagrid harder. Snape continued forward, entering the forest and running as fast as he could towards where Ron had pointed. He was several dozen yards in when he saw Hermione running towards him. She was close to tears, her hand tightly clasping her wand. Granger, he said as she stopped before him. He steadied her with his hand and was about to give her orders, but the sound of hooves came to his ears. He turned to his left, finding several centaurs. Severus, one said, trotting forward. Ronan, Snape said, I will ensure Ms. Granger gets to the castle. Go, he said, taking hold of Hermione's arm and promptly lifting her up, swinging her onto his back. Severus, a voice called somewhere behind him. Snape turned around to find Professor Dumbledore running towards him. Come, this way, Snape said, turning back and leading the way. Dumbledore right behind, centaurs alongside them. They dashed forward, screams, shouts, and words coming to their ears. Erard, kill him, kill him. They saw Quirrell on top of Harry, no doubt performing dark magic through his pain-filled shrieks. The sound of thundering hooves whirled around them as Snape and Dumbledore came to Harry's aid. Get off him! Get off him! Snape roared. Both he and Dumbledore took hold of Quirrell, just as a dark mass pulled itself free from Quirrell's body. Voldemort! He shot away from them, into the darkness of the forest. Snape and Dumbledore quickly removed the now limp Quirrell from Harry's grasp, finding Quirrell's skin badly burned where Harry had touched him. Pushing Quirrell's body aside, it was clear that Harry's strength was melting away. Dumbledore pulled Harry up into his arms, kneeling beside him. Harry, he shouted as the boy's eyes closed. Dumbledore put his hand over Harry's heart, quickly mumbling spells under his breath and praying it was not too late. Book 1, Part 11, Formation. Draco gasped as the doors opened for Ron and Neville, pulling a floating Hagrid behind them. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout ran past his momentarily stunned frame, going to the two boys and large unconscious man. Draco ran down the front steps soon after shaking himself, joining the professors. Professor Dumbledore is coming, McGonagall told them, helping them take Hagrid down the hall. Malfoy now at Hagrid's side, taking hold of the large man's stiff arm to assist as well. What happened? Draco asked, his voice shaky, afraid to learn what had done this to Hagrid, but needing to know. Quirrell, it was Quirrell, and this thing with him. A face, Ron said, adrenaline the only thing enabling him to walk and talk at the same time of the moment. Where's Potter? McGonagall asked as they approached the infirmary. Last thing we heard was Hermione scream, Expelliarmus, and Harry yelling for her to run, Ron answered. Neville's face was solemn and focused as he remained silent. They quickly entered the infirmary, and after placing Hagrid on the bed, Neville and Ron quickly ran back out, knowing the stones still needed protection. Quirrell still might be coming. Ignoring the professor's shouts to stop, they continued out, Draco, Flitwick, and McGonagall on their heels. Where are you going? Draco shouted breathlessly as they ran towards the entrance staircase that led to the corridor that went to all the other staircases. Third floor corridor, Neville answered, just as the entry doors burst open again, a grand centaur at the threshold, a trembling Hermione on his back. Hermione, where's Harry? Ron asked, running towards her, the centaur gently lowering himself for her to get off as McGonagall went forward to search for injuries. I don't know, she sobbed. It was him, Voldemort. The professors gasped. Harry told me to run, and he... McGonagall pulled Hermione into her embrace, inwardly, as scared as she was. I shouldn't be left him, Hermione cried. Ronan, the centaur, turned suddenly, his hooves hitting the stone and causing the others to look up to see what had caused his movement. They come, he stated, stepping aside to allow the professors, Ron, Neville, Hermione, and Draco to see the grounds in front of the school and who were coming. Dumbledore and Snape were running alongside a floating Harry, half a dozen centaurs galloping alongside and behind them as sentries. Minerva, potion, vena risartio, Dumbledore shouted, seeing Minerva and the others staring down at them from the entrance. At that, Minerva turned and ran ahead, leaving the others in the entry. Somehow not skidding on the stone, she dashed into the infirmary, quickly digging through the items on the shelves of ointments and potions, searching for the artery repair potion, alerting Pomfrey, who was currently working on Hagrid, that the worst was about to come. Snape and Dumbledore, a suspended Harry between them, entered the infirmary soon after, the doors magically shutting behind them, leaving Flitwick, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Draco outside to wonder what was happening beyond the enchanted doors. Dumbledore's fear-filled order to Minerva ringing in their ears. Draco stared at his hands, sitting beside Neville, Ron between Hermione and Neville. They were sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall across the infirmary doors. Flitwick had attempted to get them to leave, to go to their common rooms, but didn't even finish his first sentence when he decided to quit and let them be. Ron looked up at the doors, as if he was trying to look through them. It had been nearly an hour, and they could still hear urgent movements coming from the room, hushed spells, murmured incantations. Flitwick and the other professors not in the room were just as clueless and worried as the students sitting against the wall. After a few more minutes, the rest of the professors left to busy themselves in preparing the day that was about to start for the students who were still sleeping soundly in their beds. Draco lifted his eyes up to the doors after having fidgeted with his hands for a time, becoming lost in his thoughts. What had happened? Ron and the others had told him and the professors everything, but they couldn't answer what had happened after they had left. The centaurs had told them Quirrell was dead, but said little about Harry, and no one knew, save for Harry, what had happened after he had told Hermione to run. And what of Voldemort? What had he done to Potter, and where was he now? What kind of man, if one could call him that, lets his follower die so he can escape? Draco shifted his thoughts, realizing he had never seen Snape in such a state before today. He had never seen his eyes in such a terrifyingly steady focus, his lips moving so fast, muttering spells no one could hear, passing his wand over Potter's limp body during the journey to the infirmary. The silence around Draco and the others was deafening as the sound beyond the doors stilled, but the doors remained closed. Was Potter going to die? Was he, Draco, going to lose what Snape had called a worthy Gryffindor? Was he about to lose a friend he could have had? At that thought, something suddenly snapped inside of him, a recognition of something he should have seen a long time ago. Whether Potter made it or not, he had to make a choice now. He had options, as Potter had said earlier in the year, and only he could decide which to take. He had to decide now. Was he going to go the route of power and waste his time like his father, or was he going to become more than he was by choosing differently? The door opened. Draco and the others quickly stood as McGonagall and Sprout slowly stepped out, shutting the doors behind them. They looked weary and exhausted, and just stood there for a moment, looking at Harry's friends staring uncertainly at them, waiting to be told what was happening. Draco stared up at McGonagall, trying to catch her eyes, but before he could, several other professors came running up, including Professor Flitwick. McGonagall finally found her voice. "We've gotten the curse under control and have done as much as we can in repairing the damage," McGonagall said, her voice in a forced calm. "What kind of curse was it? What's the damage?" Hermione asked, her eyes red from recent muffled crying. "It was dark magic, and as I do not know the exact curse, I cannot say. As for the damage, Potter has sustained internal injuries," McGonagall said, her voice attempting to hide her emotions, but failing. Is he going to be okay?" Neville asked, the four of them stepping around McGonagall and Sprout. "We don't know yet," McGonagall said honestly. "The headmaster, Professor Snape, and Madame Pomfrey are seeing if there is anything else that can be done. All we can do now is wait." The word of what had happened hours before sunrise had spread throughout all of the residents of Hogwarts, and as everyone entered the Great Hall for breakfast, a weariness came over all. Neville, Ron, and Hermione sat quietly together, too withdrawn in their own thoughts to even notice the hushed voices around them. Many of the students had heard little bits and pieces of what had happened, especially the part about how Draco Malfoy had been given the password in a Gryffindor tower to alert McGonagall about something happening in the Forbidden Forest. Several other things were quietly buzzing over the hall as everyone got settled, but no one knew exactly what had happened. And finding that Professor Snape, Hagrid, Madame Pomfrey, and Professor Quirrell were gone ignited even more curiosity. Ron's eyes wandered to the Slytherin table to find Draco, his two buddies just sitting silently on either side of him, staring down onto his plate. Ron's hatred for the Slytherin had been slowly melting over the term, thanks to Harry's influence, and now, instead of seeing a Malfoy, he was seeing Draco, just Draco. And since Draco was no longer poking fun or spitting insults at him, Ron decided to let the past be forgotten, or at least forgiven. Hermione took in a shaky breath as Neville just sat unnaturally still beside her. "Ron, do you know what's going on?" Dean asked. "Where's Harry?" "Infirmary," Ron stated, not really knowing who he was answering, just answering. Several other people, having heard his answer, leaned in to ask questions, but thankfully for Ron, Dumbledore stood up and got everyone's attention by his somber expression. The Great Hall went silent, all eyes on the man who was currently showing every year of his age. The students glanced uneasily at each other, knowing that whatever had happened before they had woken up was serious. Before any more rumors or inquiries are made with what has happened, let me tell you the truth. By the actions made by Mr. Harry Potter and 4 other students, Hagrid's life was saved last night, and a powerful magical item was prevented from falling into Voldemort's possession. Several people gasped, but quickly refocused onto the headmaster. Lord Voldemort had attached himself to Professor Quirrell, and both had been set on getting this item, which has now been destroyed. Voldemort has been forced away due to the efforts made by Mr. Potter, but this was not done without sacrifice. Mr. Potter is in the infirmary. Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey have done all that they can, but for right now, all we can do is to wait. Hagrid is in the infirmary as well, and is thankfully recovering. I would appreciate you all to go about your normal routines. If there is pertinent news, I will tell you." The students before him were dumbfounded. Well, save for the 4, 6, counting Crabbe and Goyle, students who knew the full story. The following days went by in a kind of haze. It didn't take long for the whole school to know everything that had happened. Once it was discovered who the 4 students were who helped Potter, the school was granted further knowledge of the events by them, mainly Ron, who told to just shut them up, figuring the truth was better than their made-up tales, though not by much. Hagrid was released later on the first day. He was ordered to go and rest, and everyone was told not to disturb him. By the second day, it was common knowledge that Draco and his 2 pals now hung out with the 3 Gryffindors by the infirmary, waiting to be let in, or to be told of any news on Potter's condition. They had only briefly been allowed to visit Potter's sleeping form on the end of the second day. It was good to see that he was in fact alive, but knowing that he was still not well and seeing the professor's worried faces did little to quell their worry. By the third day, there were hushed rumors going around about Potter's condition. Everyone, of course, knew it was due to dark magic, but no one could comprehend the seriousness of the situation. Professor Snape was rarely seen, and when he was seen hurriedly going to or from the infirmary with old parchment or bottles of potions, most of which he had gotten from the dungeons. Everyone knew not to stop him to ask questions, and only the 4 students who had participated with Potter in stopping the Dark Lord ever received a glance from him in passing. Coming once again into the corridor which led to the infirmary, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Draco, and his 2 friends, who had for some reason been accepted to join the worried group, stopped. Professor McGonagall had just stepped out of the infirmary and was going towards them. Professor," Neville asked as she approached. "He's still asleep. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape are with him now. I think you will be able to visit him after dinner if you would like, though," she said, looking at both the Gryffindors and Slytherins before her. "Thanks, Professor," Draco muttered, his eyes glancing past her to the closed doors of the infirmary. McGonagall sighed, patting Draco and Ron on the shoulders before going by them, cutting between this odd group of friends, a group she would have never thought possible. Professor Snape eased himself into the chair across the occupied bed, his eyes sore from keeping them open for so long, his feet welcoming the break from dashing back and forth through the corridors, and his hands mildly upset with him for making them stir so many cauldrons in such a short amount of time. He watched the boy's chest rise and fall, the child's eyes stubbornly staying closed. There was nothing else Severus could do now. It was now up to the boy. Potions and spells could only go so far. Snape had seen Potter's friends a couple times during the past few days, each of them just as concerned as he was, though he did more to hide his emotions. The headmaster was sitting on the bed beside Potter's, every one of his years being shown on his face, before bowing his head into his hands. Snape slowly exhaled, seeing and feeling the anguish of the headmaster, before closing his eyes for a short rest. He heard breathing, 2 people in the room with him, just breathing. Where was he? What had happened? Why did his chest feel as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer? He assessed the rest of his body, finding no other injuries, save for his throbbing chest, and decided it was time to open his eyes. Why a white room? The infirmary, he reasoned. He trailed his eyes across the ceiling, down the wall along the blurry window, and stopped upon a fuzzy, sleeping man across from him. Even without his glasses, he knew it was Professor Snape. He would know that dark cloak, dark hair, and dominant posture anywhere, even if the man was asleep. Well, that's one of the people I'm hearing, who is the Oth. He began to turn his face, only to stop suddenly as the smiling face of Albus Dumbledore shifted into view. "Good afternoon, Harry," he whispered, giving him his glasses to put on. Harry was startled to feel relief and intense joy ebb from the old man, feeling his old weathered hand upon his small shoulder. However, after this feeling passed, everything that had happened immediately came back to him. His first thoughts went to his friends. Were they okay? Did they save Hagrid? Did they protect the stone? Where were they now? Where was Garlickhead and Voldemort? Fearing the worst, Harry moved his hand and grabbed Dumbledore's arm, trying to sit up while sputtering out questions. What happened? Aramafrensicae? Is that stone safe? Whereas Quirrell, barely pausing between his questions and ignoring the pain in his chest as Dumbledore tried to calm him and prevent him from sitting up. Calm yourself, dear boy. Everything is all right. Your friends are all safe. The stone has been destroyed, and Quirrell is dead. Dead? But Voldemort, Harry began, no longer fighting to sit up, and barely noticing Snape, who was now awake and quickly approaching the other side of the bed. Voldemort escaped, and because of that, Quirrell died, Dumbledore said. He killed his servant? Harry asked, though it was barely a question, more like a horrified statement, a known truth, as if he knew he shouldn't be surprised, but was anyway. Dumbledore nodded. How long have I been here? Harry asked. 3 days, Potter, Snape said. Harry turned his head towards Snape and found his tired dark eyes. Harry, too drained to fight the oncoming memory, let come. Severus looked up at him, looking into his eyes, something that few of his servants ever dared do. Snape's eyes showed vague signs of exhaustion. Good job, you served me well. Thank you, my lord, Severus said, bowing low and backing away. Potter, are you all right? Snape asked, his eyes actually revealing concern. This confused Harry immensely. Whose side was he really on? But the more he looked into the dark eyes of the man who he had been certain had hated him at the start of the year, the more he was certain of the answer. Harry swallowed and nodded before looking back to Dumbledore. What happened, he asked. They told him what Ron and the others had said, and then told him what they had seen and done when they got to him. They continued by telling him what injuries he had suffered, and of the curse Quirrell had used, it being one that attacked the arteries and blood vessels. Dumbledore told him why Quirrell was burned when he touched him, and continued by telling him how they had worked diligently to repair the damage and reverse the curse. So I'm all right now? Harry asked them. Yes, though you will need to stay here a little while longer, Dumbledore said. Harry looked down at the white sheets, placing his hand softly on his chest and gently letting it glide across the cloth. I could have died. At that moment, Voldemort wanted nothing more than for me to die. He wanted me to die more than he wanted the stone. Why? Now, Mr. Weasley said something about you having, I believe he said, a vision thingy that told you Hagrid was in trouble. Could you tell us what you saw exactly? Dumbledore asked, pulling Harry out of his thoughts. Harry glanced over at Snape, not knowing how much he knew and wondering how much he should say. He still didn't want to tell Dumbledore about the memories, but this wasn't about the memories. This was, actually, what was this? Anything you tell me, you could say to Professor Snape. Unless you truly feel you would rather only tell me, Dumbledore said softly. How much should I say? Should I tell him everything about what has been happening involving Quirrell? Does it matter now? Finally, after a pause in thought, he made his decision. Over the past year, I've been getting these flashes from Quirrell. Flashes? Snape asked. Yes, since the troll. I've been getting flashes of a red stone and a unicorn. Now I know I was seeing what Quirrell had done, or was thinking about doing. The stone, Snape asked, his tone unreadable. The Sorcerer's Stone, after seeing a couple flashes of it, His voice trailed off. He didn't want to lie, but he also didn't want to get Hagrid in trouble. It's all right, Harry. Hagrid told me a few days ago before he left the infirmary that he told you, he said gently. So, these flashes, when did you see them? When I looked in his eyes, for the most part, he answered. Legilimency, Snape breathed, showing a glimpse of surprise. Yes, Severus. Mr. Potter is a natural acclumens and legilimens. Dumbledore leaned forward, closer to Harry. Harry, what do you mean, for the most part? After the whole thing with the troll, and when we were in your office while my friend were telling you what had happened, I was seeing him, seeing through his eyes, I saw a forest and a unicorn. Dumbledore nodded. I thought there was something more going on than you just trying to calm your mind. Now that I think about it, after you slew the troll and we came in, you saw something then as well, correct? Yeah, the stone. But even before then, I didn't like Quirrell. From the corner of his eye, Harry could have sworn he saw a ghost of a smile on Snape, but quickly vanished. Did anything else happen with Quirrell that I should know? Dumbledore asked after a moment, particularly concerning the broom incident during your first Quidditch game. Did Hagrid tell you about that part? Harry asked. What part? Clearly the old geezer was going to play dumb, but Harry knew, at least that Harry had been mentally bombarded by Quirrell during the match. He used legilimency to try and help me fall from the broom, nearly worked before I decided I had had enough, and pushed back. Dumbledore smiled at that. What did you do, Potter? Snape asked, since it seemed the headmaster already knew the answer and wasn't going to ask. I pushed out a memory of my own. My memory of seeing the killing curse hitting me got him out of my head real quick. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Snape attempted and failed to mask his shock. Well, if you ever experience flashes from someone again, or experience anything else that you don't understand, or feel is important, please tell me. And I apologize, Harry. Hagrid had told me of your suspicions, but with what I knew and the circumstances of everything, I could not risk that man disappearing from my sight. Harry could see and feel the old man's sincerity and understood the man's previous choices and actions. He just wished this whole thing could have been prevented from the start. Potter, you wouldn't happen to know anything about Quirrell's cloak catching on fire, would you? Snape asked, his previous shock having passed. Harry grinned. That was Hermione. She saw what was happening, went over there, and took care of it. Snape raised his eyebrows, surprised and amused. Well, Harry, do you have any questions? Dumbledore asked. I do have a few that are bugging me now that I think about it. Ask away. I will answer them if I can, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. Why didn't Quirrell and Voldemort run to the castle and try to get the stone or do something else? Why attack me at all? It seemed like a whole waste of time. I mean, he could have tried to escape, but instead, he just went after me. And Voldemort seemed pretty adamant about killing me. Doesn't make much sense. Why does Voldemort want me dead so bad? And why did he come after me that night? Snape leaned back, not about to get in the middle of this. He would watch from the sidelines. Dumbledore sighed, appearing defeated. I cannot answer that right now. The truth is too dangerous for you to know at the moment. I will tell you when you are ready. Isn't it dangerous for me not to know? Harry asked. He didn't quite understand it, but a very large part of him was demanding to know the answer to this. Yes, but not as dangerous as it would be for you to know the truth right now. Harry looked down. A part of him wasn't surprised. How could he expect Dumbledore to share answers when he himself was keeping secrets? Harry blinked, a flash of a memory passing through his mind. My lord, a voice said behind him. He was sitting in a large chair, facing the fire. You are sure, Severus? He asked. Yes, the oracle prophesied. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Harry calmly exhaled, not revealing to either man that he had just seen something. What the heck was that? He asked himself. Whatever that was, I'm keeping it to myself, or at least until I've had time to think. Don't need them to think I'm having delusions right now. Well, I'm sure your friends would like to see you, Harry, Dumbledore said, standing up and allowing Harry to see the stack of gifts, cards, and candy beyond where Dumbledore had been sitting. Seeing his face, Dumbledore smiled. Tokens from your friends and admirers, he said, before leaving with Snape and getting his friends. Harry, that is amazing, Ron said. A part of me almost feels sorry for Garlic Head. Harry had just finished telling them what he remembered from the fight, and some of the discussion he had with Snape and the headmaster. I'm not, Hermione said. He made his choice and sealed his own fate. Neville and the others, including Draco and his buds, looked at her oddly, surprised at her ferocity. It is sad, I'll admit that, she continued, a little more softly. But that man made his choice. I'm not going to feel bad for an evil man. Harry nodded, agreeing with her. Draco and Goyle were sitting quietly near the foot of Harry's bed. Ron and Hermione were to his left, Draco directly beside them, and Neville and Crabbe were to Harry's right. So he's gone, Draco asked after a moment of thoughtful silence. Harry focused onto Draco, who was at the left corner of his bed. For now, Harry replied. He was never dead, was he? Draco asked quietly. No, as he told me. He is mere shadow and vapor. His soul is still here. He is not dead. You mean he can still come back? Neville asked. With my Horcruxes, I am immortal. I cannot die, his voice hissed proudly. Harry's mind was then quickly whammed with several images. A black book with the initials, TM Riddle. A locket with a Slytherinus on it. A ring with odd scratch marks on it. Nagini, the snake. A kind of blue and silver crown. And a cup with a badger on it. Harry, you all right? You sort of phased out for a sec, Ron said, giving his shoulder a gentle shake. Yeah, sorry, was thinking, he said, recovering quickly. Sort of sad how I'm getting used to these things. About what? Neville asked. Harry's eyes passed over them all, not understanding why he had seen those items or what Horcruxes were, but knowing it was important. His eyes fell upon the 3 Slytherins before him, his mind going over what he had seen and knowing Voldemort could and would return. He was too powerful and evil not to. What did these items have to do with these Horcrux things? Were they Horcruxes? Did they belong to Voldemort? What were they for? What was Harry supposed to do about them? Did these things, as the memory had suggested, make Voldemort immortal? Harry's friends looked at him in wonder, eagerness, and hidden concern, watching the boy who lived inwardly decide a course of action. If no, when Voldemort returned, they would need to be prepared. When Voldemort returned, he would no doubt go after Harry. Even without that confusing memory mentioning an obscure prophecy, it was easy to see that Voldemort had a vendetta against him. And when he comes, my friends will be in danger, and Draco and the other Slytherins will probably be expected to follow. There will be more Luciuses, more Death Eaters. And no, they have a right to choose. They don't need to become murderers. I will give them a choice. They do not need to follow hatred and evil. The reason why the Slytherins are hated and assumed to be evil is because no one has given them a chance to prove otherwise. Well, I'm going to change that. Harry knew what a risk he was taking. He knew who their parents were and what it may mean for all of them whichever choice they made. But as Hagrid had said a while back, they have a choice, so Harry was going to give them a chance to choose. Voldemort will come back, he stated suddenly, the Slytherins cringing at the Dark Lord's name. The 4 of us, he said, motioning to Hermione, Ron, Neville, and himself, have seen him and his evil and have lived to tell about it. He ran away and let his servant die. And though this might be blunt and probably seem sudden, we need you to make a choice now. Are you with us, or are you another Quirrell? Ron, Hermione, and Neville stared in shock at Harry's sudden directness. What is he thinking? He's still in the infirmary, for goodness sake. Couldn't this have waited? Hermione and the others asked themselves. Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, are you my friends? Crabbe and Goyle glanced at Draco, who was staring hard at Harry. Draco suddenly stood up. Ron and Hermione backed away, slightly, as Draco moved closer to Harry's side. Draco extended his hand. Friends. Harry looked into his eyes, finding fierce honesty and loyalty there, and firmly took hold of his hand. A split second later, Crabbe and Goyle shot up, appearing on either side of Draco. You have our friendship as well, Crabbe and Goyle grunted, their shoulders straight and proud, their eyes revealing an allegiance that matched Draco's. This was mildly surprising to the Gryffindors. Both of Draco's pals barely ever spoke a word, let alone a whole sentence, and to speak with such conviction was not a little thing. This year had changed them. It had changed them all. Ron and Hermione went to the other side of the bed with Neville, so that there were now 3 Slytherins to Harry's left and 3 Gryffindors to his right. This is so cool and weird, Hermione blurted out. We should do something to make this official. Draco looked up at her thoughtfully. The formation of a mighty force. A group of Gryffindors and Slytherins, united, Draco whispered, recalling his discussion with Snape, knowing the man was right and that this was the start of that force. All right, I have an idea. Everyone take out your wands, Hermione said. They did so, not really knowing what she was planning, especially since they were in the infirmary. I read about magical oaths and that kind of thing. We should make one, Hermione said. Sounds interesting, but is it just words, or is there something more to them? Goyle asked. There are benefits. I've read that oaths or pledges for a group forms a special link between them. It said that if they use magic together, it will be more easily joined. Can't hurt, especially if Voldemort does come back. Good thinking, Hermione, Harry said, Draco and the others looking equally pleased. Okay, let me think. They let her think before she nodded. All right, how is this so far? Together we GRYFFS and SLYTHS will forge a mighty force. With trust and undying allegiance in each other, we will lead. As one we will march against our foes. We are a formation. I think we could add to that, Draco said, thinking. We are a formation of defenders. We are. We need a name, Neville said, Draco pausing. Yeah, we do, Harry said, thinking. How about the Guardians of Light? Harry asked finally. Yeah, I like that, Ron said, the others giving a nod. So in Latin, we are the Custosi Deluxe, Hermione said. Okay, how do we do this then? Draco asked, holding his wand up. Harry needs to lead us in saying it, she said, looking to Harry. All right, Harry said, looking beyond them, making sure they were still alone. So we are really making this pledge? We are making this kind of order? Yeah, I guess we are, Hermione said, a little surprised herself. Happened a little fast, huh? Had she just unintentionally led the creation of a special organization? This is awesome. Well, like an anti-Voldemort group, Neville said. Yeah, I guess we are, Draco said. Guys, Harry began, looking at the Slytherins. I know your parents were with the Dark Lord, and I know what risk this will be for you. If you want to back out now, I will not hold it against you. This order will be secret and hidden, but you three being with us will probably be noticed. We can stay on good terms and not make this order. No, we're not backing out. It's time the true face of Slytherin is revealed. Right, Crabbe Goyle? Right. After our time, the Slytherins will be known for something better than being overzealous dark followers, Goyle said, Crabbe nodding in solid agreement. Spoken like a true guardian, Custos, Neville said happily, still taking in the fact that these Slytherins were now friends with them. But why should this come as a surprise to him? They had waited together to hear news or see Harry for the last 3 days, and all hostilities had ended between them months ago. Goyle smiled, a feat Harry and the others had never truly seen, a genuine, gentle smile. This will work, Harry thought. All right, wands up, Harry said, giving a nod. He led them. Together we GRYFFS and SLYTHS will forge a mighty force. With trust and undying allegiance in each other, we will lead. As one we will march against our foes. We are a formation of defenders. We are the Guardians of Light. The Custosi Deluxe. In a flash of green, silver, red, and golden light from their wands, it was sealed. The Custosi Deluxe were born. The last feast quickly came and ended, the school welcoming Harry back into the world of the conscious. The Gryffindors won the House Cup, a good 100 points ahead of everyone else, and that wasn't counting the points they received for saving Hagrid and protecting the stone. Hagrid had met with Harry on the last day alone. Harry told him most of what had happened and what Dumbledore and Snape had talked to him about, but decided to keep the recent memories to himself. He didn't want to worry Hagrid, and later, if he wanted to tell him, he knew he could, just an owl away. Hagrid thanked him and his friends immensely, nearly squeezing Harry half to death before releasing him. So you're friends with Draco and his pals? Hagrid asked, still unable to believe it. Yes, we even formed this kind of order. We call ourselves the Custosi Deluxe, or the Guardians of Light. It's a secret, though, Harry said. I can keep a secret, Hagrid said proudly. I know, Harry said with a smile. Have you told Dumbledore about, the thing yet? Hagrid asked. No, I think I should let him relax for a little bit. Ron and the others told me how worried he was. I figure I should let him recuperate before I drop this on him. Hagrid chuckled, before remembering he had a present for Harry. A leather book of pictures. Send owls off to all your parents' old school friends, the skin fair photos. Knew you didn't have it, you like it? Harry swallowed hard, trying to speak, but he couldn't. Hagrid understood. The train ride home was interesting. Who would have thought I would be friends with 3 people I was enemies with at the beginning of the year? Harry asked himself, the 7 of them sitting in the compartment together. Hermione was busying herself with custos plans, writing out oaths, pledges, ideas, and possible ceremonies. The others let her, part of them equally fascinated with what they had created. They spoke briefly about what they would do the following year, if they would have meetings, and what kinds of things they would do. Harry soon found himself pondering beyond these initial things. Would they study together? Would they do what the 4 of them had been doing with occlumency and extra work into spells? We should ride over the summer, make sure we're all doing all right. We can never be too careful, Hermione said. The others looked at her slightly like, yeah, right, Hermione, like we'll be attacked by Death Eaters. It was just a thought, she said. I think we can do that, Neville said. Though I don't know what Gran would think about, no offense, me writing to Slytherins. She's still in that mindset. None taken. My dad feels the same way about Gryffindors. I still need to think how to tell him about Quirrell. I don't think he really understands my part in it, Draco said with a sigh. You save our lives, Draco, or at least mine. By the time Ron and the others would have gotten help, I probably wouldn't be here, Harry admitted. Draco smiled. Thanks, just don't tell my father that. So, will he write in code or something? Goyle asked hoarsely. We could use special invisible ink, Hermione suggested. At this time, I don't think we need to worry much about people poking in our mail. We're only 11, Ron said. I don't think they will ever imagine us forming a serious secret organization. All right, but I think by the end of next year, we should have a system, she said, adding that to her list of to-dos. I've been thinking, Harry said, causing them all to look at him in complete attention. Wow, you think I was their leader or something? Oh, I guess I sort of am. Well, for next year we could get together, do homework, and then start teaching ourselves some advanced stuff. If we are serious about this Custosi Deluxe thing, I think we should earn the right to call ourselves that, Harry said. Yeah, I could bring some books from home, Crabbe said. I have some things about powerful shields and things. As do I, and some dark books. We could learn what we might be up against if things get serious, Draco said. Okay, just don't get in trouble, all right? Harry warned them. My dad'll be proud I'm looking at them, Draco said with a smirk before taking a bite of his chocolate frog. I think we all need to take a wizard's oath, Ron said suddenly. If we're going to get into this kind of deep stuff, and if Voldemort is going to return, I think we would all feel better if we knew, without a doubt, that our secrets are safe. That's a good idea, Ron, Hermione said, pleased with his way of thinking. I agree. I do trust you all, but the extra precaution would put me a little more at ease, Draco admitted. All right, since it was your idea, Ron, you take the oath first, Hermione said. Okay. I, Ronald Bilious Weasley, solemnly swear on my life and my magic that I will keep the secrets of the Custosi Deluxe and will never betray my fellow Custosi. With a flash of light, the oath was made. They then alternated between Slytherin and Gryffindor, saying the oath. Goyle, Hermione, Crabbe, Neville, Draco, and finally Harry. Harry's light was no doubt the brightest, making the others chuckle slightly. There was reason why he was their leader. Well, now that we've done that, I have something to say, business for the Custodes Deluxe. I'm a natural occlumens and legilimens, Harry said, unsure of how Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle were going to respond, but other than looking slightly surprised, they just waited for him to continue. Well, I've been teaching the others occlumency, so I was wondering if you 3 would like to join in and make occlumency and legilimency a part of the Custosi. Yeah, that would be great. My father said something about occlumency to me once. I think it would be good if we learned it, Draco said, the others nodding. So that was how you knew that Hagrid was in trouble? He asked. Yeah, for most of the year I've been unknowingly reading his mind, I suppose, Harry mumbled, slightly embarrassed. You're full of surprises, Potter. I'm glad we're on your side, Draco said, amused and inwardly impressed. For the rest of the ride, they spoke of summer plans and what they were looking forward to with next year's classes, until finally, they approached their destination. Harry inwardly smiled as he looked at his friends as they exited the train, trusting in whatever was going to happen the next year, he would have them by his side, and they would have him by theirs. For they were the Custosi Deluxe. Book 2, Part 1, Changed. Harry was thankful for his room. Ever since the letters from hell, as Vernon called them, came, Harry got Dudley's spare bedroom. Several weeks had passed, and during those weeks, Harry had done a great deal of thinking as well as planning. And whether or not he would admit it, those weeks alone in his bedroom, with nothing but his school supplies, head wig, occasional letters, and those dreams/nightmares/memories, he had changed. He had convinced his aunt and uncle to let him keep his supplies in his room, saying that it was less likely to be seen since no one saw his room, unlike the cupboard, which now held coats and boots and the occasional jacket of a visitor. This horrified Petunia and Vernon. What would the neighbors think if word got out they were keeping magic books under the stairs? He also got them by saying that if he wasn't able to study and keep up on his schoolwork, he might get kicked out, and that would mean he would have to be with them during the school year, or they would have to pay for him to go to some boarding school. After that discussion, Vernon all but ordered Harry to stash his school things in his room, which was all Harry wanted in the first place. Once coming home, from either the second Voldemort exposure or the forming of the Custosi Deluxe, Harry had dreams every night, seeing Voldemort's detailed memories. Waking up from these memories was always a little draining, but after experiencing them for years, these ones were not particularly stressful or traumatic, at least in comparison to the one that had woken his dorm mates at the beginning of term. He had taken to documenting his dreams, writing down the spells he saw, describing what the spells/curses did, and how to do them. He also wrote the names of anyone identified, described what they looked like, and any personality traits he noticed. He figured it could be useful later, either to him, though he was unlikely to forget, or to the Custosi Deluxe. He was certain he could do the spells he saw in his dreams himself, just like the curse, Ardesco, which had taken out the troll during Halloween. He wouldn't practice them in his room or anything, of course, but he knew he could do them with no problem if necessary. His notebook of spells, curses, and charms was now half full and growing after every night. He became more excited about the Custosi Deluxe as each day passed. He would teach his friends these things he learned from these dreams, take the terror Voldemort had used on innocent people, and turn it against Riddle and those like him. The horrors he saw in his dreams would not befall upon anyone else if he had anything to say about it. He had spent hours pondering the memories he had seen, particularly the prophecy memory and the Horcrux one, whirling the prophecy around in his head. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. His stomach lurched as he looked at several facts. His birthday was at the end of the 7th month. His parents probably defied Voldemort several times, and Voldemort wanted him dead more than anything else. Taking these things and putting them together, recalling that Dumbledore most likely knew why Voldemort was after him to begin with, he came to a conclusion. He, Harry, was the one with the power to vanquish Voldemort. That was why Voldemort wanted him dead. Harry was a threat to him. The moment he determined that, he felt something deep within him solidify. He was right. He then thought about the Horcruxes. He was now certain those items he saw were Horcruxes, things that somehow made Voldemort immortal. But if he was the one who had the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, shouldn't there be a way to destroy or take away the power that those items held? He decided to make the Horcrux question the business of the Custosi Deluxe when they got back to school. Hermione should be able to find something on them, and if not, Draco and the others were bound to have some dark book that had something about them, since those Horcrux things were most likely very dark. The only problem now was how he would tell them. Would he tell them the whole truth, including about half Voldemort's memories, just a part, or an innocent fib? But would a fib count as betrayal? Harry decided against a fib. He didn't know much about wizards' oaths, but he knew they were not things to push, test, or break. Perhaps just parts of the truth, and then let it grow into the whole truth? Harry decided to think on that a little more later. Staying in his room nearly every hour of the day, save for when he had to do the housework, which had surprisingly lessened. Harry figured it was due to how much his relatives were afraid he'd cast magic. Harry had a great deal of free time. When he wasn't thinking about those memories or writing down the things concerning his dreams, he was doing the only thing he could do: study. Going through his books, he got flashes of memories, which only reinforced the knowledge he was gaining from the books, and the memories even branched off into the reading Riddle had done after those books. Harry, no doubt, now had pockets of abilities ranging from a solid first year to a seventh year, with several outstanding newts. Although this was mildly confusing, every day a gap was filled, and Harry's thirst for knowledge grew. Harry was glad he had thought fast during those first days of summer. Because of his quick thinking/manipulation skills, Hedwig was allowed out at night. It had been simple, really. Harry asked to be able to let Hedwig out, only at night, to send messages to his lot, and his lot would not bombard them with letters from hell. He also told them that if he didn't send letters out, some of his lot would become worried and check up on him. After the thought of oddly dressed people coming to his house, Vernon granted Hedwig's freedom, as long as it was only at night, and the bloody pigeon stayed silent during the day. After the first 2 weeks, Harry finished going over all of his books, and his memories were no longer showing him anything new, so Harry decided it was time to get new books. /N. I know Hogwarts students don't get their letters for supplies and materials until later in the summer, but I think for Harry Potter, the manager would get the books early for him if he had requested them. And since money isn't an issue, why would there be a problem? Writing to Flourish and Blots, he requested his second-year school books to be old to him, requesting them to make sure they were delivered to him at night, and the cost to be charged to his account. He also asked to be given a list of the books they carried, so he might look over the list and buy more from them if he saw anything he liked. He hoped the little note of, "I get bored during the summer and like to read a lot," would be enough explanation as to why he wanted his books now rather than later, and why he was possibly wanting extra books. While waiting for his books to be delivered, he wrote to his friends. He had told them his first letter that if they wrote to him, to have their owls deliver at night. He couldn't risk angering Vernon. He had gotten several letters from his Gryffindor friends, but none from Draco. Crabbe and Goyle had both written him a few times, but their letters were mostly short and to the point, mainly along the lines of, "Hey, I'm doing good. Been reading some, nothing too interesting though, but one book shows promise, might bring it when school starts." Later, it was clear their letters were written in a rush, their writing sloppy, and always being delivered by Hedwig after she had taken Harry's letter to them. Harry hoped his Slytherin friends were doing all right, but from everything they had written, it was clear that none of their families knew of the letters or of their friendships. Personally, Harry hoped it stayed that way. Hermione's letters were a little more detailed. In hers, Harry got even more pumped about the Custosi Deluxe. She would go on and on about what she thought they should do, how to conduct meetings in secret, and how to add new members. She touched on learning advanced forms of magic, but didn't go too far into it, not knowing that Harry was already making plans into things like that. Ron's letters were simple, but nice. He would tell him how his family was and what pranks the twins had done. Harry giggled, thinking about how the twins had somehow made the food cry when their mother was cooking it. Neville's letters were a little more like Hermione's, but not as wordy. He told him about some of the things he was reading, and not all of it about herbology. Harry smiled, pleasantly surprised that Neville was thinking about magic a little like he was. Though not as deeply, some of the things he wrote comforted Harry. Odd as that may sound, it eased his worries that his friends would think him insane for the new ideas about magic he seemed to be coming up with. Harry had secretly sent Hedwig to all of his Slytherin friends, telling Hedwig to make sure they were alone when she delivered the letters. Within these first letters, he told them that if they couldn't owl back that it was fine, and that he would only write them another letter if they owled back saying it was okay, since he didn't want to get them in trouble. He also told them that none of the others would write to them unless they owled Harry and told him otherwise. Crabbe and Goyle agreed with this method, and told him that it would be better and safer if it was only Harry who owled them. They also said that Draco probably wouldn't be able to owl him safely because Mr. Malfoy was a little disturbed that his son had been involved in the events at the end of the year. Harry had a feeling more was going on than just that, but didn't dare write his thoughts on the matter in a letter, in case it were to be intercepted. Ever since he began understanding his memories, especially at the start of summer, he found himself being very cautious, some might say overly so, but after everything he had learned from the memories, he knew one could never be too careful where Death Eaters were concerned. Draco did reply to the Harry's first letter, though, Hedwig returning with it. When Harry beckoned her in and had shut the window, he asked her if it all went all right. She quietly hooted an affirmative and handed him a small bit of parchment. HP. Not safe to owl. If it is, I'll owl you. The others will be in contact. DM. He was saddened by the fact Draco was unable to safely owl him, but his memories involving Lucius and the other Death Eaters, including Crabbe and Goyle's parents, reminded him that he was lucky any Slytherin, not to mention 3, was risking being friends with Gryffindors. After writing the letters he could, telling them what he was doing and that kind of thing, he was bored out of his mind, that is, until he was struck with an idea. Potions. Getting out his potions book that he had now read through at least 3 times, getting countless useful and useless memories, as well as intriguing knowledge. He pulled out his potion supplies. Brewing potions wasn't against school rules. There was no magic involved, and certainly no foolish wand-waving. Finally, he found a way to use what he had learned the past weeks without getting in trouble. Thanks to the useful things he had learned from the memories, as well as the book, he was able to stretch out his supplies to make as many potions as possible with the material available. Making a fire under the cauldron was initially a problem for potions that called for fire, which was nearly all of them. How could he have a fire in his room, not make smoke, keep it controlled, and not let his aunt, uncle, and cousin know about it? Simple, brew in the kitchen, over the stove, when his relatives are asleep. At 1 a.m., he got up the courage, or the insanity, and went to the kitchen with his supplies. He knew which potions he would make, already having prepared the ingredients earlier that day in his room when he had made the first potion. According to the potions book, it wasn't really considered a potion. That did not need a flame. He made burn-healing paste in his room. It only called for hot water, which he got by supposedly fixing hot cocoa for himself, to the bewilderment and suspicion of his relatives, and when he was finished making the odd orange paste, placed it in a short, old, cleaned-out jug. Now, in the kitchen, his heart was set on making a batch of wound-healing potion. He figured it would be a smart thing to make, and after reading some charms that could shrink bottles, he knew he wouldn't have a problem carrying it with him. After a little more thought on potions, he decided he would make a rule for all custosi to carry a collection of potions wherever they went in shrunken, unbreakable bottles. This decision was brought on by Voldemort's memories, but he didn't get the idea from Riddle. Instead, he got it from Snape. In all of the memories where Voldemort or one of his followers needed a potion to heal a wound or for something else, they turned to Snape. He always had a stash with him. So Harry wondered, why should my friends count on a single person to give them potions if they need some? We should all have a basic collection, and then maybe 3 or 4 of us carry some of the more complicated stuff. It was safer that way, and would give them an advantage if things ever got as bad as it had been in the memories. From the memories concerning potions, he learned more from the professor's teaching than from Riddle. Sure, Riddle was a brilliant student, but Harry got the feeling that he didn't have much talent in making potions, which was why he entrusted Snape to make them for him. It took Harry about 4 hours to make the potions. He made 2 bottles of wound healing and 1 of wit sharpening. After securing the lids to the bottled potions, he took the supplies back in his room, cleaned up his mess, and jotted down a reminder to himself that he would need to restock on his supplies. His second-year books came the following week, and he immediately began devouring those, though after skimming through 2 of Lockhart's books, thinking they had promise since they were for the Dad class, but finding that was not the case, he put them aside for probable burning, unable to stomach any more stupidity. He didn't even have to skim halfway through 1 book to learn the guy was completely high on himself, full of lies, and a complete moron. This was due to obscure dates, One person can't face a banshee in Denmark and a werewolf in Bulgaria in the same tiny time frame. Paragraphs upon paragraphs of how great he is, and a whole entire section about why he likes the color lilac. Harry was tempted to owl flourish and blots back and asked them if this was really required material for the second year, but decided to wait. He could always return them later. After placing the collection of books that he knew had been a waste of money, Harry moved on to reading the Level 2 spell book. He had looked through the list Flourish and Blots had sent him, actually getting a few snapshot riddle memories from few of the titles. He quickly old Flourish and Blots back, it being night, and jotted down the books he wanted, including Mighty Wards, a compendium of common curses and their counteractions, and old and forgotten bewitchments and charms. He didn't quite know why, but he was wanting to learn as much and as fast as he could. Part of it obviously involved him knowing why Voldemort hated him so much, but as he thought about it, there was something more to it than that. It was as if he was starving for knowledge, and the only way to banish the feeling was to read and learn. It was a marvelous feeling when he fed this knowledge-hunting beast within him, and the more he learned, the better he felt. Even the bad memories of Voldemort fed him, although he hated to admit that to himself. He despised seeing these things, but he took what he learned and vowed to make Voldemort pay for all that he had done. Waking from these dreams/memories strengthened his resolve and helped focus him into learning more, so that one day he would not only have the power to vanquish Riddle, but that he would annihilate him. It was the night before his birthday, and like all the other nights that summer, he dreamt. The dream was more intense than the others that summer, but Harry soon found that though it was horrible, it was not all bad. A woman was at his feet, shrinking in fear upon his approach. "Woman, tell me what you did," he ordered. She wouldn't reply, and after a few horrid curses he placed upon her, he kneeled down beside her and forcibly took her memory away to get the answer she wouldn't give. The woman was in a small house, children and elderly hunkering down against the far wall as she faced the only door. All of the windows were sealed shut, and the one-bedroom house was locked tight. Several Death Eaters were outside, trying to get in and to get through the wards and barriers of the house. They were nearly through. Pulling out her wand, muttering a spell, and passing her wand against her finger that made a cut, she let a drop of blood fall to the floor. Kneeling down, she set the tip of her wand upon the red drop, and she closed her eyes. With murmured words, golden light spread from the tip of her wand and flowed throughout the whole house. Those outside could no longer get in. She and those within were safe. The memory then jumped, and it only took a moment for Harry to realize Voldemort was trying the same spell he had seen the woman do. It backfired. The spell the woman had done wouldn't work. No matter how many times he tried, it wouldn't work, and only ended up blasting a hole in the floor and risking damage to himself. Voldemort was furious. Harry woke up, confused and excited. Why wasn't Riddle able to make that spell work? What kind of spell was that? Could Harry do it? Harry had already shown that it didn't have to be Voldemort casting the spell in the memory for him to be able to cast it. Harry turned on his side lamp and jotted down what he had seen, detailing what the woman had done and what words she had muttered, and that Voldemort was unable to make the spell work himself. He couldn't go back to sleep after that. Not that it mattered, it was nearly dawn. He got dressed and made his bed before grabbing the books that he had yet to read and set them on his bed. He had gone through most of the material in all of his second-year books and knew this year wasn't going to be a problem, though he hoped that wasn't going to be focused on Lockhart. He wasn't sure what he would do if it was. He couldn't believe how much he was reading, but when he thought about it, that was all he was doing. He even read while he ate, being allowed to eat in his room now since it got him out his relative's hair. He smiled, looking around his room. His supplies were under his bed, and the books he was done reading were stacked under the side table with a blanket draped over them as to not offend Vernon when he checked to make sure he was behaving and that the bloody pigeon was in her cage. Harry looked at the time. He had 6 hours before the Masons would arrive. He sighed. Well, at least his birthday would have no interruption since Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley would be too busy trying to impress the Masons to bother with him. He could sit in peace like most of all the other days this summer. Yesterday, Vernon had grilled into him how important it was for him to be good when the Masons arrived. To be silent, to be quiet, to be still, to stay in his room, to be soundless, to be non-existent. Harry complied, promising he would do as Vernon said, though he added that he already did those things Vernon was wanting, but that he would do it even better when the Masons arrived. Vernon grunted, which told Harry he was dismissed to go back to being non-existent. Harry put old and forgotten bewitchments and charms down and picked up his notebook, needing a break. He thumbed through his notebook, scanning what he had written. He reread some of his side notes he had jotted down concerning magic or a certain spell he had seen used in Tom's memories, suddenly realizing something. His own thoughts on magic were changing. He no longer took everything he read, or even what he had learned at Hogwarts the previous year, as complete truth, as in, that's all there is. He was looking beyond the make-up and end result of a spell. He was looking into the magic itself. Thinking back to the start of summer, and when the mega floodgate of memories had been opened, he never thought he would be thinking this deeply into magic. What was magic really? Where did it come from? Why was it there? How many kinds of magic were there? He began forming his own theories and ideas, even questioning the lines between kinds of magic. Did these lines even exist? Was there even such a thing as dark magic? Or did it really just depend on how one used it? And if there really was dark magic, then there must be light magic for balance is needed. And if magic is magic, shouldn't one be able to form their own style? Twist it to their liking and will? Was all the theory and supposed framework of this is how magic works, and there is nothing more correct? Harry paused, finding 2 pages of his thoughts he had written down only the previous week. Magic is like water from how I understand it. It is without rigid structure, save the root, like the chemistry of water, 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen. Magic must be like this as well. Sure, the elemental base of it has structure, but the compound itself has none without outside influence, which is why the container that holds it must have shape. Magic depends on the shape of the container, the flow within the container, and possibly the temperature of the container or person. The shape of the person is the amount of magic they can hold or are capable of, and how much they have access to at any given time. This branches into flow. The flow of magic within the person is how they wield it, such as, in short bursts, holding it in and expending it all at once, always using some, or a mixture of each. A person's magic core should be compared to a network of pipes, bends, connections, and straight pipes filled with magic, with valves in certain areas. These different types of pipes could be compared to the types of magic. I believe all magic is initially possible for everyone, just takes effort to open the valves allowing the pipes to be used. A person's mindset affects their magic flow, defining their limits, believing only certain valves can be opened. This is linked with temperature. The temperature of the person controls the strength of their magic, as well as what valve can be opened. I believe a person's beliefs and way of thought influences this. If one thinks something is impossible, it is in effect causing the water, magic to freeze, preventing that person from opening the valve to let their magic flow. A person's ideals are a part of this as well. If the kind of magic is too dark for them, they block themselves from being capable of using it. The same must go for those who are evil, unable to do magic that is considered good, but perhaps it is more than that. If a bad person has mastered dark magic, then the magic on the opposite end may be locked or in disrepair, since the flow there has always been frozen. It also may be possible that once an individual casts a certain spell, certain pipes or valves crack or break, like if the person used too much magic at one time and caused a backup or a dislodging of a pipe, preventing them from ever being able to do a specific type of magic. If this is true, the opposite effect must be also. If a person masters a certain type of magic, that type could aid in the flow of other types of magic, thus proving a link between all magic. Harry at first questioned why or how he was coming up with these odd thoughts or ideas, but after the first week of summer, he got over it, accepting that that was now something he just did now, and that it was only natural to start thinking deeper into magic with everything that had happened to him. After a few more moments of thought, he looked at the time and found it to be a little after 12. Getting up, he made his way down to get some food and enough of it to tide him over for the rest of the day, since he knew he was going to be staying in his room when the Masons came. "What are you doing, boy?" Vernon snapped as Harry entered the kitchen. Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley were enjoying their lunch. There were only 3 plates, 3 sets of silverware, and 3 glasses on the table. The 4th chair and place where he used to sit and eat at was bare. "Just getting some food, and I'll also fix and get my dinner now, so I won't bother you all when the Masons come," he answered simply, quickly making 2 turkey sandwiches, grabbing 2 bottles of water and a bag of chips. Vernon narrowed his eyes as if Harry was lying. Harry gathered up his food after wiping off the counters, even the area he hadn't used, and sweeping up the kitchen. "We best not see you until tomorrow," Vernon warned. "I'll stay in my room, as quiet as a dead mouse," Harry answered, before adding, "only without the smell. You best be, boy, or you will regret it." Harry left without another word, going into the entrance hall, up the stairs, turning at the top of the stairs to continue down the narrow hall to his room, and open the door, planning to enjoy one of his sandwiches while he read more Mighty Wards. Well, he quickly saw that was not what he would be doing. His eyes widened at the sight before him, his eyes falling upon the limp and injured body of Draco Malfoy on the floor in the middle of his room, an odd creature at his side, its back to the window, its huge eyes gazing up into Harry's. Book 2, Part 2, The White Dragon. Harry's eyes came to rest on the small, skinny creature, a memory hitting him before he even could attempt to slow it. He entered the grand old house, Lucius Malfoy opening the door, welcoming him to his home. "My lord, I am honored to welcome you into my humble home." Malfoy bowed, stepping back beside his wife who was with child. "Ah, a pure blood in the making," he said with a smile as he entered, the door shutting behind him. "A noble thing. This child will be the first of many to enjoy the new world we will bring about." Narcissa blushed, Lucius beamed. "Thank you, my lord. Please, this way." They then entered a large dining room with a large table. "Dobby!" Malfoy shouted. With a pop, the creature appeared, bowing extremely low, very clearly shaking in fear. "Yes, master," he squeaked. Harry quickly shut the door before rushing forward, quickly taking in the memory and putting it aside. "Dobby, what happened?" Dobby's eyes widened even more, just staring up at him in shock, fear, and reverence. "Harry Potter knows Dobby? How?" "Never mind that now," Harry said quickly, his eyes trailing over Draco. The whole right side of Draco's face was burned, the burn continuing down his neck, shoulder, and arm where his robes were scorched and charred. The rest of his robes were covered in dust and were torn. Dobby was shaking, and with a glance, Harry saw that he was burned as well, and that the thing he was wearing was in worse condition than the washing rags he had to use when he cleaned. Harry got up and quickly cleared off his bed, silently setting the books back under his table in bed. He then went back to Draco, Dobby still staring at him in shock, watching Harry Potter move so fast and silently. "Dobby, help me get him on the bed," he ordered, not really knowing what he should do, but knowing something was better than nothing. Dobby nodded numbly, went to Draco's feet, and helped Harry place him in the middle of the bed, about a foot from either edge. Harry then kneeled down on the floor and retrieved the potions from under his bed he had just made recently, and set them on the side table in front of the moving picture of his parents. Harry quickly assessed Draco's injuries, finding that the burns were the only visible injuries, save for the small cuts on his hands and face, as if he had been caught in an explosion. Harry carefully removed Draco's robes and shirt, handing the ruined clothes to Dobby's outstretched arms. Dobby carefully folded them the best he could, and laid them on Harry's desk as Harry quickly grabbed his cauldron and took a step towards the door. "I'll be back. I think there's a first aid kit in the bathroom," Harry said. "Stay here and be silent. If he wakes up, tell him I'll be back soon, and to be quiet." Dobby nodded, standing by the bed. Harry quietly left his room, going as quickly as he could to the bathroom. He was thankful his relatives were still eating and that the TV was loud. In moments that felt like hours, he got the first aid kit from under the sink, a few towels, hoping Petunia wouldn't miss a few from the back of the bathroom cabinets, and filled his cauldron with water. He then returned to his room, arms carrying the heavy cauldron, a finger grasping the first aid kit's handle, and hand towels draped over his shoulders. Entering his room again, he quickly set the heavy cauldron down on the floor and the other things on his desk. He then turned to Draco. Dobby moved out of his way, moving to the right side of Harry and standing on his tippy toes to see what Harry was doing. "You can get on the bed, Dobby. I'm going to need your help soon anyways," Harry said as he began to clean the burns the best he could, removing debris, shards of glass, pieces of cloth, and wooden splinters with the twisters from the kit. As he did that, Dobby crawled up on his bed and knelt carefully beside Draco's right side. Hoping that what he had done would be enough, Harry grabbed the jar of burn-healing paste and opened it. "Dobby, here, help me put this on the burns," Harry said, taking a scoop of the stuff before handing the jar to Dobby. Dobby did as he was told, getting Draco's arm while Harry started on his face. They quickly finished that, having placed the towels under his head, shoulder, and arm so the paste did not get on Harry's bed. Harry thought about wrapping the wounds, but remembered the orange paste worked best in open air. He finished by using some of the wound healing to close the cuts he could. Wound healing didn't work well on burns because they left hideous scars and caused the healed burns to be raised, since the potion was designed to make skin close over instead of growing new skin. Seeing that that was all he could do for his friend at the moment, he went to his desk chair and turned to Dobby. "Dobby, come and sit here, please," Harry said, motioning to the chair. Dobby quietly shuffled over to the chair and did as he was told. Taking a clean small towel, he got it wet from the water from the cauldron. "Here, let me help you." Harry was relieved to find that Dobby's burns were not as bad as Draco's as he began carefully wiping away the dirt. After quickly cleaning the burns, he placed the orange paste on Dobby's minor burns. "Harry Potter is indeed great, and his goodness is beyond anything," Dobby breathed, frozen before him. Harry was at a loss for words for a moment. Shaking himself, he refocused. "Dobby, what happened?" Dobby began shaking and looked as if he was about to cry. And then he did. "Dobby, shush, please quiet." By the word quiet, Harry had taken hold of Dobby's skinny little arms, mindful of the burns, and was kneeling in front of the chair Dobby was currently on. Dobby sniffled and cut off his sobs, Harry thinking that it was a miracle no one outside the room had heard him. "You must tell me what happened," Harry whispered. Dobby looked down for a moment before looking back up. Harry released him but stayed where he was, his head just below Dobby's. "I'll show Harry Potter," Dobby mumbled before raising his shaking hand and placing it on top of Harry's head. Harry felt an intense surge of something flood into him from Dobby before everything around him suddenly whirled out of focus, and he found himself elsewhere. He was peeking around some furniture, everything around him seeming so much bigger than they should be. It only took a second for Harry to realize what this must be. Dobby had given him his memory. Taking in what he was seeing, Harry instantly knew where he was, the Malfoy mansion. He was in a large living room, large bookshelves covering the left wall, an archway beside the shelves that led into the dining room. There was a door leading to the backyard on the wall in front of him to the far right. There was grand furniture throughout the room, including several large couches and chairs. Lucius was standing in front of the bookshelves with a black book in his hand, facing 5 darkly clothed people, all of whom were standing and looking at Lucius. "The Dark Lord entrusted this to me, Crouch," Lucius stated plainly. "If the Dark Lord knew of what you would become, or more specifically of what your line would produce, he would not have, but sadly, even the Dark Lord can't know everything." Crouch spat before doing something odd with his tongue that vaguely reminded Harry of a snake. Lucius was about to retort when Draco entered from the dining room. "Father," he asked, looking questioningly to the 5 visitors. "Go to your room, Draco," Lucius ordered as Crouch stepped forward. Ah, little Malfoy. How does it feel to be a blood traitor? One behind Crouch asked. Crouch raised his wand at Draco, and at that, Lucius snapped. How dare you point your wand at my son? Lucius boomed, seeming to apparate in front of Draco. In a blink of an eye, Lucius grabbed his son and literally threw him toward the archway, without taking his eyes off the 5 Death Eaters in the room as curses began to fly. Dobby, protect Draco, Lucius ordered, before diving behind the couch in front of the bookshelves, throwing a curse out that hit one of Crouch's men in the face. Pop! Harry, seeing through the eyes of Dobby, found himself helping Draco up just beyond the archway as Narcissa brushed past them to help her husband. Turning, he could see the whole room filled with curses shooting back and forth, 2 of the 5 cloaked people out cold on the floor. But before he could even comprehend what was truly happening, he saw 2 very large spells careening towards each other. Instinctually knowing what was about to come, he cringed. Boom! The magical pressure was unbelievable as the air around them seemed to implode. He felt himself get slammed back soon after, the crashes and roar around him passing in a blur, and then silence. Opening his eyes, he looked around him. He was just inside the dining room. The wall with the door to the outside was gone, and the bookshelves had been blasted away. Books, pieces of furniture, chunks of wall, and ceiling were everywhere, a large part of the living room ceiling having fallen in effect splitting the room in half. The archway was wider now, due to the blast, and 3 bodies could be made out laying under the debris in the living room. He felt the link with his master and mistress sever, and knew Draco was his only master now. Young master, Dobby suddenly thought. He didn't need to look far, finding Draco a few feet beside him. Young master, Dobby croaked out quietly, turning him over, afraid to make too much noise. Dobby, Draco breathed, an ugly burn covering half his face. Yes, master. Stay with me, he mumbled, taking a breath. Potter, take me to Potter. He continued, do as he says. He then lost consciousness before he could say anything else. Are they dead? Dobby suddenly heard a disgusted voice ask beyond the fallen ceiling. Don't know, but if any of them aren't, they soon will be, another voice growled. He then saw Crouch Jr. and 3 others begin to push part of the ceiling away, just before he grabbed Draco's arm and vanished. Harry fell back and hit the floor the moment Dobby lifted his hand from his head. Dobby gasped, leaping from the chair and going to Harry's side. Harry Potter, sir, Dobby's so sorry, he cried, horrified at what he had accidentally done. It's all right, Dobby, really just stay quiet. Trust me, if my uncle hears us, Draco won't be safe. Dobby nodded quickly, worry ebbing from his frame as Harry rubbed the forming bump on the back of his head. Boy, what do you think you're doing up here? Vernon's voice shouted as he made his way up to Harry's room. I'm sorry, Uncle. Dropped a book won't happen again. I promise. Harry answered, hoping Vernon would leave it at that. Better not, boy. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Vernon going back down the stairs. Harry turned back to Dobby. Do you know who those people were? Harry asked, taking a seat on the office chair, while Dobby gently settled on the corner of the bed at Draco's feet. Only Crouch Jr. Dobby didn't see the others' faces. So they were there for that book. They said for their plot to work, they needed the diary to make most terrible things happen. They just came to get the diary? Harry asked, getting a bad feeling. Dobby nodded. That book couldn't possibly be the one he saw in that memory flash, could it? Dobby, did you get a good look at the diary? Harry asked. Dobby did once, sir. Did it have a name or anything on it? Yes, Harry Potter, T.M. Riddle. Harry bit his lip. Well, there was little he could do about it at the moment. At least this proved Horcruxes existed, though Harry wasn't exactly thrilled about that. It was something. Harry sighed, looking at Draco, patches of orange paste covering him. What was going to happen now? Draco's parents were dead. What should he do? He knew he needed to get help, but help from who? He was just beginning to think about options when Draco suddenly moaned. Draco, you're safe, but please be as quiet as you can. I put some stuff on your burns that should help you, Harry said, moving his chair closer to the bed. Potter, Draco asked, opening his eyes. Dobby, we're here. You're in my room. Dobby got you here. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. Potter, I can't stay here. They'll be after me, he said, looking at Harry. The Death Eaters? Yes. After everything last year, there have been some changes. My family has been looked down upon since, well, really since the troll, he admitted. They think my dad allowed me to do those things and, I don't know, encouraged me to do them. Do you think they will try to get you here? Harry asked, a little nervous, all right, a lot nervous, but he hit it pretty well. I don't know, but honestly, at this point, it is a strong possibility. Blood traders are worse than, well, mudbloods to them. Not to mention, they'll want to make an example out of my family. How could they find you here? Harry asked. Dobby popped here, and they didn't hear you when you told Dobby where to take you. They have their ways. If they really want to, they can find me, just a matter of time. I need to leave here as soon as possible. Harry clenched his jaw before going into action. What is Harry Potter doing, sir? Dobby asked, watching Harry get out some parchment, ink, and a quill. I'm writing a letter. To who, sir? Dobby asked. Someone who should be able to help. I just hope I'm right in my assumption, he answered. Harry dabbed the quill into the ink, thinking, it needs to be in some kind of code, subtle like they might already be watching in certain areas, Draco advised, carefully sitting up, Dobby quick to help him. All right, I have an idea, Harry said, writing. Severely strict. The white dragon is safe. His keeper is with him. Burner of garlic. What do you think? Harry asked. Severely strict? Draco asked, raising an unburned eyebrow. Professor Snape. I unintentionally made that his nickname last year. He overheard. Draco smirked, but that quickly changed into a grimace, having irritated his burn. Nice touch on the dragon, and I won't even comment about burner of garlic, he added with a half-smile that he could safely muster. After a moment, Harry looked out the window, frowning. What is it, Potter? I can't let Hedwig out until dark, my uncle. Harry muttered angrily, before narrowing his eyes. Oh well, this is far more important, but before I send Hedwig out, I need to write one more letter. I think the Custosi Deluxe should be informed. Draco gave a short nod. I'll only write to Hermione. She should be able to safely get the message to the others, save for Crabbe and Goyle. I don't think it would be a good idea to owl them anything at the moment. Do you think they'll be all right? Harry asked, taking out more parchment and beginning to write. Their parents haven't really let them hang around me much, but we did manage to get together long enough to arrange for them to act like they hate me. I'm certain we have their parents fooled. They're safe, he said, closing his eyes. Harry watched him rest for a moment. I'm sorry, Draco, Harry whispered finally. It's not your fault, he stated, his voice alone being all that was needed to make that statement final. Harry went back to writing, trying to determine how much he should say. They're gone, Draco muttered. My parents, I saw. Master, Dobby's so sorry, Dobby sniffled, just able to keep himself from sobbing again. Draco took a breath, trying to quell his emotions. Exhaling slowly, he managed to keep the tears in his eyes. Harry decided to stay quiet and to leave Draco to his thoughts as he finished writing. The White Dragon's parents have been slain. Alert those of you who are allowed to. Our foe's followers are moving. They are after the White Dragon. I don't know how safe he is here. Uve alerted severely strict. Keep my owl for me, replying normally. As one we will march against our foes. Harry showed the letter to Draco. I hope Hermione will be able to figure it out, Harry muttered. She will. The next time we are all together, we'll come up with code names for the rest of us, Harry said. Good idea. Harry opened Hedwig's cage, the time being 5:46 p.m. He looked outside and held in a curse. The Masons were pulling up into the driveway. We'll have to wait for a moment, Hedwig, Harry said, taking a seat. She looked annoyed, but understood. Potter, how do you have these potions? Draco asked suddenly, looking on the side table and seeing them, as well as the first aid kit. I've had a lot of time to read and stuff, so one night I made them while everyone was sleeping. Nice. Certainly came in handy, huh? Draco said, attempting to sound lighthearted, but failing. They heard the Masons enter, Vernon and Petunia nearly tripping over themselves to welcome them in. They then must have taken the Masons into the living room, for they could barely hear the drawling dialogue. You know, at least my parents, like yours, went by doing something important, Draco whispered after a long moment. They didn't go like Quirrell, but went out the best way there is, Draco continued, his voice shaking ever so slightly, before pressing his lips together and tightly closing his eyes. He slowly turned his face away from Harry, just in case any tears escaped. Yes, they did, Harry agreed, his voice as quiet as Draco's. They just sat there for a time, both thinking. Both of them had now lost their parents, and both in similar ways. Both of their parents had died protecting them, and were killed by those who were evil, by Voldemort or his followers. They both now had very strong reasons for fighting, not that others didn't, but they both now had something more to drive them. Voldemort and his followers would not get away with what they had done. We'll get those bloody bastards, Draco, and their master will not go unpunished either, Harry vowed. Draco merely grunted in agreement, not trusting his voice. Seeing that it was getting darker and that Hedwig was getting restless, Harry told her to go to Snape first, and then go directly to Hermione without stopping. Hedwig softly hooted an affirmative before Harry silently opened the window and let her go. The time was now 6:14 p.m. Do you have your wand, Draco? Harry asked. Yes, I keep it on me all the time. So do I. Well, go ahead and rest. Me and Dobby will keep watch. And if you think you need any more of that paste, just tell me. I have plenty, he said, motioning to the still half-full jar. Oh, and if you're hungry, I have a sandwich and some chips. I'm not hungry right now. Thanks, and my burns are feeling all right at the moment, Draco said, easing himself back down. All right, Harry replied as Draco closed his eyes to attempt sleep. Harry looked around the room, trying to see if he could do anything to busy himself. He didn't feel like reading, but couldn't stand just sitting there. He began collecting his books and packing them. He quietly got out his large suitcase and began gathering his clothes and anything else he might need. He didn't know what Snape would do when he got the letter, but just in case he came and they needed to leave, at least he would be ready. Dobby, could you get the books from underneath the bed quietly, please? Harry asked, noticing the house elf itching to help, but unsure if Harry wanted him to. Dobby happily followed the request and gave Harry the books, some of which had been pushed far to the back. Has Harry Potter read all of these books? Dobby asked, breaking the silence with a hushed and awed voice. Most of them, but not all of Lockhart's, and I don't think I ever will. That man is a fraud. I really can't believe people are falling for his lies, though. People have fallen for worse, I suppose, Harry answered absently. Draco was now asleep, and an occasional fake laugh of Harry's relatives reached the bedroom. Harry was now done packing. All that needed to be gathered now were the potions, which he could easily grab. Harry sat down, looking out the window, watching dusk come. He grabbed his sandwich, broke it in half, and moved to give one of the halves to Dobby. Oh no, Dobby could not take Harry Potter's dinner, Dobby said, his eyes wide. Seeing that Dobby was going to be stubborn and suddenly realizing he was rather hungry, he had missed lunch after all, Harry opened the bag of chips. Here, at least take this then, Harry nearly ordered. Dobby complied, hearing the slight tone in Harry's voice. Thank you, sir. They ate, Harry slightly amused at the delighted expression from Dobby after he tried his first chip. Dobby has never eaten anything like this, sir. What is it? It is a potato chip. Dobby loves potato chips, he said, chomping down another one. Dobby, if anything happens, I want you to grab Draco and pop out of here, okay? Harry said after a moment, opening his bottled water. Yes, sir, but what about Harry Potter? Don't worry about me. I have a few ideas building in my head. Harry Potter is a great wizard. Harry mutely shook his head, but was not going to bother contradicting Dobby. Harry looked at his suitcase, suddenly thinking of something. Quickly finishing his sandwich, he got up and reopened the suitcase. "I should have thought of this earlier," he muttered, pulling out his cloak, before locking his suitcase again. Dobby gaped. "Harry Potter, is that?" "Yes, an invisibility cloak. It was my dad's. Now, even if Vernon comes in, I can put this over Draco and you, and he won't know you're here." Dobby grinned. It was nearly 10 when the Masons finally left. Vernon thanked them for visiting, once again tripping over himself and becoming the world's greatest brown nose. Harry heard the TV turn on once again in either the kitchen or living room, the Dursleys no doubt talking among themselves, congratulating each other on their wonderful acting skills. Harry rolled his eyes. Soon after, Draco woke up, groggily taking part of the second sandwich Harry had made earlier and sipping some water from the other bottle of water. Draco was about to say something when Dobby interrupted. "Harry Potter, owls," Dobby said, pointing out the window. Harry quickly opened the window, immediately taking the packages and letters, one owl being rather insistent that their delivery be looked at first. The 4 owls landed on his desk, standing side by side, all looking rather tired. Harry took the insistent owl's envelope and opened it. "Stay inside. I am making plans. Just be ready to leave. Do not reply unless there is trouble. SS." Draco looked at Harry, wanting to know what the note said. Harry handed it to him. Draco extended his good arm to take it. "Pretty insistent, just like his owl, huh?" Harry asked, before turning to the other owls, Snape's already turning to leave, which it soon did. "What are all these other owls doing here?" Draco asked. "Well, it's, my birthday," Harry answered quietly. "Irony hates you, doesn't it?" Draco asked. "I seem to think so," Harry said, opening the other packages and letters. Ron's letter was brief, a quick, "Happy birthday, Harry. Hope you're doing well," alongside a package of chocolate frogs. Neville's was pretty much the same, but added some things he had been doing with his gran, including making a garden. But to Harry, it was obvious that Hermione had warned them not to put anything in their letters that might cause suspicion. Neville's gift was a magically sealed package of odd-looking seeds, which Harry opened, causing a faint glow of golden light around the package. Apparently, the seal was designed for only him to be able to open. Within was a tiny note reading, "Just in case." Harry smiled. He knew what these seeds were, and Neville knew he knew, since in the last letter he had written to him had mentioned how he wished he had some in case they were ever needed. They were energy seeds, coated in a special herb that increased one's healing, while the seed itself improved stamina and strength. He took 4 seeds out, over 50 of the flat little things in the package. "Here," he said, handing 2 to Draco and the other 2 to Dobby. "If anything happens, bite down on one of them. They're energy seeds," he said, putting the rest securely in his pocket. Draco nodded, placing them in his pocket as well, while Dobby oh-oh'd at them for a moment before putting them away in his filthy cloth. Harry didn't bother to ask how they would stay in there. Harry then went on to Hermione's package. Her gift was a simple assortment of candy. Her letter tapped to it. "Harry, I've told the others about your last letter. Ron's family was rather interested in its news. They got a summary from Ron. Hope that's all right. Everything is going well here, though the news is already spreading. Hope you are enjoying your birthday the best you can. Hedwig is staying the night at my place and is resting. And seeing that it is probably late when you receive this, I don't expect you to write back. Hermione." She told the others, and I'm sure Ron's dad is doing something about it, Harry said, beckoning all the owls to leave before closing the window. "That's good," he said, just before noticing the cloak draped over the back of Harry's chair. "No way." "Oh," Harry said, seeing his eyes on the cloak. "It was my dad's. Figured that if Vernon comes up here, I could quickly cover the 2 of you with it." Draco was surprised and impressed. "Very nice." It was just past 11, and the Dursleys were still downstairs, enjoying their success in impressing the Masons. Even Draco by this time was finding it no longer amusing. "Are they like this all the time?" he asked Harry. "No. Usually they're this hyped up about talking about Dudley, or how stupid I am," Harry answered with a shrug. "Harry Potter is not stupid," Dobby stated defiantly. "Thanks, Dobby," Harry said. Dobby beamed. Harry was inwardly amused, casting his eyes out the window and onto the dimly lit streets. He suddenly stood up, pushing his chair back a little, his eyes scanning below, at first not sure what, or rather who, he was seeing. But a flash of memory surfaced, giving him the answer. The dark shadows swept across the trimmed grass, surrounding the house of his choosing. "Death Eaters," Harry breathed. Several dark figures were slowly approaching, cutting across the lawns and spreading out, taking cover in the shadows, but Harry saw them. "Draco, get your wand out. Dobby, stay here and protect Draco. Bite those seeds. They're coming." Harry didn't bother to close the door behind him as he ran out, crunching a seed between his teeth, dashing down the stairs, wand out, to the living room, where the Dursleys were. He could hear his relatives calmly chattering away, like gibbering monkeys, oblivious to the danger quickly approaching. Questions concerning the ward issue shall be covered, and I hope my explanation suffices. I believe it will. The Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk. Yes, he shall enter, but the details I'm currently working out, tongue sticking out. Neville's gift shall come in handy here and later. Potato chips becoming in fashion with house elves. 7 words. Potato chip companies owe much to Potter. Malfoy Sr.'s change of heart. Draco is his only son, blood traitor or not. More on this later. Well, without further ado, here's the next part. Book 2, Part 3, Breach. Harry ran down, skipping 2 stairs at a time, feeling the energy from the seed flood into him. But before he even reached the bottom of the stairs, he felt a pulse of magical energy throb from the walls themselves. The feeling was soon joined by a smooth sound of chanting. He instantly knew what was happening. The Death Eaters were countering the wards with ancient magic, as old as ward magic itself. They had no doubt positioned themselves around the house to perform some kind of anti-ward ceremony. He had seen one done before in Tom's memory. They had tried it on that small house with the woman inside. Hopefully the wards here would be as strong as the woman's in the memory. He landed at the bottom of the stairs with a thud and charged into the living room as 3 startled Dursleys turned to him, confused as they too were feeling the static in the air and hearing the odd chants making their way through the walls. "Boy, put that thing away this instant," Vernon hissed as Petunia and Dudley gasped upon seeing the wand held tightly in Harry's hand. "They are coming. Get in my room now," Harry boomed, skidding into the room. "They? Who?" Vernon shouted stupidly, already turning red, as Petunia instantly stood up, her face pale and her eyes wide. Apparently, she was intelligent enough to see the danger that was linked with the sudden, odd chanting and power coming from the house that was making the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. "Vernon, Dudley, do as he says," she stated, her voice flat and hollow. "Wah," Vernon began, turning to his wife as if she had lost it. "Boom." "Go," Harry shouted, running past them into the kitchen to see at least 2 Death Eaters attacking the back door, trying to get past the wards that were now visible and shimmering bright red and silver across the doorway. Harry didn't see the Dursleys, but heard them charging up the stairs as he literally felt the house come to life. It was angry. Harry turned and was about to head for the stairs to follow his relatives as the magic within the house shuddered. It didn't go out, but Harry knew that what he felt was not a good sign. Whatever the Death Eaters were doing, it was not the same thing they had done in the memory to that woman's house. Bang! The kitchen back door blasted off, and Harry saw Death Eaters beginning to step through the threshold as the ward faltered slightly, forcing their way through with precise waves of their wands. "Reducto," Harry shouted, hitting the Death Eater who was just beginning to enter in the chest, before he quickly moved backwards towards the stairs, re-entering the entryway from the kitchen. Harry then glanced at the kitchen table, and with a flick of his wand and a muttered charm, caused it to fly towards the doorway. "Vinculum," Harry shouted, pulling a spell from his mind he had just recently learned. At that, the table seemed to melt into the wall itself, glowing a bright shade of blue before glowing red, actually bonding to the house and wards. Harry then ran to the stairs, hoping the Dursleys weren't freaking out over Dobby or Draco. Hopefully Draco had body-binded them off to the side or something, and he was guarding the window and door. He was halfway up the stairs when the front door behind him was thrown open. With barely a glance back, he shouted, "Stupefy," as he clambered up the stairs, hoping he would hit whoever had blown the door away. He heard his curse hit something, closely followed by a thud of a body. "Protego," Harry shouted soon after, feeling an odd warm pressure shooting towards his back, and knowing it was anything but friendly. The wards of the house were under attack, and Harry could literally feel gaps in the protection around him. It was beyond disconcerting. Dashing up the stairs, he felt something collide with his shield, and from the corner of his eye, as he turned at the top of the stairs, he saw the railing get blown apart, the curse having ricocheted off his shield. Stumbling forward, he fell in front of the entrance to his room. Turning to get up, he looked into the room. Draco was standing by the bed, his nearly healed burns quite visible, his wand at the ready. The Dursleys were huddled together in the corner, looking horrified, and Dobby was beside Draco. Harry met Dobby's eyes as he heard someone making their way up the stairs, and by the sound of their steps, Harry knew they were angry. "Dobby, seal the door," Harry shouted, beginning to raise himself up to face the stairs. Dobby sadly did as he was told, remembering Draco's previous order to do whatever Potter said. He sealed the door shut in an instant before Draco could do or say anything. Harry focused his sights to the stairs, his eyes coming to rest on a formidable form who just came from the stairs, robed in black, his face covered in a skull-like mask. The Death Eater came forward, his black robes settling around him, wand in his hand. Harry raised his wand as he straightened up, the chanting still going on around them, the ward's power fading. Harry was certain the Death Eater was smirking behind his stupid mask, his eyes gleefully twinkling. "Why, this is a pleasant surprise. 2 birds with 1 stone. The man lulled. The Dark Lord will be pleased." "I'm not so sure," Harry muttered, just before spells were exchanged. "Defendo," the Death Eater shouted. "Protego," Harry boomed. The magic settled into a temporary stalemate, it seemed, until Harry felt, rather than heard, someone come up behind him. "Expelliarmus." Harry tried to move, but it was too late. With the small amount of space in the hall and a lack of warning, he felt his wand yank from his hand. He turned slightly, his back to the sealed door, his left side to the first Death Eater, his right to the new one. His wand was now on the floor beside the newcomer who was twirling her own wand in her hand. My, what have we here? A defender of blood traitors? A filthy lover of mudbloods and muggles? The boy who lived? The newcomer asked, her voice venomous. "Well, I suppose the live part won't be for long. A pity we must cut this short." Time suddenly seemed to stop, for at that instant so many things happened that it felt to Harry that it should not have been possible. And he was right. They shouldn't have been possible, and yet they were. He saw the Death Eater woman raise her wand, and her lips beginning to move. AVAD dash. He felt the wards of the house finally cave and fall, but something more. Overlapping. Again, should be self-explanatory. Dumbledore had gone into action the moment he had gotten word from Kingsley Shacklebolt, a high-ranking Auror, that something had occurred at the Malfoy Manor. He had just finished contacting Alastor Moody after he had alerted Snape of what had happened. Kingsley told them what they had found, and that an investigation was now underway, one that they were currently keeping under wraps. The bodies of Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy had been found, but their son was currently missing. Due to the information, Dumbledore and Snape were certain that Death Eaters had been involved, but the question was why. That had been several hours ago, and now they were contemplating where to look for young Malfoy. Snape had just re-entered the headmaster's office, returning from his quarters. A letter was securely in his hand, and by the look on his face, Dumbledore knew it was important. But before he could ask what was wrong, an owl shot in from the window and landed right in front of him, parchment tightly in its claws. Seeing that the owl urgently wanted to be free of its burden, Dumbledore took the envelope and read. Snape was just as curious, but he didn't shake his grim expression. Albus, I was told some disturbing news, and I have no reason not to believe it. Evidently, Mr. Potter old Hermione, who in turn old my son, about a serious matter. My son is rarely ruffled up by things, nor brought to such seriousness. With the things I was told that were contained in the letter, I have reason to believe the Malfoys are in trouble, as well as their son and possibly Mr. Potter. I must be honest, Lucius and I are not on friendly terms, but the way Ron talks of Draco, I cannot ignore possible danger to his family. Not to mention that if it is all true, it is now more than about his family. If you do not know what I speak of, Flemmy, I await your instructions. Arthur Weasley. Dumbledore quickly handed the letter to Snape to read, and he did so. At that, Snape straightened up, his eyes even darker than normal. Headmaster, I retrieved a similar message. It was from Potter, and I believe he has young Malfoy, he said, handing Arthur's letter back. I'm afraid the people responsible for the attack will be after Malfoy. And if I am correct, they will not allow any witnesses to reveal what they might have seen, and I have little doubt Draco knows what truly happened to his parents. I replied to Potter, telling him to stay in the house, but he paused, locking eyes with a wise old man, the message behind them boring into the solid blue eyes. The beacon charm, Dumbledore whispered. Snape's jaw tightened before giving a small nod. Yes, Lucius placed that upon his son, in case he was ever taken to a warded location. These charms are as old and just as powerful as blood wards. You know what can be done to the wards of a location if an individual with a beacon charm enters. At that, Dumbledore took out some parchment and quickly wrote out instructions. Arthur, I am personally handling the matter. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious, and for the time being, keep your family at the burrow. Something has happened, but I cannot say more right now. I will get back with you as soon as I can. Albus. Dumbledore then sealed the letter and handed it to the owl, who was still expectantly waiting, before the owl flew out the window. Beacon charms were just as old as blood warts. They were used to be able to find a person anywhere. This kind of precaution gave parents some peace of mind in knowing that if their child was ever taken, kidnapped, or lost, they would be able to find them. However, just as there were different kinds of wards, there were different kinds of beacons, and Dumbledore and Snape knew that the one placed on Draco was the most powerful one Lucius could cast, which was saying it was the most powerful one possible. All beacons gave off a signal, one that could be used to lead those who knew how to activate that specific charm laid. But this specific beacon could do more than that. It could affect, damage, or even break wards, as long as that person with the beacon charm on them was within the ward boundaries. However, never before had a blood ward in this type of beacon been in conflict before. For the reason a beacon would ever be called upon would be to save someone from being ransomed or held against their will. Blood wards were foremost used to protect, not to hide. Those kidnapping people had little use for blood wards. A Fidelius charm made more sense. Since all the beacon would be able to do would be to tell the approximate location, it wouldn't give anyone passage into the place. Dumbledore looked his age as the full realization hit. There was no telling what could happen to the blood wards if the beacon charm was activated. The two spells could cancel each other out in a devastating explosion. They could slowly fight one another until the magic collapsed into nothingness. Or they could even combine, which would result in Merlin only knew what. Turning to the fire, Dumbledore called Kingsley Shacklebolt, knowing they would need more people than just himself, Snape, and Mad-Eye for this operation. Headmaster, Kingsley greeted, his head coming from the fires, looking a tad tired. "Kingsley, I need you to get a group of your most trusted Aurors for an Alpha-level mission. I have new information on the Malfoy case that must be acted upon as soon as possible." Kingsley's eyes widened in surprise for a moment before they went back to being neutral, the tiredness in them now gone. He then gave a stiff nod and departed. Dumbledore then fire-called Moody and told him of the new situation, requesting him to help as well. Moody obliged and said he would arrive as soon as he got a few things in order. Snape and Dumbledore didn't need to wait long before several people came from the fireplace. Kingsley stepped out, closely followed by a tall, slightly intimidating lady with flowing brown hair. She stepped beside Kingsley, her back straight, and her face blank in expression. Soon after, 3 others entered. A short black man came from the flames, his hair silvery black and his eyes equally so. He had a short dagger on his belt, and his clothing was secured. No loose clothing would hinder his movements or be snagged in a fight. The next person was a stout young man. His hair was curly blonde, and his eyes were golden hazel. His robes were light brown, and he had a vest of thick chainmail. The last person was a raggedly-looking man, who quite frankly looked as if he was out of job and lived on the streets, but he had an unmistakable sense of power about him, mixed with an impression of honor and unbreakable loyalty. The 4 newcomers were now beside Kingsley, 2 on either side of him. "Headmaster, may I introduce Stephanie Somack," Kingsley said, motioning to the formal-looking woman. "She is new to Britain. She's an American. I trust her with everything I hold dear." Snape gave her a respectful nod, as did Dumbledore, before looking to the others. Snape's eyes trailed over the man who had entered last, but held his tongue. "This is Joseph de Moy. I dare say he's the best with a blade, but any weapon will do for him. He's from Africa and has been a friend of the family long before he became an Auror," he said, placing a hand on the short black man's shoulder. "This is Forshaw Craw, a ward's master, as well as a trusted companion and Auror." The blond young man gave a small, respectable bow. "And I'm sure you know Remus Lupin," Kingsley finished before solidly lifting a hand, more to silence Snape than Dumbledore. "You said to get the most trusted people I could get, and though Mr. Lupin is not an Auror, he fought alongside several who were the greatest of this generation. I passed him by chance at the Ministry and needed a 4th body, and since the other Aurors that I trust for such a mission were not around at the time, I took a chance to ask for his services." "No further explanation is needed, Kingsley. He is welcome to join us, and his help is appreciated," Dumbledore said, interrupting the determined man. Just then, the flames ignited once again, and outstepped Mad-Eye Moody. "Everyone here, then?" he asked gruffly. He looked around, pausing at Lupin before continuing on to the others. "Good," he finished. "What can we expect?" Craw asked, his voice much deeper than what would have been expected from someone who looked so young. Dumbledore was about to give a quick rundown, but before he could even form the first word, an object on his shelf wailed out in definite alarm. Dumbledore's face fell. "The wards are under attack," he stated flatly, pulling out a twisted pen. "Take hold and prepare for combat," Moody ordered, even though everyone was already moving their hands forward to grab the obvious portkey, their combat faces on. They landed solidly on the ground in the peaceful residential neighborhood, but they knew that peaceful was an incorrect description. The air around them was alive with conflicting magics, and a disturbing chant was in the air. They took action immediately, weaving around the next street to find the source. What they found was a house lighting up with red and silver, the classic colors of a blood ward. A dozen Death Eaters were around the boundary, chanting, the wards of the simple house flickering. Moody and the others went forward, but before they could send out their curses, the thing that none of them would have believed the day before happened. A blood ward fell, diminished, and disappeared. The protection Dumbledore had placed for Harry was no more. The house was just like any other now, defenseless. At that moment, the Death Eaters who had been chanting stopped and charged into the house as Albus and the others made themselves known. Snape charged towards the house, cursing every Death Eater he saw. Moody and Lupin were headed towards the back door to the kitchen. Snape was about to enter the house and rush up the stairs, but something stopped him. A wave of power like no other brushed against him, shooting towards the center of the house. A roar of unbelievable energy cut through the house as a blinding silver flash resonated inward. Petunia and Vernon dared to look up as the floor trembled from a roar. They focused on the shirtless blonde-haired boy standing beside the horrifyingly shriveled monster, but then the light came. It seemed to come from the house itself, and yet the boy appeared to be a source as well. In a blink of an eye, the roar came and went, and within that same second, light surged from and into the injured boy, leaving only a trace of magical residue across his frame. Avada Kedavra, the woman continued, green light forming on the tip of her wand. Harry felt it at his feet, pure hot power, angry, loving, and protective surge into him. It was like bubbly warm water pulsing up his frame. If the Death Eaters had had more time, they would have seen after the flash, clear light shimmer over Harry's skin, but there was so little time. Acting purely on impulse, Harry threw his hands out, his left to the man, and his right to the woman, and like the time of the troll, he shouted the first spell that came to mind, cutting off the woman's curse. Ardesco. The pressure in his hands was indescribable, but it was nothing compared to the pressure the Death Eaters faced when the spell was released and hit. The Death Eaters were slammed back to the walls behind them, and before Harry could truly register what he was doing, he stretched out his hand towards his wand. It immediately, as if being called, flew into his palm. Turning to the sealed door, the wards now clearly gone, the sound of people rushing into the house being heard below him, Harry began to feel unconfined panic. If the wards were down, the Death Eaters could get into the room through the window. Draco, Dobby, and the Dursleys were beyond vulnerable. I must get in, he thought, facing the magically sealed door, an odd fuzzy feeling surging from his center. Pop! Ah! Petunia screamed when Harry popped into being in the center of the room and in front of Dobby with a pop. Harry didn't bother to acknowledge anyone as he turned to face the door and raise his wand to his finger. There was no time to waste. He knew the wards were gone, and so, with a rushed whisper, he cut his finger with his wand and let a red drop fall to the floor. He felt Draco step closer to him, and he could surprisingly feel Draco's magic radiating towards him. Guard the window, Harry ordered as he bent down to one knee, pushing aside all distractions and focused on the task at hand. This was their last chance. Even if help arrived now, the Death Eaters would finish what they came to do, especially now that they had met resistance. He heard Draco grunt an affirmative, and Dobby turned to help before he closed his eyes and prayed that this would work. Pressing the tip of his wand into his drop of blood on the floor, his cut already having healed thanks to the energy seeds from Neville, he recited the spell he had heard from the woman in the memory. It seemed to take forever to finish muttering the words, but once he finished, the air stilled, the rushing footsteps coming towards the room went silent, and the fear dripping from all in the room vanished. Golden light, acting like a liquid, spread from the wand's tip, surging to every corner of the room, leaving a glistening hue on all of the walls, door, window, and floor. They were safe. The moment the light coated the room, sound came back to them, and they could hear those outside and those beyond the door in the hall. It sounded as if there was a battle going on the floor below them, but they were more concerned about the angry voices beyond the door. Just blow the door, a voice shouted. Bombarda! Boom! The glowing gold door didn't budge at all. However, there were several startled yells and a crash of something, or rather someone, breaking through a wall. The spell had bounced off the door and hit the person who had cast the spell as well as their companion, forcing them through the wall across from the door.